Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Girl in Cabin 11 by Lucy Baxter, narrated by Shauna Pennington Baird. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. The sea was impossibly still that morning, a sheet of liquid glass that stretched tight to the horizon. Light pooled on the white hull of the ship, as if it meant to bless it. Soft gold glancing off chrome and polished rail. From the pier, the Caribbean dream looked untroubled. A floating city wrapped in sunlight and full of promise. It was early, just after dawn, but the air hung heavy with the memory of night rain, and thin rivulets of water still traced their way between the deck planks, carrying tiny silver reflections as they slipped into the drains. The ship's vast sides gleamed, rising 15 decks high like cliffs of bone-white steel. From below, it was hard to imagine that something so large could move, let alone vanish into the horizon, taking everything aboard with it. Seagulls wheeled low over the bow, their cries sharp and mocking in the silence. The port was still waking. Forklifts growled in the distance, ropes creaked, and the faint hum of engines vibrated through the concrete quay. Inside the ship, only the low throb of generators broke the stillness, like a mechanical heartbeat pulsing beneath endless layers of metal and carpeted corridors. Below decks, where the air smelled faintly of bleach and salt, a steward stopped his cart. He was a small man, with narrow shoulders and a face browned by years at sea, his uniform collar stiff with starch. The overnight shift had left him weary. He'd been working since before midnight, polishing brass, replacing towels, and generally preparing the vessel for another week of smiling passengers. His eyes felt gritty, his head heavy with the dull ache of too many hours awake. Something on the metal caught his eye. There was a dark smear along the railing, thin as a hairline crack. He frowned, leaning closer. The corridor lights had just begun to flicker to life, bleaching the air to a sterile brightness. The mark stood out against the silver rail, faint and irregular, a tiny imperfection on a ship designed for perfection. He hesitated before reaching for a cloth. Routine had trained him not to question things like a spill, a stain, or a broken glass. They all had simple explanations. Besides, the guests would soon wake, and there was still work to be done. But when he touched it, the color deepened. This was not paint, or wine, or grease. A tremor passed through him, so slight he wasn't sure it was real. He rubbed harder, pressing the cloth in small circles. But the smear only spread into a blush blooming under his hand, streaked against the cool metal. The sound of the engines throbbed faintly beneath his feet, a heartbeat muffled by water. The deck beneath him trembled, and in the warming air above, a gull screamed. He straightened slowly, his mouth dry. Through the narrow window beside him, sunlight was breaking through retreating clouds, catching the surface of the sea in flashes. The horizon looked impossibly far away, washed in pale silver. He wiped the rail again. This time the cloth came away streaked darker now, the substance unmistakable. For a moment he simply stared at it. The hum of the ship surrounded him as the distant rush of ventilation, the soft hiss of automatic doors, and the faint murmur of pipes hidden behind walls gave sounds to the ship's progress. Yet, beneath those familiar sounds, something else seemed to whisper, in a kind of stillness too deliberate to be peace. Above the ship, gulls circled lazily in the brightening sky. On the restaurant deck, a bell chimed for breakfast. Music drifted from the pool deck, along with laughter, the snap of a camera shutter, ice clinking in glasses. He looked up through the glare. The world felt too bright for whatever this was. He set the cloth down and watched the sea glimmer and shift. And he listened, but heard nothing but the steady pulse of the ship and the hush of waves kissing steel. For a long time, he stayed like that, suspended between curiosity and fear, before he turned his head, just slightly, as if someone had whispered his name. Of course, no one was there. Only the corridor stretching away in perfect order, with its doors shut and the air conditioning whispering its cool breath. And beyond the corridor, the endless sea lay flat, silver, and strangely expectant. He blinked against the light until his reflection wavered on the glass. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw another figure standing beside him, pale and still, the outline blurred by spray. When he looked again, he was alone. He folded the cloth, careful not to look at the stain, and pushed the cart slowly on. For a moment, the air felt different, heavier, damp with something colder than rain. He paused mid-step. The sound of the engines continued, low and steady, but there was a new sound beneath it now. It was a hollow rhythm that rose and faded, like breathing. He stood perfectly still, listening, but the sound had stopped the instant he did. Perhaps it was just the water shifting under the hull. Perhaps it was nothing at all. He told himself this and began to move again, the cart's wheels creaking softly along the metal floor. Yet even as he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that the silence behind him was watching. Above deck, a handful of passengers wandered along the promenade, their footsteps echoing faintly between the glass walls. None of them looked down to the level where he worked. If they had, they might have seen him stop once more at the end of the corridor and turn to glance back. The mark was gone from the railing. The metal shone spotless in the morning light. He should have felt relieved, but he didn't. The ship shifted slightly, a gentle roll on calm water, and a wave of nausea passed through him. He could taste salt on his tongue. When he blinked, a drop of water slid from the ceiling onto the deck near his feet, though the rain had stopped hours ago. It was followed by another, then another, forming a narrow trail that led toward the sealed balcony door of cabin 11. He stared at it until the intercom crackled overhead with a woman's voice calling for the crew to prepare for departure. The sound was brisk, professional, and alive with purpose. He turned away at last, forcing his gaze forward, pushing the cart toward the service lift. Behind him, the last beat of water reached the door frame and stilled. Outside, the sea darkened, the sun vanishing behind a passing cloud. And as the gangway was raised and the engines began to churn, the air seemed to tighten, as though the ship itself knew what had been taken aboard. 1. The heat clung to everything. It shimmered above the tarmac in trembling veils, turning the air bright and wobbly as if the whole world were seen through water. Beyond the plate glass doors of the terminal, the Caribbean dream loomed white and grand against turquoise water. 15 decks of glass and painted steel rising like a private skyline. Music leaked from high up on deck in a bright canned cheerfulness that rode above the deeper thrum of engines. The smell of diesel braided with sunscreen, coconut, and sea salt. Aurelia Hart paused just inside the automatic doors, her fingers laced with Nathan's. "Give me a second," she said, although she wasn't sure what for. Air conditioning rolled over them in an artificial breeze, cool enough to sting the sweat at the base of her neck. She smoothed her sundress and told herself that it's only a holiday. People do this all the time. You can do this too. Nathan Coleman grinned down at her, light catching in his sunglasses. "We made it. Look at the size of that ship." "It's enormous," she said. "You could lose a whole town in there." "That's the idea. We'll lose everything we don't need and keep the good bits." His thumb traced an absent-minded circle against her palm. He said it like he believed it, like the good bits stayed if you asked them nicely. They joined the queue, inching toward the check-in desks. Roller bags whispered and giggled over the polished floor. A loudspeaker announced, "Boarding groups A through C now welcome to proceed to security." Through the window, a gull drifted like a scrap of paper against the blue. 6 months. That was the length of her life with Nathan so far. And sometimes it felt like a borrowed car, shining and clean, with an unfamiliar key in her pocket. He was cheerful and chatty with strangers. He believed in itineraries and the right sunscreen for the right time of day. He was safe, or at least he felt that way. She wanted to feel that way too. A woman stepped sideways in front of them, angling her phone to catch both her own face and the arc of the ship beyond the window. "Okay, team," she said brightly into the lens. "It's embarkation day. Your girl Mallory back at it. The luxury life at sea, and this time, we're doing it big." She flashed a smile at the cue, camera gloss perfect. 7 days, 3 ports, and yes, we are manifesting champagne. Mallory's gaze snagged on Aurelia and warmed theatrically. "And we have our first cruise cute couple right here. Tell them where you're from, babe." Aurelia laughed because it was easier than shrinking. Nathan gave a small helpless shrug that meant, "People like this exist. What can you do?" Mallory swiveled the phone for a pan of the terminal, taking in the palms in big white pots, and a tide of humanity in bright shirts, and then chirruped on toward another backdrop. A faint perfume of coconut trailed after her. A baggage cart rattled close, the driver swearing under his breath in Spanish. Luis Ortega, according to the stitched bag over the pocket of his overalls. He was lean and sun-browned, with grease ground into the creases of his knuckles. The cart jostled. A toolbox slid, clanged open, and a scatter of sockets rang like coins across the floor. "Carajo," he hissed, crouching quickly. "Watch your area," a voice snapped. The security chief, with Mark Danner on his badge, stood with arms folded. He was a trim man in a navy blazer, whose hair looked like it had been cut to regulation that morning. He didn't stoop to help, just pinned Ortega with a flat, tired stare until the last wrench was captured and the lid banged shut. "We're not dropping anything today," Danner said. "Not today." Ortega's mouth shaped something that wasn't "yes, sir," but he dragged it into a nod and muscled the cart onward. The glare he shot toward the wall when Danner turned away looked practiced. "Friendly bunch," Nathan murmured. "It's a lot of moving parts," Aurelia said, though she wasn't sure if she meant the ship or the day. Her stomach had that holiday roller coaster lightness, but there was something else underneath that felt like a thread pulled a little too tight. At the desk, she handed over her passport. Nathan, who chatted on reflex, was already asking the attendant about sail-away times and the best place to stand for the horn. "Port side," the woman said, tapping keys. "You'll get the skyline." Aurelia dug in her bag for the printed boarding pass she'd decided to bring, even though the app was supposed to be enough, because paper was easier to hold on to, because paper didn't vanish when you needed it. She found the envelope with their parking stub, a packet of motion sickness pills, a lipstick she'd not yet worn, the app glowing complacently on her phone, but no boarding pass. Heat rose in her face. She checked the zip pocket, the side pocket, the pocket that didn't have a zip but always felt as if it should. "It's okay," Nathan said softly. "I printed it. I definitely—" "Stop," another voice said from behind them, gentle and amused. "Look down." The paper lay between the toes of her sandal, as if it had been waiting. Aurelia let out a breath that was part laugh. "Of course." "First day jitters," the woman said. She had dark hair smoothed into a twist and a cool blouse the color of pale sky. Her lanyard read, "Dr. Celine Cross." "You'd be amazed what people misplace when they're about to relax." "Everything?" Aurelia said. "Mostly themselves." Celine's smile held no teeth, only kindness. "You'll like it better once you've crossed the threshold. It's always strange, stepping from land to sea." She moved forward in the line, then glanced back. "If you get turned around later, follow the carpet colors. It's a secret no one tells you." "Thank you," Aurelia said, and meant it. Security was all belts and trays and the practiced surrender of pockets. Shoes off, shoes on, arms lifted and lowered at a stranger's request. A child behind them declared he was a robot and stiffened into an X for the scanner, which made the operator smile like a person again. The belt carried their bags into a dark mouth and offered them back, changed only by the knowledge they had been briefly taken. They walked the long carpeted corridor toward the gangway, where posters promised sunsets, fountains of champagne, and the word indulge in a font that curled at the ends like steam. Through the high windows, the ship shifted aspect. It was not an abstraction now, but a wall of white ribs and lifeboats, rivets and stacked balconies like hive cells. Crew in immaculate white stood at their stations, nodding, repeating greetings in the cadence of a line learned by heart. A brass plaque by the door read, "Welcome aboard," in letters so shiny she could see herself bent inside the curve of the W. The gangway flexed underfoot with the subtlest give, as if the ship were breathing, and they had found the soft place at its throat. Heat surrendered to buffered cool, the light softening to hotel daylight. In the lobby, a piano was playing something that wanted to be jazz. The smell was salt and lemon and varnish, beeswax, warmed by bulbs. Nathan squeezed her hand again. "Ready?" "As I'll ever be," she said, and tried to make it sound like a joke. When the sliding doors parted, the atrium rose around them in a surprise of height and sheen. There were glass elevators like bubbles, a chandelier of blown glass that looked like captured surf, and rails polished to a mirror. Staff posed couples for their embarkation photos against a backdrop of cartoonish palm trees. A flicker ran through her chest, small, quick, and unnameable. It might have been joy if it hadn't felt exactly like fear wearing joy's clothes. Remember, you wanted this. You said yes to this. You left because leaving was the only way to stop repeating the same conversation with yourself. The litany helped a little. She took a small sip of welcome fizz, and the bubbles made her feel hollow for a second, as if they'd lifted something out of her. Mallory Denton appeared at the edge of the frame again, as if conjured. "Atrium reveal," she sang to her phone. "Do you see the chandelier? We are already emotionally hydrated." She turned the camera and somehow included the chandelier, the elevators, and her own delighted mouth. Her gaze fell briefly on Aurelia's face and sharpened, as if she were pinning a tag there that said, "Classic Beauty." Then she was gone in a shimmer of perfume and purpose. From a mezzanine above, the security chief looked down with a gaze like a spirit level. Danner's face did not change when he watched people. He watched like the control room of the ship watched, for pressure points and leaks. Ortega crossed the atrium below him with a coil of cable over one shoulder and did not look up. The brief glare the two of them had traded in the terminal seemed to travel with them, like a thread drawn tight. "Let's find our cabin," Nathan said. He had a handful of maps already. "Then we'll hunt ice cream." The doors whispered, and the lift rose with the gentle stomach-dipping magic of a slow elevator. As they ascended, the chandelier drifted past in a slow flutter of glass, and Aurelia looked straight up through the open shaft to a porthole of sky, and thought of wells. Deck 5 spilled them into a corridor that smelled faintly of carpet cleaner and polish. The carpet was ocean blue, with compass roses marching away to vanishing points. Celine Cross's tip about colors returned to her like a trick of light. Doors winked by with room numbers and little brass ovals. A child behind one of them laughed and then cried with almost the same breath. The air conditioning flowed in a continuous cool exhale that had nothing to do with the weather outside. At the next junction, a woman in powder blue appeared, as if she'd stepped out of the wall. "You found it," Celine said, not surprised. "The first labyrinth is always the worst. Remember the carpet when you think you're lost." "We're not lost," Nathan said, cheerful. "We're orienting," Aurelia said, and Celine's smile told her she'd chosen the right word. "Good. If you see me later pretending to read, I'm hiding from the conference." Celine's eyes flicked to Aurelia's half-finished champagne. "Don't forget to drink water. First-day headaches ruin more holidays than heartbreak." I'll try to remember, Aurelia said. They turned back toward the welcome desk and on to the last stretch of gangway to the exterior threshold. This was the place where outside became in and inside became out, and the ship finally made its claim on them. They were aboard. Aurelia stepped forward, and the threshold slid under her shoe with a small flex. The scent of the sea rose up past the varnish. This was the real thing, green and mineral, and she breathed it in as if she could build a different person from its elements. Under that ran the tiniest electric sting of unease, like a hair lifting in a windless room, or a thought with no words yet. Nathan was saying something about sail away and the party on the top deck, the confetti, the horn, but his voice slid a little as if she were underwater and he on a dock. She nodded anyway and let him draw her politely into the current of bodies moving toward the welcome desk, where a woman in sailor stripes wrote their names on a card, as if inscribing them into the story. 6 months, she thought again, which meant not just time, but wait. How long could you carry a secret before it began to warm your body, take your temperature, and learn your gait? She had not told Nathan the worst of it, because she wanted to see what she was like without that story on her tongue. The telling made it real again, and she had promised herself she was finished with real for a while. The ship shifted, almost imperceptibly, with some adjustment of ballast, some test of breath, and in that tilt, she had the sense of stepping into a photograph of herself from a past she didn't like and smiling in the foreground while a storm built out of the frame. "Hey," Nathan said, his mouth close to her ear, tenderness threaded through the word. "Still good?" "I'm good," she said, and found that she meant it enough to go on. They joined the short line for hand sanitizer at the top of the ramp, because the world was made of small rituals now. The gel smelled like lemons and hospitals. Across the space, Mallory was arranging a row of lipsticks on a cocktail table for a segment about effortless embarkation glam. Luis Ortega rattled past with the same stubborn cart, a long orange extension cord now looped over his shoulder like a bandolier. Danner's gaze tracked him without moving his head. Aurelia turned to the glass doors and, without deciding to, looked back one more time at the gangway, the sunshot rectangle of outside, the bulk of the ship's name arcing in navy letters along the hull. Beyond that, the water was knocked into a kind of glitter by wind, and the view was filled with the stacked brightness of the port, and cranes like folded insects against the sky. Something in her loosened, and something else drew tight. The scent of salt and varnish hovered. The small unease lifted and put its hand on her shoulder, companionable as a shadow. Then she stepped. The doors sighed shut behind her, and the ship accepted her with its even breath, and the world rearranged itself into sea and not sea, with a quiet that felt like fate. "Welcome aboard," a voice sang from somewhere close, bright with training and triumph. Aurelia smiled because that was what a person did in these situations, and followed Nathan toward whatever a fresh start looked like. Their cabin smelled faintly new. When Aurelia opened the door, a small blast of conditioned air spilled out, bringing with it the scent of polish and ocean salt, as though the room itself were trying to mask its own confinement. Nathan stepped in first, dropping their carry-on bags on the bed. "Wow," he said, surveying the space as if he'd built it himself. "Compact, but classy. Smells like money." She laughed, and the sound was small, but genuine. The room was narrow but sleek, with pale walls, a mirror that doubled the space, and a desk that held a bottle of champagne chilling in a silver bucket. The carpet was navy, patterned faintly with ropes and compasses. Outside the glass doors, sunlight flared across the balcony, bouncing off the railings. Nathan tugged the handle of the balcony door. It stuck. He frowned, jiggled it, then grinned at her. "Aha! Engineer brain triumphs again." He slid it open and stepped out. Wind rolled in, feeling hot, briny, and alive. Aurelia followed him out, blinking against the sudden brightness. From here, the port spread out below like a construction site, pretending to be the gateway to paradise. There are piles of stacked luggage, shouting dock workers, and wandering tourists photographing everything. The city beyond shimmered in the afternoon haze, its skyline dissolving into light. "Come here," Nathan said. He'd already found a spot at the rail, arms spread wide, face turned toward the wind. She stood beside him, her hand brushing his. For a moment, it was easy to believe that this was all it was meant to be. Just him and her, and the world narrowing to sunlight, the smell of salt, and the promise of adventure. "Look at that," Nathan said, nodding toward a line of passengers snaking along the quay below. "You can practically see the excitement coming off them." Aurelia followed his gaze to see children clutching stuffed toy dolphins, couples posing with cocktails, older tourists already pink from the sun, everyone looking outward and forward. She envied them their uncomplicated joy. Inside the room, a distant chime sounded, and the ship's intercom began announcing muster drills, departure times, with its formal tone undercut by faint static. It was the noise of civilization compressed into a metal hull. Nathan ducked back into the cabin, already rummaging through their luggage for his swim shorts. "Sun deck in 10? "I'll meet you there," she said, smiling. When he left, the silence folded around her. She looked out once more at the city with its cranes and warehouses, and the slow procession of taxis, and the way heat shimmered over the asphalt like invisible fire. She thought of her old apartment in North Carolina, and how the boxes were still half packed when she left. It made her remember the faint smell of rain drifting through the open window. It hadn't been running away, not exactly. More like stepping sideways out of a story that refused to end. She pressed her palm to the balcony rail. The metal was warm against her skin, almost pulsing. Out over the harbor, a gull wheeled and screamed. The sound cut straight through her, sharp as regret. The upper deck was a different world entirely. Sunlit hit hard and white, flashing off mirrored windows and the curved edges of deck chairs. A steel band was warming up near the pool, the steady pulse of drums threading through the chatter of passengers. Laughter carried easily on the wind. Waiters drifted between clusters of people, trays glinting with pineapple cocktails. Nathan waved from near the bar, his hair already wind-tousled, a pair of sunglasses perched crookedly on his nose. He looked so easy there, all broad smile and good posture, that Aurelia felt a small, guilty tug of affection. "Perfect timing," he said, handing her a drink. "You were about 5 minutes away from me trying karaoke." Tragic loss for humanity. "Hey, you haven't heard me." "Exactly." He laughed, that open, uncomplicated sound she was learning to love. She sipped her drink. It was something tropical and sweet, strong enough to make her lips tingle. Around them, the deck buzzed with the energy of people on the cusp of departure. There were women in floppy hats, men comparing watch hands, children darting between loungers like bright fish. To their left, a man in an offensively loud Hawaiian shirt was smearing sunscreen onto his ruddy face, missing half of it. His wife, a slim, brittle woman with her hair set like a helmet, sighed dramatically and took the bottle from him.
"Raymond, you've got it in your ears again."
"Better safe than sorry, Dora."
"You look ridiculous."
"I look healthy."
"You look like an oil spill."
Nathan choked on his drink. Aurelia tried not to laugh. The couple's bickering was so precise, so rehearsed, it almost felt theatrical. They'd introduced themselves to Nathan moments earlier as the Steinmans from New Jersey. Raymond owned a chain of car dealerships. Dora didn't say what she did, but her diamond ring could have spoken for her. Dora caught Aurelia's eye and smiled the tired smile of a woman who had long ago learned to keep the peace by surrender.
"First cruise?"
Aurelia nodded.
"You'll love it."
Doris said, "as long as you don't mind everyone pretending it's their honeymoon." "Or their 50th anniversary," Raymond added, rubbing his nose, leaving a white streak across it. Nathan grinned. The band struck up a faster tune. Crew members moved through the crowd with trays of sparkling wine. A countdown began over the speakers, counting backwards from 10, 9, 8. Soon there were voices joining in, some laughing, some serious. The sound of the ship's horn cut through the air like an announcement from God, long, deep, and thrilling. Confetti burst from cannons, fluttering across the deck in a rain of color. Aurelia tilted her head back, watching it fall. Somewhere nearby, Mallory Denton was live-streaming again. Her voice, amplified by cheer, carried easily over the music. "And there they are, folks, our adorable couple of the day." The camera lens caught Aurelia and Nathan mid-laugh, her hair whipped by the wind, his arm draped easily around her shoulders. Aurelia blinked, startled, but Mallory only winked and kept filming. "This is what love at sea looks like, people. Sunshine and serotonin." Raymond groaned audibly. "Oh, we're doomed then." "Stop being a cynic," Doris said, half-heartedly. Mallory spun her phone toward the open water and the Miami skyline glimmering in the distance. "And there she goes! The Caribbean dream sets sail!" Beneath her words, the deep vibration of engines began to build. The ship shifted almost imperceptibly, the first suggestion of movement rippling through the deck. Passengers cheered, hands waved toward the dock below, where the port staff raised their arms in farewell. Aurelia felt the slow, deliberate slide of the world changing before she saw it. The pier drifted backward, the water widened, and the city receded into brightness. She leaned against the railing beside Nathan, her glass beating in her hand. Heat shimmered across the water. The sound of music, the rustle of paper streamers, and Mallory's incessant chatter all blurred into a single hum. "You okay?" Nathan asked softly. "Yeah," she said. "It's just strange." "What is?" "Leaving like this. Watching everything get smaller." He looked down at her, puzzled. "That's kind of the point, isn't it?" She smiled faintly. "Maybe." Her reflection trembled in the glass screen to the side of her, throwing two overlapping figures, faces ghosted by sunlight. For a moment, she thought she saw another shape behind them, still and separate. But when she blinked, it was gone. Nathan kissed her temple, light as the wind. "Come on, it's beautiful." It was. The city burned gold now, the skyscrapers catching the last flare of afternoon. The wake of the ship fanned out in perfect white lines, carving the turquoise water clean. Around them, laughter rose and fell like birdsong. Someone started clapping along to the music, and someone else dropped a glass that shattered against the deck with the bright sound of luck breaking. Aurelia turned toward the horizon, where the ocean opened wide and glittering. A pulse of color bloomed there, too, as the first hint of sunset bled red across the water. High above the crowd, a woman stood alone at the forward railing. She wasn't dressed for celebration and had no drink in her hand. Her clothes were simple: a neat pair of linen trousers, a pale silk shirt that moved faintly in the breeze. The wind tugged strands of hair across her face. She lifted a phone and, without expression, took several photographs of the crowd below, snapping the laughing tourists, the confetti still drifting in air, the couple in the middle of it all who seemed to glow in every frame. Her expression didn't change. When she lowered the phone, she rested both hands on the rail and looked outward. The sea was vast and very still. Evening came slowly, washing the deck in bronze. The band wound down as waiters cleared empty glasses, and laughter softened into the murmur of dinner plans. The Miami skyline retreated behind them, the lights flickering to life one by one as the ship turned south. A thin crescent moon hung low over the city, fragile and fading. Aurelia stood at the stern, Nathan beside her, both quiet now. The engine hummed steadily beneath their feet. The air smelled of salt and exhaust and something faintly floral, which she'd already recognized as the ship's attempt to disguise its own machinery. The confetti was gone, but one red streamer clung stubbornly to the rail, fluttering in the dying light. "Tomorrow we're in the open sea," Nathan said. "No emails, no clients, no bad news." "No ghosts," Aurelia said softly, not quite meaning to. He looked at her, brow furrowed. "What?" "Nothing," she smiled. "Let's go inside." They turned toward the glass doors, and for a moment, her reflection merged with the glow of the setting sun in another brief double image. She looked both golden and hollow-eyed. As the ship glided forward, the last light of Miami burned red across the horizon, staining the clouds the color of blood diluted in water. The sound of waves striking steel echoed faintly upward, rhythmic and patient. Behind her, somewhere among the tiers of shining decks, the woman with the camera lowered her gaze from the horizon and slipped quietly away from the railing. 2. The light came first thin and white, sliding through the slats of the blind like the edge of a knife. Eve Mercer opened her eyes before the ship's morning chime sounded. She always woke early. Habit, not alarm. The cabin was still half dark, with a gloom that carried the faint scent of machinery. She listened for a while, letting the rhythm of the ship settle her, feeling the low mechanical heartbeat that pulsed somewhere beneath the floor. Then she swung her legs out of bed. The carpet was cool and soft beneath her feet. She moved through the small room with a quiet efficiency that came from years of solitude. Fire up the coffee machine, pull the blinds open, a stretch to ease her shoulders. Her morning routine never varied, whether on land or sea. 10 minutes of exercise with yoga poses adapted to narrow space. Coffee in a white cup, one slice of toast dry. Then she'd watch the world wake piece by piece. The coffee machine clicked and whirred. She lifted the cup when it was done, stirred, set the spoon precisely beside the saucer. Outside, the ocean looked like an endless blue-green expanse rippling under early sunlight. There was no horizon line yet, only haze. The ship's wake spread behind like an unrolling ribbon, fading into mist. Eve leaned against the glass door of her balcony, cup warm in her hands. The sea had a way of clearing things, stripping them down. On land, noise filled every gap. Out here, silence hummed like an electric current. Her phone buzzed on the bedside table, the first vibration of the day. She glanced at the screen, but there was no message. Only the notification bar, familiar as breath. She unlocked it and opened her usual tabs of weather, email, social media. She didn't post much anymore, not since she left home, but she still checked out of habit more than interest. Her name appeared twice in the search bar before she even typed it. She ignored that and moved on to the cruise's tag, #CaribbeanDream. That featured hundreds of photos already, posted by strangers, of cocktails lined like jewels, sunlit pools, glimpses of the ship's grand staircase, and faces pressed together side by side. The living proof that other people could still look happy without trying too hard. She scrolled idly, coffee steaming in her hand. Then she stopped. There was a new photo, time-stamped less than an hour ago, of a couple on deck 5, laughing into the wind. The caption read, "First breakfast at sea, #CaribbeanDream, #New Beginnings." Eve's thumb hovered over the image. The man's head was tilted toward the woman, his smile open and unguarded. The woman wore her hair loose, in a sundress pale against the sunlight. She was turned slightly away, her laugh caught mid-breath. Eve enlarged the photo, though she didn't need to. She already knew who it was. The coffee tasted suddenly bitter. She set the cup down carefully, not spilling a drop. By 7, she was dressed in her trademark linen trousers, white shirt, simple gold earrings. It was the kind of outfit that looked anonymous in any light. She made the bed, smoothed the pillowcases, and wiped a smudge from the mirror with the corner of a towel. The order of small things calmed her. She hated leaving evidence of herself behind, even in an unmade bed, a crooked curtain, or a trace of fingerprints on glass. When she finally stepped onto her balcony, the sun had climbed higher, bright enough to sting. The air smelled of salt and varnish, the sea gleaming like foil. Below, the promenade stretched out in a clean line of white decking and chrome rails. She saw them almost immediately. The couple from the photograph were sitting side by side at a table on the deck below. The woman in the same pale dress, her hair now tied back. The man, laughing, leaning in to speak to her. Their plates gleamed with fruit and pastries. Eve lifted her hand in a small, polite wave. She wasn't sure if they saw her, but the gesture mattered. It was a rehearsal of friendliness. From this height she could almost pretend that she was part of their morning, another passenger beginning an ordinary day. When they didn't look up, she lowered her hand and reached for her camera. It wasn't her phone camera she used, but an old one, solid and silent. She framed the shot carefully to encompass the curve of the railing, the sweep of morning light, and the two figures side by side. She zoomed in just enough to see the woman's face turn toward the man. Then she clicked once, twice. The image froze them there, making the moment small enough to fit in her pocket. She exhaled. The sea glittered as though nothing had changed. Later, Eve joined the flow of passengers moving through the ship's public spaces. The morning had thickened, and sunlight pooled across the decks in molten stripes. She passed the buffet first, like a kingdom of abundance, with its mounds of fruit, silver trays steaming, the air heavy with coffee and maple syrup. The noise was a collage of chatter and clinking cutlery. There were families in bright T-shirts, elderly couples reading menus, crew gliding between tables like dancers. Eve took a black coffee and a bowl of fruit and sat by the window, watching the ocean. Around her, people photographed everything from their plates to the sunlight, even themselves. She imagined what they saw when they looked through their screens. Was it a curated version of happiness, filtered and framed to act as a memory? Halfway through her coffee, she saw the couple again, the woman laughing at something the man said, one hand brushing his arm. Their closeness had the weight of a new relationship, carrying that almost visible charge between two people still learning each other's boundaries. Eve turned slightly, even though her reflection in the window overlapped theirs. For a second, she couldn't tell which side of the glass she was on. She left her fruit untouched and moved on. The pool deck was already crowded. Music played low from the speakers hidden among the potted palms. The smell of coconut oil and chlorine hung in the heat. Crew members adjusted umbrellas and shouted instructions in half a dozen accents. Children cannonballed into the water with delighted shrieks. The air shimmered with the sound of people living their best lives, that bright, careless hum that used to comfort her, before it began to sound like mockery. Luis Ortega was crouched near the railings, a wrench in one hand, a cigarette tucked behind his ear. His shirt clung to his back, damp with sweat. He was muttering to himself in Spanish, something about loose fittings and cheap steel. Eve paused, watching the way his reflection bent in the polished chrome. The sunlight fractured his image into pieces, giving him a face made of fragments. He glanced up once, caught her watching, and nodded politely. "Morning, ma'am." "Everything working okay?" she asked, her voice light. "Trying to," he said. "Ship's got more problems than they tell guests." "Don't they all?" He smiled faintly, then turned back to his work. The metal clinked, the sound swallowed by the wind. She walked on with the music and laughter fading behind her. On the promenade, the sea stretched on every side, vast and mercilessly bright. The horizon was a clean blue edge. Passengers strolled past her, some in hats and sunglasses, others in swimsuits already smelling of sunscreen. Everyone seemed at ease, as though the ship were a floating promise that nothing bad could touch them. Eve stopped at the railing and leaned against it, letting the wind lift her hair. Below, the wake frothed white and endless. For a moment, she closed her eyes. As she did, the sound changed. The rhythmic pulse of waves, deep and slow, became a sound she could feel through her bones. It reminded her of another rhythm, the thrum of a washing machine years ago, the buzz of a phone on a kitchen counter. It carried her back to a bright, immaculate kitchen with white marble gleaming under downlights, a phone vibrating on the counter, her hand reaching for it and hesitating. The preview on the screen showed part of a message. Can't stop thinking about last night. She recalled her hand trembling as she unlocked it, and the room tilting as the sound drained out. The memory cut off like a cord pulled from the wall. Eve's fingers tightened on the railing. The wind carried the scent of the ocean up to her, briny, raw, and cleansing. She exhaled, and the memory folded itself back into its box. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight was harsh enough to sting. She wandered toward the midship bar, where the air was cooler and the music softer. The decor was all brass and green velvet, the light softened by the tinted glass. It felt like evening, even in the morning. Dr. Celine Cross sat alone at the counter, a notebook open before her. Her hair was pinned up, one loose strand falling over her temple. She wrote quickly, her drink half gone. Eve slowed. The page beneath Celine's hand was dense with looping handwriting. No title at the top, no visible context. It was a long page of neat words forming and reforming under the pen. For a moment, Eve considered asking what she was writing, but curiosity was a risk. It opened doors you couldn't close again. Instead, she ordered a glass of water and sat 2 stools away, studying the rows of bottles glinting behind the bar. Her reflection shimmered faintly there, multiplied into a dozen ghostly copies. Celine looked up once, meeting her gaze in the mirror. "Beautiful morning," she said. "Yes," Eve replied. "Perfect." Celine smiled. "First cruise?" Eve returned the smile. "Not my first." "I am studying human behavior," Celine said casually. "People change at sea. Boundaries dissolve. It's fascinating." "I imagine it is." Celine returned to her notebook, the scratch of pen steady against the soft background music. Eve finished her water and set the glass down gently. Her reflection lingered in the curve of the glass for a moment, then vanished when she moved. As she stepped back into the sunlight, she found herself thinking, not for the first time, that everyone on board seemed to be carrying something. Whether it was stories folded neatly into smiles, or secrets stitched beneath resort clothes, they all had something. Does everyone here keep secrets? The question followed her like a shadow as she walked along the deck. By mid-afternoon, the ship was a city of sunlight and sound. Music pulsed faintly from hidden speakers, mingling with laughter, and the slosh of water against the pool, the faint chime of glass against glass. Above it all, gulls wheeled in slow arcs, their cries snatched away by the wind. Mallory Denton stood near the shallow end of the pool, phone propped on a tripod, sunglasses perched on her head like a crown. She wore a coral swimsuit, and the gleam of practiced self-regard. "Okay, my loves," she said into the camera, voice bright and glistening. "Day 2 on the Caribbean Dream, and the vibes are immaculate. The sun is out, the ocean is serving sapphire realness, and..." She turned, gesturing toward the loungers. "We've officially found the cutest new couple on board." Her voice lifted on that phrase, the false spontaneity of someone who had rehearsed surprise. The camera panned, catching Aurelia and Nathan reclining side by side beneath a striped umbrella. Nathan was laughing, a drink balanced on his stomach, his free hand shading his eyes. Aurelia wore a wide-brimmed hat and a smile hidden behind sunglasses. "Tell us your secret," Mallory teased. "How are you already this in love?" Nathan chuckled. "We haven't been here long enough to fight yet." Mallory laughed with him, but the sound was too sharp, the tone a fraction too high. "Adorable," she said, lowering the camera a little. "Stay exactly like that. No pressure, just pure happiness." She winked, then turned back to her lens, her voice syrup-sweet again. There you have it, friends. Proof that, as I am always telling you, love really is better at sea. Behind them, Eve Mercer sat in the shade of a blue parasol, a hat pulled low over her brow, an open book resting on her lap. To anyone watching, she looked like another solitary traveler, perhaps widowed, perhaps divorced, perhaps just shy, but undeniably one of the invisible people who haunt cruise ships like quiet ghosts. Mallory's camera swung past her without noticing. But Eve saw them all. She watched Mallory's curated joy, the gleam of false intimacy. She watched the couple on the lounger, noting the casual tangle of their hands, the shared rhythm of laughter that felt newly minted. From where she sat, they looked perfect, almost too perfect. She lowered her gaze and turned to a page that she didn't read. A breeze moved across the deck, carrying the smell of salt and coconut oil, faintly sweet and cloying. The ship gave a subtle, almost imperceptible lilt as it changed course, and for a moment the sunlight fractured into a scatter of gold across the water. A shadow passed over the deck, though no one else seemed to notice. Evening came gradually, the heat thinning to something gentler, the sky deepening from rose to bruised violet. The first stars appeared above the horizon as passengers began to drift indoors, drawn toward the formal dining rooms and their promises of excellence. The main restaurant was all gleam and ceremony, with crystal chandeliers suspended like ice, and soft music humming from a hidden quartet, waiters gliding between tables in pressed white jackets. The air smelled faintly of citrus and roasted meat, undercut by the hum of refrigeration. Aurelia felt overdressed and underprepared. Her black dress was simple compared to the sequins and tuxedos that glittered around them. Nathan, in a pale linen jacket, looked effortlessly comfortable. They were shown to a circular table near the center of the room, already occupied by the Steinmans and Mallory Denton. "Fancy seeing you again," Mallory trilled, lowering her phone into her clutch. "We're practically family now." Raymond Steinman beamed at them, his face flushed with early wine. "The young lovers return. Sit. Let me buy you a drink." His wife, Dora, managed a brittle smile that didn't involve her eyes. "It's all-inclusive, Ray." "It's called hospitality, darling." "It's not hospitality when it's someone else's tab." Nathan laughed lightly as he helped Aurelia to her seat. "We'll take sparkling water, actually." "Oh, health nuts," Raymond said, mock-affronted. "Don't worry, I'll drink enough for both of you." He poured himself another glass, the liquid sloshing high against the rim. Mallory leaned toward Aurelia, whispering conspiratorially, "He gets worse as the night goes on, but honestly, they're kind of iconic. Married 40 years. Can't stand each other." Dora heard her. "We can hear you, you know." Mallory blinked, then smiled with effortless charm. "You're welcome." Aurelia stifled a laugh. The first course arrived, plump scallops on porcelain, arranged with mathematical precision. Conversation rose and fell in practiced waves. Raymond's voice dominated, booming over the low murmur of other tables. He told stories that began with money and ended with triumph, punctuating each with a gust of laughter. "My dealership's expanding into Orlando," he announced. "You wouldn't believe what people will pay for convenience these days. Folks are lazy, that's the truth. Too lazy to walk, too lazy to think. Makes life easy for people like me." Dora rolled her eyes. "You've told this one." "Well, they haven't heard it." He gestured toward Aurelia and Nathan. "You two look like you've got ambition. What do you do, son?" "I'm in landscaping," Nathan said. "Design and maintenance." "Ah, manual labor," Raymond said, waving his fork dismissively. "Nothing wrong with that. I started out washing cars myself." "Ray," Dora said warningly, but he ignored her. "And what about you, sweetheart?" he asked Aurelia, his tone shifting slightly, too smooth, too curious. "You don't look like someone who needs to work." Aurelia smiled politely. "I used to. I'm between things right now." "Lucky you," Raymond said, leaning back. Pretty women always land on their feet. Dora's knife paused mid-cut. At least she's polite, she said coolly. Unlike you. Raymond turned toward her, eyes narrowing. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. You're embarrassing yourself. Nathan intervened gently. Hey, it's fine, really. We're just glad to be here. Aurelia reached for her glass. Yes, it's a beautiful trip. The tension dissolved as quickly as it had risen. The orchestra shifted key, the sound of strings filling the space where the argument might have grown. Mallory filmed a short clip of the desserts arriving, her smile bright and empty. And the feast continues, she murmured to the camera. Couples that cruise together. No one finished the sentence. At another table, 3 rows away, Eve sat alone. She had chosen the corner deliberately to leave her half in shadow, facing the room. Her plate was empty, her wine watered down. From here, she could see them clearly. She observed how Aurelia's hand was resting lightly on her glass, the way Nathan leaned close to whisper something, and how Mallory captured it all in her lens. Eve's gaze lingered on them in silence. Around her, conversation swelled, peppered with laughter, the faint scrape of silverware, and the music's steady pulse. The din felt almost comforting, like white noise masking something darker beneath. She lifted her glass, but didn't drink. The wine smelled faintly metallic. Across the room, Dr. Celine Cross sat with 2 men from the conference table, speaking softly. She looked calm and detached, her expression mildly interested. Eve wondered if Celine had already begun studying them all and cataloging gestures, tones, and words. Everyone here seemed to be watching someone. Eve's gaze returned to the main table of her focus just as Aurelia excused herself, pushing back her chair. She murmured something to Nathan, who nodded, and disappeared toward the restrooms at the far end of the room. Eve rose too, as if by accident. She followed at a distance, weaving between tables. The air in the corridor was cooler, scented with flowers and disinfectant. The sound of the dining room dimmed behind the heavy door. Aurelia's reflection flickered briefly in the mirror beside the restroom entrance. Her head was bent, her expression hidden by the fall of her hair. Eve slowed her pace. A waiter appeared from a side door carrying a tray, and Eve stepped back, allowing him to pass. When she looked up again, Aurelia had gone inside. Eve hesitated for another heartbeat, then turned away. She walked back toward the restaurant, her footsteps soft on the carpet, her pulse even. Outside, night had deepened into velvet. The ship glided through calm water, leaving a pale wake that glowed faintly under the moon. From the upper decks, the sea looked like an endless cloth of black silk, scored with silver light. The breeze carried laughter from the bars above, mingling with the low murmur of engines. Below her, a door closed with a soft, metallic click. Eve stood alone at the railing for a while, watching the reflection of the moon ripple across the surface. Her breath misted briefly in the cooling air. The ship moved steady and sure, but every few minutes she felt a tremor. Just a subtle, rhythmic vibration beneath her feet, like something restless below the surface. Far away on the other side of the ship, music swelled again, faint and hollow through the distance. The notes wavered, distorted by wind. Eve's eyes drifted back toward the windows of the dining room. Through the glass, she could still see silhouettes framed by chandeliers, heads tilted in laughter, movements graceful and slow. It looked peaceful from here, perfect even. But perfection was always a story someone told about what they wanted to believe. 3. Morning came bright and endless, the ship already cutting a pale line through water so blue it looked artificial. Somewhere beyond the horizon lay San Juan, the first port of call, though no one aboard could yet see it, only the clean edge of sea and sky, seamless as glass. Aurelia woke to sunlight bleeding through the blinds and the faint percussion of feet from the deck above. Nathan was already gone, leaving a note propped against the fruit bowl. Gone to the gym. Meet you for breakfast. X. She showered, wrapped her hair into a knot, and dressed in yoga clothes she hadn't worn in months. Even as she dressed, her body felt heavy, resistant, every joint uttering a small protest. The gym was brighter than she expected, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the open sea, sunlight striking the polished machines. The air smelled of eucalyptus and effort. Dr. Celine Cross was there already, unrolling a mat with calm precision of someone who did everything deliberately. "You made it," she said, smiling. "I wasn't sure you'd come." "I almost didn't," Aurelia admitted. "You'll enjoy it, I'm sure." The instructor was a lithe woman with a voice like tempered glass, and guided them through slow movements. The room hushed to the rhythm of breath and surf. Aurelia's body resisted at first, tendons tight from sitting and worrying. Celine, beside her, moved with fluid ease. "You're holding tension in your shoulders," she murmured. "I suppose I am. Is it work? Family?" Aurelia hesitated. "Neither. Maybe everything." Celine's glance was gentle but direct. "You're very good at sounding fine." Aurelia looked away, focusing on the horizon framed by glass. The sea rolled endlessly, indifferent to scrutiny. "It's probably everything," she said. "You know, once you start to relax, it all comes out." Celine smiled. "Fair enough." When the session ended, the group dispersed in quiet good humor. Celine lingered, toweling her hands. "If you ever want a less public chat, I'm around. Sometimes the sea brings things up people thought they'd drowned." Aurelia managed a laugh to cover the frown. "I'll keep that in mind." But her pulse had quickened. It always did when someone looked at her too closely. Outside, the promenade was dazzling. Crew prepared for the day's excursion ashore, shepherding folding signs promising an old San Juan walking tour, a rum distillery experience, beach transfers. Loudspeakers called groups by number, and laughter and sunscreen scented the air. Raymond Steinman appeared, shirt half-buttoned, sunglasses mirrored gold. "You're going to love Puerto Rico," he announced to no one in particular. "Real culture there, not like this floating theme park." Celine offered a polite nod. "It's beautiful, yes." Raymond smirked. "You know what separates travelers from tourists, Doc? Curiosity. Most come to tick boxes and take photos. I come to understand." Dora joined him, expression pinched. "You understand best from a bar stool." "Experience, Dora. That's what education looks like." Celine's smile didn't shift, but her eyes cooled a degree. "Education also listens." Raymond barked a laugh that ended loudly. Passengers glanced, then looked away. The Steinmans had that talent of turning a space colder without breaking any rule of etiquette. Aurelia excused herself with soft courtesy. "We should get ready for the tender boats." As she moved away, she caught Celine's murmured aside. "He mistakes noise for insight." It made Aurelia smile despite herself. Eve Mercer stood on the upper promenade, camera strap coiled around her wrist. She had been awake since dawn, watching the harbor approach, seeing the faint smudge of land widening by the hour, the shift of gulls as they followed the ship's wake. Now, as passengers queued for the gangways, she photographed them without hurry, capturing the gleam of sunglasses, a child's plastic toy, the slow choreography of departure. Her lens paused on Aurelia and Nathan descending the stairs, hands held loosely. She took one frame, then another. The shutter made no sound, but she still felt the tiny recoil of guilt travel through her fingers. She lowered the camera and turned toward the rail. The sea was a sheet of hammered light. Behind her, Mallory's voice rose above the crowd. "Hey, handsome!" Nathan looked up from the stack of excursion pamphlets just in time to see Mallory Denton waving from behind her phone. Her swimsuit glimmered silver under her cover-up. Her smile rehearsed to perfection. "Quick question for my followers," she called, already filming. "How does it feel to be the ship's cutest couple?" Nathan blinked. "You're filming now?" "Always." She angled the camera. "We're doing a couples at sea feature, sharing tips for surviving 7 days in paradise without killing each other. You and your girlfriend would be perfect to interview." He shook his head, amused but firm. "Thanks, but no interviews." Mallory pouted, playful. "Come on, it's harmless. Just a soundbite. Tell me your secret." "No secret," he said, backing away. "We just like being off camera." Her smile faltered for half a second, then reset itself. "Sure," she said brightly. "Privacy is sexy now. Got it." As he left, she kept the phone raised, pretending to film the view while zooming slowly after him. Later, she would post a crop still of a man walking away into sunlight with the caption, "Some people bring their storms to sea. #bored girlfriends. #cruise life." It would get hundreds of likes before dinner. By noon, the first tender boats were leaving for shore. Passengers clustered at the rails, waving at nothing in particular. The port of San Juan glittered ahead, full of pastel buildings, the outline of the fortress rising against the hill, and the air already heavy with heat. Eve watched from the upper deck, camera in hand, capturing the moment the ship's shadow touched the harbor water. She zoomed in on faces she didn't know, movements she might later forget. The camera was a boundary, and boundaries kept her safe. Down below, the crowd thinned. Aurelia and Nathan joined the queue for the next boat, hands entwined. Eve adjusted her focus. Through the lens, they seemed both close and distant, framed perfectly against the blue. When the shutter clicked, the image froze, capturing sunlight, laughter, and a man looking toward a woman who wasn't looking back. Eve lowered the camera, the ghost of the photo still flickering behind her eyes. Aurelia sat beside Nathan in the waiting lounge, the air conditioning strong against her damp skin. Outside, the harbor baked under white heat. "You okay?" he asked, studying her face. "Fine, just tired." "You don't have to do the walking tour if you don't want to." "I want to," she said quickly. "I need to get off the ship for a bit." He nodded, accepting that. He was good at giving her space, though she wondered sometimes if that came from kindness or distraction. As the doors opened and passengers began filing down the ramp, she watched Celine step gracefully into the sunlight, notebook tucked under one arm. Dora Steinman followed, already complaining about the heat. Raymond trailed after her, lecturing about colonial architecture to no one who cared. Aurelia laughed softly. "They'll love him in Puerto Rico." Nathan smiled. "Every port has its fool." That afternoon passed in fragments as they walked down sun-drenched streets, with the smell of coffee and rum drifting from doorways, admiring the flashes of color on the old stucco walls. Yet through it all, a faint disquiet clung to Aurelia, like humidity that wouldn't lift. She walked beside Nathan, smiling when expected, tasting the sweetness of a fruit sample from a market stall, pretending not to notice when Mallory appeared ahead of them, filming herself again. "Look who's here," Mallory called, pivoting her camera. "Our favorite couple taking on San Juan." Aurelia laughed politely, but Nathan's arm stiffened under her touch. "Maybe give it a rest," he said lightly. Mallory's lips parted, then tightened into a smile. "Oh, don't be grumpy. The internet loves romance." "Then let it find some elsewhere." Her eyes lingered on him an instant too long. "Suit yourself." She turned away, the camera still rolling. Later that evening, Aurelia would see the barbed post that said, "Some couples forget how lucky they are." It would just sit there, glittering among palm tree emojis, without names, but obvious enough. As the tour wound through the old streets, Celine caught up with Aurelia, offering her a bottle of water. "You look like you're thinking very hard for a woman on holiday." Aurelia smiled faintly. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to those who make a living noticing such things." They walked in silence for a while, the sound of sandals on cobblestone filling the gap. Then Celine said, "You ever been to the Caribbean before?" "No." "First time anywhere this far from home?" "I guess so. Sometimes distance shines a little more light on what we're carrying." Celine said softly. The weight feels heavier out here because there's nowhere to set it down. Aurelia looked at her, uncertain. Do you always sound like a therapist, even off duty? Celine laughed. Occupational hazard. They parted at the corner where the group paused to photograph a mural. The paint blazed in the sunlight, shining crimson, turquoise, and gold. Aurelia stared at it longer than she meant to. Something in the color brought back a fragment she thought she'd buried of a hotel room years ago. A man's watch glinting on the bedside table, her reflection in the mirror when she was younger, more reckless, more certain she could outrun consequence. She'd met him at a wedding, a friend's older brother. It had lasted 3 months, all whispered meetings and half-truths. He had been married. She had told herself it didn't matter. When it ended, she carried the shame like a hidden scar. Nathan didn't know. She didn't plan to tell him. The memory slid away as the guide called them forward. Back on board before sunset, the ship buzzed with the renewed life of music swelling, drinks clinking, and the smell of grilled food drifting through open doors. Aurelia stood on the balcony as the harbor lights receded, the fortress on the hill shrinking into shadow. Nathan came to stand behind her, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. Beautiful day, huh? Yeah. Nathan kissed her hair. Tomorrow's another adventure. She smiled, but it felt slightly hollow. She should be enjoying this more than she was. Below them, the water shimmered with reflected stars. Somewhere among the crowd on the deck below, Eve Mercer adjusted her camera and took another photograph. Most of the passengers were already regaling each other with the day's encounters, flushed from rum tastings and souvenir markets. They filled the lounges with talk and laughter. On the main deck, the Steinmans had taken up residence near the bar, drinks sweating in their hands. Dora sat neatly upright. A pale silk scarf knotted at her throat. Raymond sprawled opposite, legs apart, his voice carrying far beyond the circle of polite attention. "Look at that!" he boomed, gesturing toward the skyline shrinking behind them. "Real estate's booming here. You'd be amazed what you can buy for a song if you know the right people. I could own half this harbor if I wanted." "You could own it," Doris said, "but you'd have to live in it, and I don't see you giving up your golf club." He ignored her. "People think wealth is luck. It's not. It's instinct. You either have it or you don't." "Some call that greed," Dora murmured. "Some call it survival." He shot back, his grin too wide, his cheeks flushed. Across from them sat a woman they hadn't met that morning. She was slim, olive-skinned, mid-30s, her dark curls tucked into a scarf against the wind. She smiled easily, but her gaze was steady, taking everything in. "I'm Rosie Delgado," she said when Dora asked. "Criminal analyst technically, but not on duty, don't worry." Dora raised her brows. "Criminal analyst? You mean like FBI?" "Not quite. I look at behavioral patterns in criminals, motive, context, that kind of thing. Mostly financial crime. It's duller than it sounds." Raymond's interest sharpened. "Ah, numbers, my kind of language." "Not quite," Rosie said, still smiling. "You don't look like a spy," Dora teased. "Or maybe that's exactly what a spy would look like." Rosie laughed. "If I were, I'd deny it." Beneath the humor, Rosie noticed the tension that clung to them, hidden behind the practiced marital bickering, the way Dora's fingers whitened around her glass each time her husband spoke. She sensed it, too, in the air around the deck, like a faint charge, or the shift that happens when too many people have shared too small a space for too long. Over by the railing, Luis Ortega knelt with a wrench and a look of disgust. He was muttering to himself in Spanish, voice low, but not low enough. "Loose again. Always the same spots. They don't fix. They patch. No one listens. Maintenance blind spots. I tell them, and they smile. Idiotas." Rosie turned slightly, pretending to check her phone while she watched him. "Everything all right?" she called. Luis wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "Depends who you ask. These fittings rust faster than they should. Company says it's nothing. They always say it's nothing." He sounded tired more than angry, but there was an edge there of frustration baked by repetition. Rosie logged it away, the habit automatic. "Maintenance blind spots," he'd said. Inside the lounge, the air was warmer, scented with citrus and alcohol. A bartender in a white jacket stood behind a polished counter, arranging bottles in rows of color. The sign read, "Cocktail crafting demonstration, rum classics at sea." Aurelia and Nathan had found seats near the front. The glass ceiling overhead glowed dimly with moonlight. Nathan leaned close. "This might be the highlight of my day." "You said that about the iguana statue," she said, smiling. "I was wrong. This is better." The bartender, a cheerful man with a lilting accent, began his performance of shaking, pouring, and flicking metal shakers that flashed in the low light. "Rum," he said grandly, "is sunshine you can't drink." Laughter rippled through the small crowd. Aurelia relaxed into the sound, the easy rhythm of voices, the clatter of ice. But even as she smiled, something in her chest felt slightly off, like a faint flutter, like a trapped bird. She pressed her fingers to her wrist and found her pulse fast and unsteady. "Hey," Nathan said softly, "you good?" "Just tired, I think." He brushed a hand along her arm. "You've been running on fumes since we left port. Might have a touch of seasickness." "Maybe." Outside, lightning flickered over the horizon, lighting the room for a heartbeat with a clean, white flash. A few people exclaimed in surprise before returning attention to the bartender and his display. Eve sat alone at the far end of the lounge, a glass of wine beside her. She'd chosen a corner where the mirrored wall let her see the room without appearing to look. Her camera rested in her lap, switched off, though her gaze was as precise as a lens. She watched the couples and the laughter, the easy gestures of people who believed themselves safe. When the bartender raised a toast to "the sweetness of the sea," her eyes drifted toward the group at the front. Nathan was laughing, his glass lifted in salute. Aurelia leaned close to him, her smile faint, distracted. Eve's gaze lingered, unblinking. Then Nathan looked up and their eyes met across the room. The moment held, brief but clean, like a pulse of connection that neither seemed to expect. He smiled, a polite automatic thing, and she returned it with the smallest tilt of her mouth. Aurelia turned toward him then, asking something Eve couldn't hear, and the moment broke. The storm outside thickened, sending shadows moving across the glass like oil. On the deck below, Rosie had joined Luis Ortega at the railing, more out of curiosity than company. The sea had taken on the color of lead, and the air pressed damp against the skin. "You ever get nervous out here?" she asked. Luis shrugged. "Every day. But you work, you forget. The ship's like a city. People don't see the walls until something cracks." "Good philosophy," Rosie said lightly. He smiled thinly. "It's not philosophy when you have to patch the crack yourself." A streak of lightning flashed to the east, far enough away that the thunder came several seconds later. Rosie watched the pale reflection ripple through the water. "Storm coming." Luis nodded. "Always does around here." Back in the lounge, the bartender poured another drink, rum over crushed ice. The music from the band in the adjoining bar drifted through the air, a kind of slow, sweet jazz. People swayed without thinking, shoulders brushing, toes tapping. Nathan leaned back in his chair, laughing with the man beside him. Aurelia smiled, but her focus blurred and the edges of the room softened. She blinked, pressing a hand to her temple. "Hey," Nathan said again. "You okay?" She forced a nod. "Just feeling a bit dizzy." "Too much sun," he said, though his voice carried more concern now. "Come on, let's get some air." They slipped out into the corridor. The hum of engines louder here, the light flickering slightly with the storm. Aurelia steadied herself against the wall. The dizziness passed as suddenly as it had come, leaving a hollow ache behind her eyes. "I'm fine," she insisted. Nathan frowned. Maybe go lie down for a bit. She wanted to argue, but the fatigue settled deep. Maybe. He kissed her cheek, quick and distracted. I'll bring you something later. She watched him disappear back into the crowd, his laughter already blending with the music. Eve finished her wine and rose. The room had grown crowded, and the smell of alcohol and perfume thickened the air. She drifted toward the glass doors, pausing once to glance back. Through the window she could see the reflection of the band striking up their next song, the first trumpet notes slicing clean through the chatter. Lightning flared again, brightening enough to light the sea like day. For a heartbeat, everything inside the lounge froze as faces turned, glasses caught mid-air, the strike leaving a shimmer of unease that felt almost collective. Then the thunder came, rolling and slow, and conversation resumed as if nothing had happened. Eve stepped out onto the deck. The wind was sharp, whipping her hair across her face. The rain hadn't started yet, but the air was charged, alive with it. She watched the horizon where the sky met the sea in a jagged, shifting line of light. Behind her, laughter broke again, and the sound of music carried out into the open air. She turned her face toward the coming storm. Eyes narrowed. The horizon flashed, white and clean, and for a moment she could see the entire surface of the ocean. It was restless and endless, and somehow waiting. Below, on the service deck, Luis Ortega secured the last loose latch with a wrench, still muttering under his breath. Each metallic clang echoed strangely, swallowed by the hull. When the next rumble of thunder passed through the ship, the sound seemed to answer him. He straightened, uneasy, as the storm broke properly. Rain lashed the deck, streaking it with silver. 4. The morning light broke through a sky rinsed clean after the storm. The air still tasted faintly of rain, but the sea was flat. The ship moved smoother now, cutting across calm water toward the Virgin Islands. The promise of sun and beaches carried on the breeze that seeped through the corridors. Aurelia stood in the spa changing room, tying the belt of her robe. The space was warm and quiet, the air perfumed with eucalyptus and something floral she couldn't name. Music played softly, a slow piano tune that seemed to echo from far away. She caught sight of herself in the mirror. Her damp hair was twisted into a knot, and her bare face showed the faint shadow of sleeplessness beneath her eyes. She hardly recognized the reflection. The door opened behind her, and she turned. "Oh," a voice said, soft but certain. "I think we met on deck yesterday." Eve Mercer stepped inside, already wrapped in her robe, her hair slicked back neatly, expression calm. Aurelia smiled, straining to recollect, and not wanting to seem rude that she couldn't. "Yeah, that's right, I remember." Eve nodded. "You looked like you needed caffeine. I almost offered to share mine." Aurelia laughed. "You wouldn't have wanted to. I'm not much company before 10. The exchange felt light, more natural than most conversations she'd had in months. "Did you go for the massage?" Eve asked, gesturing toward the door. "Trying to unknot my shoulders before we land. They say relaxation's good for the soul." "Mine might need a full reconstruction," Aurelia said, half joking, half true. Eve smiled faintly. "I know what you mean. Well, we'll both have to see what they can do." They signed their names at reception, side by side. The receptionist handed them chilled towels and asked them to wait in the relaxation area until their therapists were ready. Inside, the room glowed with low amber light. Recliners faced a wide glass wall that looked out to sea, steam condensing faintly on the glass. The horizon was an unbroken band of blue. Aurelia settled beside Eve, exhaling. "It feels different today," she said quietly. "The air, the calm." "After a storm," Eve replied, "everything feels cleaner, but sometimes that's just the eye of it." The words hung between them, not heavy, but not quite casual. The sound of trickling water filled the silence that followed. Eve tilted her head back, eyes half closed. "Do you travel much?" "Not really," Aurelia said. "This was spontaneous." "That's brave." "I don't know if that's the word. I needed a break." A restart. From what? Aurelia hesitated. Life, I suppose. Choices that didn't turn out how I wanted. Eve's gaze softened. We all do things we regret. The phrase landed like a soft blow. Aurelia's throat tightened unexpectedly. I made a mistake once, she said, before she could stop herself. I hurt someone I shouldn't have. Eve looked at her then. Really looked. The quiet hum of the spa faded behind the pulse in Aurelia's ears. We all do things we regret, Eve repeated, her voice almost tender now. But sometimes regret isn't enough to change the ending. Aurelia swallowed hard. You sound like you've had practice. Of regret? Oh, I have. Neither spoke for a moment. The water in the fountain gurgled softly. The scent of lemongrass filled the air. On the far side of the room, Dr. Celine Cross stepped through, her robe immaculate, a clipboard tucked discreetly under one arm. She smiled in passing, but her gaze lingered briefly, professional and assessing. She'd caught the tail end of Aurelia's confession. Celine's expression didn't change, but her pace slowed as she reached the corridor. Later, in her cabin, she would open her notebook and write a note on her thoughts. Inside the spa, an attendant called them through. Right this way. They followed through a misted glass door into a smaller chamber where 2 massage tables stood side by side. Soft light flickered across the ceiling like reflections from water. The therapists spoke little, and when they did, they kept their voices low and rhythmic. As warm oil touched her skin, Aurelia's thoughts drifted, first to the sound of the ship, then to the slow pattern of waves against the hull. She wondered what it would be like to stay at sea forever, to never dock, never to return to the places that held too much memory. When she opened her eyes again, Eve was staring at the ceiling, expression flat. The calm looked practiced, like still water hiding a current. How long are you traveling? Aurelia asked. A week. Alone? Yes. Aurelia hesitated. Do you like it that way? I used to think so, Eve said softly, but silence gets heavy after a while. It fills the room. I know what you mean. The conversation thinned to quiet again, but the sense of connection lingered like something strange, delicate, as if they both recognized something unspoken in each other. Afterward, they dressed slowly, the spell of heat and quiet making movement feel dreamlike. The changing room smelled of clean cotton and salt. Eve slipped on her sandals and tied her hair back. Aurelia sat before the mirror, dabbing color into her cheeks, more out of habit than vanity. Their reflections met briefly. 2 women side by side, each pretending the mirror showed exactly what they wanted it to. You should join us later, Aurelia said suddenly. Nathan and I were thinking of visiting the beach at Santo Domingo, maybe snorkeling if the water's clear. Eve smiled. I wouldn't want to intrude. You wouldn't. It'll be nice to have another woman around. Nathan gets competitive even with the sea. All right, Eve said. Thank you. Aurelia stood, fastening the tie in her dress. Meet us on the gangway after lunch? I'll be there. Celine passed through the spa lobby again, just as they were leaving. She greeted them with a warm nod. Good to see you relaxing, she said lightly. Aurelia smiled, though it felt brittle. Trying to. When they were gone, Celine lingered by the reception desk, eyes thoughtful. She had a habit of cataloging interactions like threads that might later form a pattern. The ship was full of stories. Most never overlapped, but just sometimes they did. She jotted another line in her notebook before heading toward the cafe. Outside, the day was dazzling again. The clouds had thinned, leaving the air sharp with light. Passengers gathered along the deck, chattering about excursions, their laughter ringing like glass. Eve leaned against the railing, camera raised, capturing the curve of the horizon. From here, the water was a color too vivid to name. Behind her, a voice carried across the deck. It was Luis Ortega, arguing with Security Chief Danner. I'm telling you, the pressure reading's off again, Louise said, gesturing with a wrench. "Deck maintenance needs a first sweep." Danner's expression didn't shift. "We've already logged it." "Logging isn't fixing." "Then you fix it. That's your job," Danner said, turning away. Louise swore softly in Spanish, shaking his head. "They only care when something breaks." Eve caught the reflection of his frustration in the polished glass of a window. She lifted her camera almost unconsciously, framing the shot. Through the lens, the ship looked perfectly smooth, gleaming, and eternal. But Eve knew perfection was a kind of disguise. By late morning, the cafe had emptied. Aurelia lingered in the lounge with a cup of herbal tea, watching the sunlight pulse across the walls. She felt lighter, almost steady. She thought of Eve's words, "We all do things we regret." They echoed strangely, tugging loose something old and half-buried. The memory came like a smell at first, of rain on pavement, the faint trace of someone's cologne, which took her to a hotel corridor humming with silence. Then the flash of a man's face, smiling as he buttoned his shirt. She shut her eyes, as though that could stop it. Nathan didn't know. He would never know. The teacup rattled faintly against its saucer as the ship shifted course. Aurelia steadied it with both hands. Outside, the sea glittered, too bright to look at. Eve returned to her cabin and lay on her bed, staring at the wood-paneled ceiling. We all do things we regret. She could still hear her husband saying it, years ago, in their kitchen, his voice soft with false reason. You're overreacting, Eve. We all do things we regret. It had been the first time she realized that regret could be a weapon, or at least something used to excuse rather than confess. An announcement came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be docking shortly in Santo Domingo. Eve slipped her camera into her bag and headed out. Aurelia was already waiting near the gangway with Nathan, laughing at something he'd said. She waved when she saw Eve, and for a moment, the simple warmth of the gesture cut through everything else. As the ship glided into port, the breeze carried the scent of salt and hibiscus, and gulls circled low, their cries sharp against the hum of the engines. Eve lifted her face to the wind, thinking that the sky looked perfect. The day in Santo Domingo had passed like a photograph. It was bright and easy, and entirely without weight. Passengers returned to the ship sun-kissed and talkative, their laughter carrying up the gangway with the smell of coconut oil and grilled fish. By evening, the Caribbean dream was back in motion, its engines thrumming softly as it cut through the darkening water. From the top deck, the island had already become a blur of lights fading behind the horizon. Aurelia leaned against the rail, hair lifted by the wind. The sky was streaked with pink and violet, the last edge of sunlight caught in the ship's wake. She should have felt at peace. Instead, an ache sat low in her stomach, the same kind of emptiness that sometimes woke her in the middle of the night. Nathan joined her, drink in hand. "You've been quiet since we got back," he said gently. "Everything okay?" "I'm fine," she said, the familiar lie sounding thinner in the open air. "You sure? You barely touched dinner." She smiled faintly. "Maybe I'm just tired." "You've been tired since day one." He meant it as concern, but the words landed with a faint sting. "I just need a minute," she said. Nathan nodded, watching her for a moment longer before glancing toward the pool bar. "Want a drink? Might help." "Maybe later." He hesitated, then went to fetch one anyway. Aurelia stayed by the rail. Below, the pool deck shimmered under fairy lights. People lounged in deck chairs, half drunk, half glowing from sun and salt. A band had begun playing something slow and sentimental. The air was warm and thick. She closed her eyes and tried to let the sound drown her thoughts. "Smile for me!" Mallory's voice broke through the music. Aurelia opened her eyes. The vlogger stood a few feet away, phone raised, its lens glittering in the fading light. Nathan had just returned, and Mallory's attention had fixed on them both. "Golden hour, you two," Mallory said brightly. "Perfect light, perfect couple. Let's capture this moment before it's gone." Aurelia blinked. "What?" Come on, Mallory coaxed, already angling her phone. Just stand together, hold your drinks, look adorable. My followers love this stuff. Nathan chuckled awkwardly. I don't think we're... Relax, Mallory said, her voice a little too sweet. It's all about positivity. People love to see happiness. Aurelia's pulse quickened. I'd rather you didn't film us. Mallory's smile faltered. It's harmless. It's invasive, Aurelia snapped, the sharpness in her voice surprising even herself. Turn it off. Heads turned and conversations faltered. The band's tune wobbled slightly before recovering. Mallory lowered her phone, her expression tightening. Wow, she said. Touchy. You didn't ask our permission, Aurelia said, the heat in her chest rising. I was being nice, Mallory said, her words crisp, trying to include you. God forbid someone captures you looking human for once. Enough, Nathan said quickly, stepping between them. Let's just... But Mallory wasn't finished. You're spoiled. You know that? You act like you've got problems, but look around you. She swept her arm toward the ship, the glittering sea. Some of us actually worked to be here. Aurelia stared, speechless. Do you even know how lucky you are? Mallory said, her voice rising now. Half the world would kill to have your life, and you're moping through it like you've lost something that matters. Mallory, Nathan warned again. Forget it, Aurelia said, her voice low but steady. Just stay away from me. Mallory's eyes flashed, a spark of embarrassment flaring to anger. Fine. Enjoy your perfect misery. She turned sharply, colliding with the deck chair as she stormed off. The glass in her hand sloshed, spilling rum down her wrist. At that moment, Chief Security Danner appeared from the crowd, drawn by the raised voices. He was broad and unsmiling, his white uniform immaculate despite the humidity. Everything all right here? Mallory froze, straightening. No problem. Just a misunderstanding. Sounded like more than that. Maybe to you. Danner's tone didn't change. I'll remind you, ma'am, that recording other guests without consent is against policy. We've already had complaints. Mallory's jaw tightened. Complaints? Danner's gaze flicked toward Aurelia and Nathan, then back to her. We expect courtesy aboard the Caribbean Dream. Please take the rest of the evening to cool off. For a moment, it looked as if she might argue, but something in his expression made her think better of it. She laughed once, brittle and empty, and stalked away toward the interior stairs. Her heels clicked hard against the deck until the music swallowed the sound. Eve Mercer watched from the bar. She'd been there the entire time, half hidden behind a row of cocktail shakers. To the casual eye, she was simply another passenger enjoying the sunset, but her gaze followed Mallory's retreat until the woman vanished through the glass doors. Next to her, Rosie Delgado sipped a martini, her attention flicking between the same set of faces. That one, she murmured, nodding toward Mallory's empty stool. Looks like she could make enemies in a church. Eve smiled faintly. Everyone has their tipping point. True, Rosie said, but she strikes me as someone who trips over hers daily. They shared a quiet laugh. Rosie's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You're observant. Old habit. From what field? Eve hesitated just long enough to be noticed. Photography. Rosie nodded. I read somewhere that photographers see what the rest of us miss. Sometimes we see too much. Rosie tilted her head. That sounds like experience talking? Eve smiled without answering. Across the bar, Nathan was apologizing to the bartender for the commotion. Aurelia sat beside him, pale in the low light, staring into the condensation on her glass. The warmth of the earlier day had drained from her face. She looks rattled, Rosie said quietly. Eve followed her gaze. Some people wear their lives closer to the surface. And you? I don't, Eve said. As the evening deepened, the air shifted again. The band changed tempo to play something low and bluesy that rolled against the ship's movement. People drifted from the pool area to the bar, laughter swelling to fill the gaps left by tension. Rosie ordered another drink and leaned back, scanning the deck with a professional eye. She noticed the patterns of who gravitated toward whom who avoided certain glances. When she spotted Luis Ortega pacing near the staff stairwell, she paid attention. He was arguing with Danner again, voice low but sharp. "You think I'm making it up?" Luis said, gripping the railing. "I've sent 3 reports. 3. None of them have been logged." Danner's voice carried enough authority to silence most men, but Luis didn't flinch. "Safety issues," Danner said flatly. "You engineers see ghosts in every bolt." "This isn't ghosts," Luis snapped. "It's structure. We've got weak pressure seals on deck 3, and you know it. You keep ignoring them, and one day..." "That's enough." For a heartbeat, Rosie thought Danner might strike him. Instead, the security chief leaned close, his words lost under the wind. Luis stepped back, face tight with anger. When Danner turned away, Luis spat into the sea and muttered in Spanish. Rosie watched until both men disappeared below deck. She made a mental note she couldn't quite explain, just an instinct that this conversation mattered. At the bar, Eve stirred the last of her drink, watching condensation trail down the glass. The noise of conversation blurred into a low hum. Across the deck, Aurelia and Nathan had moved to the edge of the pool, their silhouettes haloed by the soft light strung overhead. They looked peaceful again, at least from a distance, like 2 figures pretending the world around them hadn't begun to tilt. But Eve could sense the tension running through them like an invisible current, even from here. She recognized it because she'd lived inside it once. That quiet, suffocating space between what you said and what you meant. Her phone buzzed faintly in her pocket. She ignored it, staring instead at the black outline of the sea beyond the glass barriers. When she finally checked, the message was nothing but spam. But it made her linger in her message app, where she opened another message. An old one, saved and read but never deleted. "I can't lose you." The words seemed to pulse with their own life. Eve stared until the letters blurred. The band began a new song. This time it was something slow, almost mournful. She slipped the phone back into her bag, straightened, and ordered another drink. 5. The ballroom had been transformed into an idea of midnight for the evening, all deep blue and mirrored light, as if the sea had been poured indoors and taught to shine. Chandeliers hung like nets of glass. A jazz quartet carved soft gold from the air with muted trumpets, brush snares, and a piano line threading everything together as if stitching a seam. Waiters drifted between clusters of guests with trays of champagne that bubbled gently, tiny storms caught in each flute. Masks made everyone beautiful and slightly mysterious. Feathers, filigree, velvet half-moons, black satin that swallowed the upper face, or blank white porcelain that refused expression. People smiled wider behind the safety of concealment, laughed a fraction too loudly, leaned too close, made confessions meant to be forgotten at dawn. Aurelia stood at the threshold and felt the room lurch, though the ship was steady. The mask Nathan had tied at the back of her head pressed softly at her temples and smelled faintly of new fabric, like something that hadn't been lived in long enough to learn how to lie like she needed it to. She curled her fingers around the stem of her glass. The bubbles climbed as if trying to escape. "Hey," Nathan said, low and cheerful at her shoulder. His own mask, a simple black, one with a gentleman thief's suggestion, made his smile look younger. "You look incredible." "So do you," she said, and meant it. He wore the linen suit that made him glow like a postcard in certain lights, and a blue pocket square he'd insisted wasn't too much. With the mask, he looked like someone she didn't know yet. The idea appealed and unnerved her at once. "Dance with me before they herd us into dinner," he said. "We'll pretend we planned all this glamour." He didn't wait for her to answer, just slipped his hand into hers and led her into the swell of couples. The parquet floor was firm through the soles of her shoes. Bodies took the shape of music. Aurelia let herself be turned. Nathan was a good dancer, in the sincere way of men who learn by watching and then commit with their whole weight. He kept his left hand light at her back, careful, the way he always was with anything that might bruise. For a minute, she let the room blur around her. The world shrank to the push and pull of steps, the soft scrape of shoes, the trumpet's winter sun notes. When her eyes opened fully again, she saw masks everywhere, mouths moving under mystery. She felt suddenly as if she'd wandered into a scene she wasn't dressed for, or a ritual with rules she hadn't been taught. Laughter rang like a glass struck with a fingernail. "Breathe," Nathan murmured. "It's just a dance." "Is it?" Her voice came out too soft for him to hear over the horn. He spun her, and the chandeliers shattered in her vision into a sleeve of light, reforming when she faced him again. At the edge of the floor, Dora Steinman's mask was the color of pewter. It made her look like a Roman coin, profiled and implacable. She watched her husband tilt champagne into himself with the zeal of a man trying to drown a personality he doesn't like. Raymond's mask sat askew, one wing slumping toward his cheek. He'd chosen something with a gold beak. It made every word he said look like a peck. "Ray," Dora said, not raising her voice, "you are not thirsty. You're showing off." "It's a gala," he replied, spreading his arms, sloshing a little onto the parquet. "Showing off is the point." "The point is restraint," she said. "The point is not embarrassing me." "Impossible. You were born embarrassed." He laughed, and two men near him laughed with him in the manner of those who had learned that mirth is its own currency. Dora did not change expression. Her hand, resting on her clutch, made a small, whitening fist. Across the room, Mallory Denton moved like a chess piece. Her mask glittered silver, its sequins stitched into a cat's sly tilt. The phone in her hand had dressed for the evening, too, in a rhinestone case catching every stray light and sending it back brighter. She was talking to the camera as if it were an old friend. "Gala night on the Caribbean Dream," she cooed, angling the lens to catch the band, the chandeliers, her mouth. "The theme is masquerade, because nothing says vacation like secrets you can hide." Her gaze found Nathan and Aurelia on the floor. The smile she gave the lens sharpened by a degree. "See?" she said. Then, louder as she moved toward them, "You two again. I swear you're following me." Nathan laughed. Aurelia's throat tightened. She thought of sunset, of the pool bar, of the way Mallory's face had curdled when told no. Not a long memory, but long enough to carry a wire of tension into the night. Mallory sidled close to Nathan as the band shifted key. "Dance with me for a second," she said, easy as if they'd done this before. "For the feed, masked mystery man and all that." "We're in the middle of one," Nathan said, half amused, half uneasy, and pulled Aurelia a little closer by way of proof. Mallory's mouth did a little disappointing thing, and then recovered instantly, flipping toward charm. "Another time, then," she purred, patting his sleeve as if she owned some part of it already. "Save me a song." She turned away before she could see the way Aurelia's mouth set. Dora, watching from across the aisle, made a noise under her breath that might have been a laugh and might have been a cough. "Cheap," Dora said to no one at all. "Always has been," Raymond said cheerfully, as if he'd known Mallory all his life. "But that's the market, darling. Packaging." "Your drinking is the market," Dora replied. "The packaging is your liver." He grinned at her through his crooked beak. "Jealousy never suited you." On the far side of the room, at a table in half shadow, Dr. Celine Cross had placed a small notebook beside her champagne. She did not hide the fact of it. If anyone asked, she would say she was working on a lecture on the psychology of leisure. Her handwriting rode the line like a careful skater. "Jealousy," she wrote, watching Mallory track Nathan with the hunger gaze of someone who needs an audience the way other people need sugar. "Avoidance," she added when she saw Aurelia flinch, then smile, then find the edge of the floor. "Denial," when she watched Raymond tell the maitre d' that he was perfectly fine, and the maitre d' decided to let tomorrow be the problem's problem. Celine did not write names. She sketched constellations and let the stars choose their shapes. "Again?" Nathan asked, voice playful. But when he drew Aurelia into the slow turn, the room did its odd swerve inside her head, Something in her body said no. "I need some air," she said. The words came out with the small, urgent precision of something dropped and breaking. "Seasick?" he asked, immediate concern flooding the mask's cutouts for eyes. "Just too many faces," she said, which was true enough to pass. He lifted her hand and pressed it quickly to his lips. "Want me to come?" "Get us a drink," she said, and tried to smile like a person unspooling a small, solvable problem. "I'll be on the terrace." He nodded, unsure, then released her with care, the way a person lets go of a bird they aren't sure will fly. Aurelia crossed the edge of the floor, every step like a coin dropped into a well. The music followed her, thinned by distance. Eve stood at the edge of the bar with her hands around a glass. The mask she wore was a quiet thing, cream and plain, the sort you could forget you had on until you touched your face and felt the difference. Behind it, her eyes tracked the parts of the room that moved against the music. She had clocked Mallory's angle toward Nathan, Celine's pen, the security chief's slow sweep along the perimeter like a lighthouse choosing where to cast its beam. Danner's mask was nothing but a simple black strip that made him look more severe, but less human. He kept his hands folded in front of him, as if he might clap once and have everyone in the room stop. He watched Mallory for a count of 8, then let her go. A pair of waiters appeared with a replenished fleet of champagne glasses on trays. A woman bumped one tray with a careless shoulder, and every flute chimed together, tenderly, before settling into silence. The band took a curve in the tune, and the trumpet went bright as conversations rose to meet it. A man in a horned mask stumbled and laughed. On the terrace, the air was cooler. The air lay like black glass under a faint half-moon. Aurelia leaned in on the rail and tried to find the horizon with her breath. It felt like a trick of distance, always further than it looked. Her mask itched. She lifted it to her hairline and closed her eyes. When she opened them, the window behind her caught the ballroom in reflection, glittering like a snow globe of light, and she saw a figure standing a pace or two inside the door in a pale mask, hands loose at her sides, watching the room and the window, which was also the sea, which was also Aurelia watching the window. For a strange second, they were 2 women and 1 woman at once. Aurelia turned. Eve had not moved. "Too warm," Eve said, a soft explanation for being near. "I come out here when the room feels overmade." "It's like a dream in there," Aurelia said. "Yes, but someone else's," Eve replied, almost smiling. They stood together without touching, 2 silhouettes cut out of the same night. The ship breathed around them. From here, they could hear the ocean's own percussion under the band's borrowed rhythm, a steady thud against steel, like a second heart. "You all right?" Eve asked, not invasive, not distant. "I'm fine," Aurelia said, then surprised herself. When people cover their faces, they say things they wouldn't dare otherwise." They shared the air for another minute. Then Aurelia pulled her mask down again and made herself smile into it. "I should get back. Nathan will worry." "He seems good at it," Eve said. "He's good at most things," Aurelia said, and could not make the sentence end any more neatly than that. Back inside, the ballroom had fattened into full spectacle. Someone had produced feathered fans. A waiter wore a swan for a hat. Mallory had cornered a section of light and was telling her audience that the night was about to surrender. "Masks let you be who you are," she said, and the camera loved her for believing it. Nathan met Aurelia at the threshold with relief that gentled his shoulders. "Better?" "Air helps," she said, "and less sequins." "Come, sit," he said, "or we can sneak out and find something that isn't pretending to be a party." She wanted to say yes, let's go, but the music swelled and Dora appeared at her elbow with the brittle urgency of someone who has decided to befriend you, because the alternative is to drown. "I need better company at my table," Dora said, not bothering to ask permission. "If I listen to one more story about margins, I'll set the ship on fire." Aurelia allowed herself to be led, Nathan in tow, to a table where Rosie had taken a chair and was pretending to be a woman who vacations easily. Celine arrived a moment later, carrying a plate of food. Raymond returned from the bar, triumphant, a drink in each hand. "To abundance," he declared, and Dora said, "To silence," and quietly moved one glass beyond his reach. He scowled at her with the slack petulance of a child who has discovered his limits. Conversation braided itself from scraps. The quartet drifted toward something more suitable for dinner. Mallory drifted past and laughed in a register that made one of the chandeliers seem to shiver. Dora watched Mallory press her hand into Nathan's arm for a half-second too long and showed her teeth without smiling. Nathan, who had been born polite, extricated his sleeve like a man disentangling from ivy. Aurelia lifted her glass, then set it down untouched. The mask had begun to press behind her eyes. The room was beautiful, and the beauty felt like a test. She had the unsolvable sense that if she found the right place to stand and turned at the right moment, she would catch the whole truth arranged briefly in the mirrors. She did not move. She did not look. Eve at the bar held her phone under the table and opened a message she had never answered. "I can't lose you." The words lit her face from below, tender and ghostly, as if someone had set a candle inside her. She read them until they brought too much pain, and then she darkened the screen and slid it away. The trumpet went high and sweet to end the song, and applause rose, obedient. Nathan leaned toward Aurelia. "We should sneak out now," he murmured. "Good idea," she said. Rain announced itself as a rumor before it arrived with an extra hush on the air and a coolness threading along the warmer thermals. When the first drops tapped the observation deck, they sounded small and tactful, as if asking permission to come aboard. Aurelia had slipped away while Nathan was fetching them a drink, promising to wait for him here. She stepped back under the awning, pushed her mask to her hairline, and easily watched the rain fall gently. Wind touched the sweat at her throat, and it turned cool. The ship's elegant noise fell behind, with only the long breath of the ocean below it, a patient hush cut by the slap of wake against steel. The deck lay almost empty, just slick teak, a silver rail, and a row of chairs slowly being beaded with rain. She tried to listen the way she had in the spa, with a deliberate quieting, but thoughts came louder than the wind. Not full sentences, but vivid flashes. The one bedroom in Raleigh with thin walls, the neighbor's television murmuring through them. The courtyard where azaleas never took, the narrow bed where she learned the shape of solitude and taught her body to lie very still in the middle of it. Another flash of a wedding in Asheville, a borrowed dress, a man smiling beneath ironwork strung with fairy lights. A glass lifted and a joke told into her hair. In one memory she was 26 and believing in exceptions. In another she was 32 and pretending exceptions had never happened. Nathan had come later, when all those memories were already buried. He had held her hand like a promise after the second date and texted good night like a charm after the fourth. She had told him safe stories, the kind you could set on a windowsill and not worry about the roots. She kept the other stories in a cupboard, where the door shut with a very soft click. In bearable versions, the future was a clean room with a window. In the versions that arrived uninvited, the room had no door, and someone was knocking from the other side of the wall. Behind her, ballroom light made pale rectangles on the wet deck. Shadows crossed them in a shorthand of gestures of an arm raised, a head tilted, a glass lifted. Footsteps sounded behind her, muffled by rain. Not the quick clatter of someone escaping the party, or the hard stamp of crew. When she turned, no one was there. 6. Nathan woke to the sound of the ship's engines, that low mechanical rhythm that was the heartbeat of the Caribbean dream, steady and endless. It was the sound he'd grown used to over the past week, the one that replaced silence itself. But this morning, It felt strangely loud. He blinked into the half-light. Sunlight leaked around the edges of the curtains, painting the room with a soft, filtered gold. The clock beside the bed read just past 8. He reached out instinctively, expecting warmth. Aurelia's side of the bed was cold. The sheets were rumpled, the pillow dented, the impression of her body already faded. For a moment, he smiled. She'd probably gone for coffee, or a walk on deck. She loved the mornings at sea, that morning when the horizon was still soft, and the light touched everything as though deciding whether to wake it. He rolled onto his back, stared at the ceiling, and listened to the sea moving beneath them. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. He reached for his phone, but there was no message. He checked the bathroom to find it empty. The towel rack was neat, the mirror clear of fog. Her robe was gone. So was her hairbrush. He told himself not to panic. Aurelia liked quiet moments alone. One of the first things he'd admired about her was how she could step away from noise and just be. She'd done the same thing on land, always slipping out early for runs, disappearing into bookshops or cafes, returning with that calm, half-apologetic smile that made her seem both present and elsewhere at once. He poured himself a glass of water from the minibar. The ship rocked gently. Somewhere above, a distant voice announced breakfast service was open. He smiled again, though it felt smaller this time. "She's just getting coffee," he said aloud. The words steadied him. He dressed in t-shirt, shorts, and the salt-stiff windbreaker she'd bought him in San Juan. He checked the balcony, but there was nothing there but a deck chair damp with overnight rain and the faint echo of gulls. When he stepped into the corridor, the carpet felt warm and clingy. A steward was polishing the brass handrail near the lift. "Morning," Nathan said. "You see my girlfriend? She might have come through earlier." The steward smiled politely. "I don't think so, sir. But breakfast ends soon. She may already be there." "Right," Nathan said. "Thanks." He tried to sound casual, but his voice came out thinner than he meant it to. The buffet was half empty. A handful of passengers lingered over plates of fruit, toast, and coffee cups, sunlight flashing through the tall glass windows. The staff were already clearing away trays, their movements efficient and unbothered. Nathan scanned the room, but there was no sign of her there either. He checked the far corner, where she liked to sit, facing the sea. A man with a newspaper sat there instead. He asked one of the waiters, "Sorry, the woman I was with last night, long dark hair, pale dress, you didn't see her come through this morning?" The waiter shook his head politely. "No, sir, but maybe she went to the spa or promenade. Many guests take early walks." "Yeah," Nathan said. "Maybe." He tried her phone again. It didn't connect. Just a faint click, straight to voicemail. He stared at the screen, thumb hovering over her name. By 10, the denial was fraying. He'd walked the promenade deck twice, then the pool area, the bar, the fitness room. Nothing. He told himself she might be napping in one of the lounges. Perhaps she'd curled up with a book until the sound of waves had lulled her under. He imagined finding her there, barefoot, eyes closed, smiling when she woke. He pictured how he'd laugh at himself for worrying. But each space he checked was the same, full of people he didn't know, voices blending into the soft drone of the ship. He descended one deck. The art gallery was empty. The piano bar smelled of polish and stale gin. The library was silent, only the sound of pages turning somewhere behind the shelves. He paused there longer than he meant to, hoping without logic. She wasn't there. He returned to the cabin, hoping to find she'd gone back. The bed looked untouched, as if someone had remade her side of it carefully in her absence. On the nightstand lay her book, with its spine creased where she'd left off. Her sandals were still by the bathroom door. She'd gone barefoot, he told himself. Still, his chest tightened. He checked her bag, feeling slightly guilty at the invasion. Her passport, wallet, room key, phone charger were all still there. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." He looked at the phone again. The signal bar flickered between 1 and nothing. He called anyway, straight to voicemail again. He didn't bother leaving a message. He'd already left enough. He found Mark Danner outside the lift, speaking into a radio. The security chief's posture never changed. He stood with his arms folded, expression carved into neutrality. Excuse me, Nathan said. Can I ask something? Danner turned. Morning, Mr. Coleman. You remember my girlfriend, Aurelia Hart? She's not in the cabin. I can't find her anywhere. Have you checked the spa, dining room, promenade? Yes, all of it. When did you last see her? Last night, after the gala. We went back to the cabin together, went to bed. I woke up an hour ago and she was gone. Danner nodded once, slow. Probably an early riser. Happens all the time. People walk decks, get breakfast, lose track of time. Give it an hour. If you're still concerned, come to guest services. We'll make an announcement over the tannoy. Nathan forced a smile. Right. Of course. Thanks. But as he walked away, Danner's eyes followed him a beat too long. By noon, there was still no sign of her. Nathan paced the deck in a restless rhythm that took him from bar to lounge to cabin to deck again. He passed Mallory at the juice station. She was unmasked now, though her expression still carried something performative. Her eyes were red-rimmed, as though she hadn't slept. Hey, she said, her tone forced bright. You look like death. Big night? Have you seen Aurelia? He asked. Mallory blinked. This morning? No. Thought she'd be glued to your side after last night's drama. What drama? The filming thing, remember? She smiled thinly. I figured you two were past it. Nathan didn't answer. Mallory frowned, a small shadow crossing her face. She's probably sunning herself somewhere. People vanish on cruises all the time, whether it's spas, tours, hangovers. Trust me. He moved on without replying. Behind him, she muttered, You're welcome. He checked the lower decks next, and the art corridor, the crew access hall that smelled faintly of diesel and lemon polish. A cleaner glanced up as he passed, then looked away quickly. When he reached the aft viewing deck, he stopped. The rail gleamed with spray. The air was colder here, and much sharper. He gripped the metal and stared down into the endless churn of water below. The sound was hypnotic, dangerous. She wouldn't. He forced the thought away, hard enough to make his eyes water. Behind him, a voice spoke. Mr. Coleman. Rosie Delgado stood in the doorway, a folder under one arm, her hair caught by the wind. She smiled, but something about her bearing, perhaps that quiet watchfulness she had, made him straighten. Sorry, she said quickly. Didn't mean to startle you. You didn't. Are you all right? My girlfriend's missing. She left early this morning and hasn't come back. No one has seen her. Rosie's gaze sharpened. Missing or unaccounted for? I don't know what the difference is. One's worry, she said gently. The other's time. She wouldn't just leave me for this long without letting me know where she was going to be. Rosie nodded once. Have you spoken to security? Danner said to wait. Rosie's expression changed. He would. Nathan frowned. What does that mean? Nothing you need to worry about yet. She said, Let's check guest services together. It helps to file early. Ships lose track of hours faster than people think. He hesitated, then nodded. Okay. As they turned toward the corridor, he glanced once more at the rail. Rainwater streaked the metal in thin, crooked lines. The guest services desk gleamed with the kind of brightness that demanded calm. Behind it, a young woman smiled too broadly. Her tone professional even as she typed. Missing person reports usually require 12 hours, she said. Most guests turn up by then. Rosie leaned forward. 12 hours, that's your policy? Yes, ma'am. It avoids unnecessary panic. Nathan's jaw clenched. She's not misplaced luggage. Of course not, sir, but there are protocols. Forget protocols, Rosie said, flashing a credential card quick enough for the woman to register authority without reading it. You'll log it now. The clerk blinked, nodded, and began to type faster. Full name. Nathan Coleman, he said. My girlfriend, Aurelia Hart, cabin C-14. When did you last see her? Last night, around midnight. We went to bed just after midnight. Rosie watched the woman enter the details. The clack of keys was oddly soothing. Any notable circumstances? The clerk asked. Nathan hesitated. No, He stopped. She was a little distracted at the gala, said she needed air. But we came back to the cabin after. We went to bed together. And when you woke, she was gone. The woman nodded, typing. All right, I'll notify the bridge. Rosie said, Make sure Danner gets this too. The woman's eyes flicked up. Of course. As they stepped away, Nathan pressed a hand to his forehead. God, I should have woken up. Rosie shook her head. Don't do that yet. Let's see what they find. He stared at the polished floor, at his own reflection stretched by the light. She was acting strange yesterday, quiet. I thought it was seasickness. Or something else was troubling her. Rosie said softly. Nathan looked up sharply. What do you mean? Just wondering if she seemed troubled. No, he said, though the word trembled now, uncertain of its own conviction. The announcement came over the ship's speakers less than an hour later. Aurelia Hart, please report to guest services. Passengers barely looked up. Nathan closed his eyes, listening for footsteps that didn't come. The announcement echoed through the ship again. Aurelia Hart, please report to guest services. It drifted across corridors and stairwells, through open doors and quiet lounges. The kind of message meant to sound reassuring, but that, when repeated, made the air itself uneasy. Nathan stood at the rail of the pool deck, the sun a hard glare off the water. The sky was cloudless, the sea deceptively calm, as though even nature had chosen indifference today. Around him, life went on. Children shrieked in the shallow end, an elderly couple napped beneath a canopy, and couples drank at the bar. He clutched his phone in his hand, willing her to call. The phone felt heavy, useless. Then he saw Danner approaching. The security chief cut through the crowd with the efficiency of a man built for control, radio at his hip, tablet under his arm, expression unmistakably neutral. Mr. Coleman, he said, we've not had any report of her. The message has been played on all decks and in all rooms. There's no sign. I'll need to confirm the details. Nathan turned. You said to wait and she'd turn up. It's been hours. Danner ignored the edge in his voice. We've searched all the public decks. No one matching her description has checked in anywhere on board. Let's go over your timeline. I told you already. Again, Danner said, tone clipped. Start with the last time you saw her. Nathan swallowed. Last night, after the gala, we came back to our cabin. We talked for a bit, and then went to bed around midnight. When I woke this morning, she was gone. Danner made a note on his tablet. You argued. No, not at all. Nathan's jaw tightened. We were fine. Define fine. He exhaled sharply. She was upset about Mallory trying to film us all the time. She wanted to get some air. I let her have her space. She came back to the party afterward. We danced. And then we came to bed. That's it. She'd been drinking. 2 glasses of champagne. Maybe 3. Medication, antidepressants, sleeping pills, anything like that. Nothing. Look, you're making this sound like her fault. Danner raised a hand. Just questions, Mr. Coleman. Alcohol can change a person's mood. Nathan took a step closer. She's not some drunk tourist. She's missing. What if she's fallen? He didn't finish the thought. Danner's gaze didn't waver. Until we have evidence otherwise, she's unaccounted for. We'll review the CCTV from the last 12 hours. I want to see it too. That's not allowed. She's my girlfriend. Danner's voice lowered a fraction. And it's my job to handle this properly. I'll update you as soon as we have anything. Properly? Nathan repeated, his voice cracking with disbelief. You've been sitting on your hands all morning. The band struck up a jaunty tune nearby, the sound hideous in its timing. Danner sighed. Mr. Coleman, please. I'll inform you if we find her. Wandering the ship will just cause confusion. Nathan stared at him, chest rising and falling too fast. He nodded. Danner nodded once, already turning away. We'll be in touch. From the corner of the deck, Mallory Denton had been filming. She'd started with the sunrise and a slow pan across the water, but the raised voices had caught her ear. Now, her phone followed Danner's retreating back, then Nathan's rigid posture, her voice dropping to a dramatic whisper. "Something's happening," she murmured to her audience. "Security's out, and that guy, the one from the gala, he looks wrecked. Rumor on board says his girlfriend's gone missing. Day 6, the Caribbean dream." She pivoted the camera toward her face, perfecting the solemn expression she used when pretending empathy. "If it's true, this is awful. I mean, imagine vanishing in the middle of paradise. You heard it here first." She paused, glanced off screen, and lowered her voice further. "But between us, she didn't look happy yesterday. I saw her storm off after that scene at the pool bar. Maybe there's more to this story." Her thumb flicked across the screen, and the camera kept rolling as she began to walk, angling her lens toward the stairwell, where crew members moved briskly, radio chatter cutting through the music. She smiled faintly. Scandal was good for clicks. But as she moved onto the promenade, her pace slowed. Luis Ortega stood by the railing, his maintenance jacket dark with sweat. He was just staring out at the horizon like he expected it to answer. When he noticed Mallory's camera, he flinched. "You hear about the woman?" she asked, lowering the phone slightly. "Aurelia, I think her name is?" He looked at her, eyes rimmed red from the wind. "Don't film me." "I'm not." "You are," he said quietly. "Turn it off." Something in his tone made her hesitate. She turned it off and tucked her phone into her pocket. "You know her?" "I've seen her. Everyone's seen everyone on the ship." "But you look—" He cut her off. "If she's missing, you shouldn't be spreading it like gossip." Mallory lifted her chin. "People deserve to know what's happening." "Then wait until you know what that is. Don't make drama where there's none." He turned and walked away, heading down the narrow service stairwell that led to the lower decks. Mallory stood watching him for a long moment, then pulled out her phone again, slower this time. Her reflection looked pale in the screen's glare. "Developing story," she whispered, but the words lacked conviction now. Rosie Delgado lay back on a pool lounger nearby, sunglasses shielding her eyes. To anyone else, she looked half asleep, but her attention was fixed squarely on the movement across the deck, focused on Danner's clipped exchanges, Nathan's pacing, the quick whispers among staff that never quite reached the passengers. She'd worked enough cases to recognize the shift in atmosphere when something real had happened. The same tension rippled through crowds after a robbery, a disappearance, a lie discovered. People tried to pretend it wasn't happening, but their bodies knew. She watched Danner as he spoke into his radio, his mouth set in a line that said containment. He was running the situation, not investigating it. Rosie frowned, sitting up. She'd seen his type before. He was rule-bound, image-conscious, and terrified of liability. Another one of those men who thought management was the same as order. Across the pool, Nathan was still arguing with one of the attendants. "I need to check the decks myself," he said. "You're wasting time." "I'm sorry, sir," the attendant replied, glancing nervously toward Danner. "Security asked everyone to remain calm." "Calm?" Nathan snapped. "My girlfriend's missing." A few heads turned. The music faltered. Rosie stood, slid her sunglasses down, and crossed the deck. "Mr. Coleman," she said quietly, "come with me. We'll look together." He looked up, startled. "I can't just—" "Do it anyway," she said. Her voice left no room for argument. They stopped by the shaded end of the bar. The smell of salt and sunscreen hung in the air. "Let me guess. He told you to stay put. For protocol." Nathan nodded, jaw tight. That word again. "Danner's a bureaucrat with a badge. He's worried about bad press, not lost people." "You think she's really missing?" Rosie paused. "I think you know she is." He exhaled shakily. "I don't understand it. She wouldn't just disappear. We were—" He stopped himself. "We were fine." "Fine doesn't mean happy," Rosie said softly. Nathan turned away, staring at the empty horizon. She said she needed air. I thought she meant she was tired. I should have asked her what was wrong. Don't start that. Rosie cut in. Not yet. Guilt clouds detail, and detail is what finds people. He looked at her. Really looked. Who are you? Someone who's good at patterns. She gave a faint smile. And someone who doesn't like being lied to. Before he could ask more, a crackle sounded over Danner's radio nearby. His voice carried, "Negative on Deck 7. Crew area's clear. Check promenade again." Rosie's eyes flicked toward the sound, then back to Nathan. "Stay close," she murmured. "He's not telling you everything." Down the promenade, Mallory had resumed filming, cautiously this time, phone held low against her hip. Her voice was back to its broadcast register, though it trembled slightly. "Security teams are moving through the ship. We still don't know what's happened, but—" She stopped mid-sentence. Danner and 2 crewmen appeared at the far end of the walkway, their expressions grim. They scanned the area, radios hissing with static. Mallory stepped aside, keeping the lens on them. One of the crew glanced her way and frowned. Danner didn't. His focus was fixed ahead, where the walkway curved around the bow. Mallory followed, heart hammering with equal parts fear and excitement. She caught fragments of conversation. "No sign here. Check cameras again. Report to the bridge." When she reached the curve, they were gone. Her video captured only the glint of sunlight on wet metal and, faintly, her own reflection staring back at her from the glass. Luis Ortega appeared near the bar not long after, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. His face was pale, jaw tight. He ordered a coffee, downed half of it, and leaned on the counter as if the act of standing upright required concentration. Rosie noticed. She walked over. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. Luis didn't smile. "Something like that." "You know her?" "Not personally." He hesitated. "But I saw her last night." Rosie's attention sharpened. "Where?" "She was up on the observation deck, late, just before midnight." He met her eyes briefly. "She wasn't alone." Rosie's pulse quickened. "Who was she with?" He shook his head. "She wasn't with them, but someone was watching her. I couldn't see who, just the shadow of them. Rain was coming in. I was doing a maintenance check by the doors. They were just there. She went back into the party, but she looked spooked." "And you didn't think to mention that sooner?" He looked away. "Didn't think she'd end up missing." Rosie studied him for a long moment. "If you remember anything else, find me. Before you find Danner." Luis nodded faintly, then disappeared down the crew stairwell again. By late afternoon, the atmosphere aboard the Caribbean Dream had changed. Laughter had grown cautious, and the area around the pool was quieter. Even the music seemed subdued, as though it understood something the passengers did not. Nathan sat alone near the railing, his elbows on his knees, phone clutched loosely in one hand. Each time the speakers crackled with another announcement, his head lifted, only to fall again when it wasn't her name. He had searched every corridor he could reach, every deck that wasn't barred from entering. He'd found nothing. No scarf, no shoe, no trace of her at all. It was as if the ship had folded around her and erased the shape she'd left behind. Danner's radio crackled again nearby, his voice low. He stood abruptly, ready to confront him again. But before he could move, a light touch stopped him. He turned. Eve Mercer stood there, her expression calm, her eyes bright with something that wasn't quite sympathy and wasn't quite curiosity. "You shouldn't be alone," she said softly. He tried to smile but couldn't. "I don't know what else to be." Eve's hand remained on his arm, steadying him in a way words couldn't. "You're not alone, Nathan. I'll wait with you." He looked at her, the world swimming slightly in the harsh afternoon glare. Her voice was gentle, deliberate, like someone lowering him onto solid ground. For the first time that day, he let himself breathe. 7. The sound came from everywhere at once. It was the kind of announcement that made even those with headphones pause. A gentle chime first, then the measured voice of the captain, careful and composed, amplified through every corridor and lounge of the Caribbean dream. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. One of our guests, Miss Aurelia Hart, has not yet been located. Miss Hart, if you can hear this message, please make yourself known to a member of our crew as soon as possible. Thank you." The voice clicked away, leaving only the ship's own murmur and the restless shuffle of hundreds of passengers, suddenly reminded that the sea was very large and the vessel very small. Then came the whispering. It spread like a warm breeze. In the atrium, heads lifted from cocktails. Conversations that had been about excursions and sunburn now faltered mid-sentence. Someone asked too loudly, "Did he say missing?" And someone else answered, "He said not been located. That's not missing." The words seemed to hang in the air, slippery and uncertain, not quite denial and not yet fear. Rosie Delgado sat in an armchair near the base of the grand staircase, notebook balanced on her knee. She had ordered a coffee an hour earlier and only drank half of it. Now it sat cold beside her. The moment the captain's voice began, she'd started writing. She noted the tone of the announcement and the reaction of the passengers she could see. She wrote down her observations about Nathan's behavior, what he'd said about Aurelia's last known movements, and she wrote about Luis and the stranger watching her on the deck. Her handwriting was neat, precise. It had been years since she'd officially filled out a field report, yet her body still responded to the rhythm of observation. Name, place, time, comment, impression. Around her, the atrium gleamed as it always did, with its polished marble, glass elevator shafts, and a chandelier like a frozen waterfall. Yet the energy had shifted. Crew members appeared in clusters, their smiles practiced but too still, their eyes scanning faces rather than greeting them. People began to talk. A woman near the bar murmured, "You think she fell?" A man replied, "If she had, they'd have turned the ship." "But they haven't," another voice said. "Yet." Rosie looked up. Through the glass dome above, the sky was a hard, polished blue. It looked cloudless and pitiless. A single gull coasted along the wake outside, miles from shore. Nathan stood near the atrium's fountain, shoulders rigid, every muscle in his body aware of being watched. He could feel the ripple of speculation around him, could almost hear his own name whispered, though no one had yet dared to say it aloud. Eve Mercer stood a few paces away, not touching him, not speaking, but simply present. Her stillness was oddly grounding. "She's here somewhere," Nathan said, as if testing the words aloud might make them true. "She has to be." Eve nodded slowly. "Then we'll find her." He stared past her toward the glass elevators, where Danner had stationed himself with 2 security officers. The man looked like a figure carved from the ship itself, with his pale uniform, radio pressed to his shoulder, and his face set in that infuriating calm of people who believe following procedure is empathy enough. "Search every cabin," Danner said into the radio. "All crew decks, staff quarters, supply storage, engine access, everything. I want confirmation from every section by 1300 hours. Rosie closed her notebook and rose. "You're starting late," she said when she reached him. Danner looked at her briefly. "And you are." Someone who knows how easily sloppy investigations can fail. He gave her a humorless smile. "Then you also know how they fail when civilians interfere. Only when the professionals hide behind policy," she replied, just loud enough for him to hear. Danner's gaze flicked to Nathan. "Mr. Coleman, we're doing everything possible." Nathan stepped closer. "What if that isn't enough? She's been missing since dawn." Danner's jaw twitched. "We're searching, but I suggest you stay calm and let us handle it." Nathan's laugh was short, bitter. "I don't have much choice, do I?" Rosie watched the exchange and made another quick note. She could already sense that this would probably end with an enquiry into staff conduct and response. She could be the witness that noted all the small details that could have changed the outcome. On the pool deck, the announcement replayed again, calling for Aurelia to make herself known to a member of staff. The once loud space felt oddly hushed, voices dropping to half volume. The music had stopped here, too. Mallory Denton stood at the bar with her phone angled subtly toward the water. She had already filmed a short clip of her face framed against the deck, solemn but photogenic. "Day 6 aboard the Caribbean Dream," she whispered. "A missing woman, an anxious crowd, and no answers yet. Crew remain tight-lipped, but sources say." She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Danner watching her from the upper balcony. He didn't move, didn't need to. She lowered the phone, forcing a smile at the bartender as though she'd been discussing cocktail specials. But the look in her eyes betrayed not guilt exactly, but self-preservation. Mallory knew when to retreat. She slipped her phone into her bag and moved toward the rail, pretending to study the horizon. The sea was blindingly bright, glittering like it didn't care. Luis Ortega was on his knees beneath a stairwell on deck 4, tightening a valve that didn't need tightening. The wrench shook slightly in his hand. "Ortega," the radio crackled, Danner's voice. "We need you on lower maintenance. Check all hatches, waste system, and aft storage. Full inspection." Luis swallowed. "Copy that." The radio clicked off. He sat back on his heels and exhaled. The metal beneath him was warm from the sun overhead. The word "missing" replayed in his head. He pressed the wrench to the floor, steadying his shaking hand. She wasn't alone, he thought. I saw someone watching her. I know what I saw. Then, quieter still, and I didn't say anything. Rosie moved through the ship with purpose, her notebook filling as she recorded everything she could, timestamps, overheard remarks, the subtle shifts in crew behavior. She watched for patterns. She saw Celine cross in the atrium lounge, writing as well. When Rosie passed, Celine looked up briefly and said, "You'd think they'd teach crisis management on these luxury liners." Rosie stopped. Celine's gaze drifted to Nathan, who was pacing near the fountain again, phone pressed to his ear. He's been oscillating between panic and denial. Not uncommon, but if they don't find her soon... "Don't finish that thought," Rosie said quietly. Celine shrugged. "I don't deal in comfort, Miss Delgado. Just outcomes." Nathan stopped pacing and lowered the phone, realizing the futility. The handset trembled in his hands. Eve approached him slowly, her steps soundless on the polished floor. She looked calm and composed. "They'll find her," she said softly. He turned to her. "You don't know that." "No," she admitted, "but hope is better than resignation." He looked at her for a long moment. "Why are you helping me?" She smiled faintly. "Maybe I just don't like seeing people left alone." Above them, on the upper galley, Doris Steinman stood with a cocktail, muttering to her husband. "You see what happens on these cruises? I said I wanted a smaller ship. More class, less chaos." Raymond snorted. "She probably ran off with someone. Happens every voyage. Midlife crisis at sea. She'll turn up in some other guy's cabin." Dora glared. "Don't be vile." "I'm being practical," he said, draining his glass. "People don't vanish. They jump or they hide. Either way, it's not a problem." But when a passing crewman hurried by carrying a radio, Dora's hand tightened around her drink. "It's everyone's problem if they start locking us in," she muttered. By early afternoon, the decks were being quietly swept. Crew moved in pairs, opening storage lockers, peering into stairwells, their radios crackling with clipped confirmations. Danner stalked from one end of the ship to the other, issuing orders that sounded less like leadership and more like containment. By late afternoon, the ship had become an echo chamber of speculation. Rumors traveled faster than radio waves, carried on laughter, passed over cocktails, whispered on deck chairs. Each retelling changed the shape of the story, sharpening some edges, blunting others, until the truth was just one more version among many. The name Aurelia Hart now belonged to everyone. Mallory Denton was the first to give it contour. By 2:00, she had filmed 3 updates for her followers, then decided the better story was the one she couldn't post yet, but the one she could hint at. She moved through the lounges and corridors with the restless energy of someone who'd smelled smoke, but wasn't sure from where. At the pool bar, she leaned close to a pair of women she'd met earlier in the voyage. They were both American, mid-40s, already bronzed and slightly drunk. "They're saying she and her boyfriend fought last night," Mallory murmured, lowering her voice to register that signaled privilege. "He was jealous, apparently. I saw her crying afterward." One of the women opened her eyes. "Really?" "Absolutely," Mallory said smoothly. "You didn't see her face at the gala? Poor thing was miserable." "Then what?" Mallory gave a delicate shrug. "Who knows? Maybe she needed space. Maybe she fell. Or maybe—" The women gasped, pleased and horrified at the same time, the way people are when danger happens to someone else, but close enough to feel real. Mallory smiled faintly. "They'll cover it up if they can. Cruise lines hate bad press." When she walked away, their voices trailed behind her, soft but eager for gossip. She stopped by the railing, pulled her phone out again, and recorded a single silent clip of the ocean glittering far below, sunlight catching on the waves like broken glass. No words, just the sound of wind and the faint music drifting from the upper deck. Below, on the promenade, Raymond Steinman was sweating through his linen shirt. He sat with Dora beneath a canvas awning, squinting against the glare, his second Bloody Mary on the table beside him. "I'm telling you, I heard something last night," he said. "A thud." Dora sighed, stirring her drink. "You hear things every night. We're on a ship with hundreds of people. This was different. It came from outside our balcony. You didn't hear it." "I only heard you snoring." He frowned. "You think I'm imagining it?" "I think you want attention." He glared. "Fine. But maybe it was her." Dora's hand froze mid-stir. "Don't start that." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You saw the search teams. If she jumped—" "She didn't." "How do you know?" "Because people who plan to die don't bother packing silk dresses," Dora said sharply. "And because you don't know what you're talking about." Raymond sat back, muttering. "Still sounded like a body hitting the deck to me." The word body hung between them like a smell. Dora turned her chair toward the sun and said nothing. Rosie Delgado found herself back in the lounge, a notebook in her lap and a cup of coffee gone cold at her elbow. She'd been tracking the ebb and flow of gossip for hours, watching the little trails people left when fear made them careless. She'd learned 2 things. Everyone was talking, and no one knew anything. When Dr. Celine Cross appeared at her table, Rosie looked up, unsurprised. "May I?" Celine asked, sliding gracefully into the opposite seat before Rosie could answer. Her movements were deliberate, her composure absolute. She was the kind of woman who could have been carved from calm itself. "I was hoping to speak with you," Celine said. "About the missing woman?" Celine nodded. "Aurelia Hart, yes. We met during the yoga session 2 mornings ago. She struck me as—" She paused, searching for the right word. "Somewhat untethered." Rosie raised an eyebrow. "Untethered?" She struggled to focus. Her breathing was shallow, her posture tense. During cool-down, she said something strange. "What kind of strange?" Celine hesitated. She said she'd made a mistake once, that she'd hurt someone she shouldn't have. She was talking to that other woman, the solo traveler. Eve? Rosie leaned back, her pulse quickening. "You're certain she said that?" "I heard it," Celine replied. It sounded like a confession that had been weighing heavily on her. She didn't elaborate? Rosie asked. No, but she looked relieved afterward, as if saying it out loud had lessened the weight. Celine looked at her. I thought you should know. Rosie studied her for a long moment. Why tell me? Because the crew aren't listening, Celine said simply, and because I have a feeling you are. On the main deck, Nathan had stopped searching. He sat on a bench facing the sea, head in his hands. The afternoon light had begun to thin, turning the waves a dull pewter. Passengers passed him in cautious silence, eyes flicking away quickly. Eve Mercer approached quietly. She didn't speak at first, only sat beside him, her posture careful, respectful of his space. After a long moment, she spoke. I'm sorry. He looked up, blinking against the sun. For what? For her being gone. For them not understanding what that feels like. He swallowed hard. You sound like you've lost someone, too. Eve smiled faintly. I have. He didn't ask. He wasn't ready to hear her story or to be part of that club. She watched the horizon, the faint spray catching the last of the light. Aurelia and I talked a few times, she said, in the spa, the lounge. She said she had hurt someone in the past. Nathan frowned. Who? She didn't say, but it seemed to be playing on her mind. You don't know who she hurt? Nathan's breath caught. He stared out at the water. She was quiet lately, but I thought it was stress. She's changing jobs. Something went on there, but she didn't want to talk about it. I didn't push. I wish I had. Eve's voice softened. Sometimes people think they're starting over and realize they've only changed the view. He turned to her then, eyes red, voice raw. You really think she's gone? Eve looked at him, eyes sad. I think part of her wanted to disappear. The question is whether she chose how. He stared at her, startled by the cold logic beneath the sympathy. You sound sure she's gone. Not sure, no, she said and stood. Don't give up on her, Nathan, but don't blind yourself either. She left him with the sea and the question he didn't want to ask. Did she jump? Or did she fall? Rosie found him there later, still in the same position, the horizon now swallowing the sun. She stopped beside him and sat. You look like you're waiting for the sea to give you the answer, she said. He gave a weak laugh. You sound like her. Aurelia? No, Eve. Rosie's brows lifted slightly. Eve Mercer. He nodded. She said Aurelia hurt someone. I knew something had happened in her past. I just figured she'd tell me when she was ready. Rosie tilted her head. When did they talk? Spa, apparently. I don't know. What else did she say? That she felt Aurelia had wanted to disappear. Did that sound like comfort to you? He hesitated. No, I'm not sure. Rosie stood. I'd like to talk to Ms. Mercer myself. She was being kind. Nathan said almost defensively. She's helping me cope. Rosie nodded slowly. Kindness can be strategic. He frowned. You think she's hiding something? I think someone is. By evening, the sun had dipped low enough to turn the water black. The deck lights flickered on, casting halos over the railing. The ship moved with a slow, unhurried rhythm, its weight glowing faintly under the moon. Rosie leaned against the metal rail, eyes following the white churn of water below as she replayed the day in her head. All the rumors, the half-truths, the contradictions. Aurelia being watched, Aurelia calm, Aurelia guilty, Aurelia needing air. Each version added a layer to the story, though none fitted cleanly over the others to paint the full picture. She glanced down again. The waves folded and broke, in an endless motion that gave nothing back. If she went over, Rosie murmured, surely there'd be some sign, some evidence. Would there? A voice asked behind her. She turned. Danner stood a few feet away, hands clasped behind his back, the light catching on his polished shoes. His expression was calm, but there was a faint warning in his stance that said he'd been watching her for a while. "Don't go playing detective, Miss Delgado," he said softly. "We've got enough of those already." Rosie met his gaze, unflinching. "Someone should, since you're not." He smiled without humor. Then he turned, his radio crackling faintly as he walked away, leaving her alone with the sound of the sea swallowing his footsteps. Rosie stayed at the rail, watching until his silhouette disappeared into the shadows near the stairwell. 8. The air changed the moment Rosie stepped past the sign that read "Crew Only." Up above, the ship performed Serenity through laughter, champagne, and curated playlists. But down here, the illusion peeled away. The carpet gave way to metal grating. The air grew hotter, denser, and filled with the smell of oil and the hum of machinery that never slept. This was the ship's true heart, and it was loud, mechanical, and almost alive. The sound of generators, pipes, fans, the endless breathing of steel was strangely comforting, a rhythm that didn't lie. Rosie paused to let her eyes adjust to the low light. The corridor ahead was narrow, walls painted the same dull cream as every industrial space in the world. Overhead, a pipe dripped condensation in slow, steady beats. Crew members passed her with weary efficiency. Engineers, cleaners, cooks off shift, none of them looking too closely. Down here, passengers didn't exist, and that anonymity was its own kind of power. Besides, Rosie had the kind of presence that made most people believe she belonged wherever she was. She followed the sound of voices. There were 2 men talking near the laundry hatch, their words rising above the hum. "I'm telling you, it was loud," one said, "like metal on metal, in the early hours." The other laughed nervously. "Probably the compactor. You know how that thing acts up." "Not like that. It was a thud. I thought something had dropped from the higher decks." "Keep your voice down," the second hissed. "You want Danner breathing down your neck again?" Rosie stopped at the corner, half hidden in shadow, listening. "Guy from maintenance was there," the first continued. "Ortega, I think. He said he heard it, too." "He would do. He hears everything." They laughed uneasily, but the sound had no real humor. The first man's voice dropped. "And you heard about the missing woman, right? If that noise had anything to do with—" "Shut up," the other interrupted. "Just don't get involved. You know Danner hates bad headlines." Their footsteps faded down another corridor. Rosie stepped out, her heart steady, but her mind racing. She'd been chasing threads all day, most of them dead ends, but this one felt alive. The maintenance levels were a maze of narrow halls and metal staircases. Rosie followed the painted arrows through the engine sections, past a door marked Waste Management, authorized personnel only. The floor thrummed under her shoes, vibrating with the ship's pulse. A faint smell of oil and something chemical hung in the air. Luis Ortega was crouched by a panel when she found him, his dark hair damp with sweat, eyes shadowed by exhaustion. A portable lamp cast his features in a harsh light. He looked up, startled. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you," she said. "It's past midnight." He frowned, straightening. "This is my shift." "Then maybe you can help me." She crossed her arms. "I heard a rumor about a noise last night, a crash." Luis hesitated, eyes flicking down the hall. "Who told you that?" "Doesn't matter. Is it true?" He wiped a hand across his forehead. "Yeah, something happened. Big clang. About 2 a.m. I thought maybe it was a jam in the compactor. I came down to check, but Danner was already here." "At midnight?" He nodded. "Said he'd handle it. Told me to reset the sensors and log the cycle as complete." Rosie stepped closer. "Did you?" "I had to." He met her gaze. He outranks me. Said it was maintenance backlog, nothing to do with the guests. But you didn't believe him. Louise sighed. I've been on this ship for a few years. When something sounds wrong down here, you feel it in your bones. That noise wasn't mechanical. What do you mean? He paused, searching for words. You ever hear a machine compress something that isn't supposed to be there? Rosie felt the question like a chill. You think? I don't think anything, he said quickly. I just fix what breaks. But Danner told you to forget it. Louise's jaw clenched. He said to let it go, that it wasn't our concern. Rosie's voice dropped. And you believed him? He looked away. People who ask questions don't stay on the payroll long. For a moment, the machinery drowned everything. The low throb of engines, the hiss of hydraulics, the mechanical heartbeat that didn't care about secrets. Rosie studied the man's face and saw the guilt behind his exhaustion, like a flicker of something he was trying to bury. Show me, she said. What? The compactor. Louise hesitated. I can't. It's locked after hours. Then unlock it. He glanced toward the camera at the end of the hall, its red light blinking faintly. You don't understand. Every keycard is tracked. They'll know I brought you here. I'll take the blame, Rosie said. You can tell them I threatened you. Louise gave a tired laugh. You don't seem the threatening type. Try me. For a long moment, they stared at each other with the hum of machinery filling the silence between them. Then Louise exhaled, long and slow. 5 minutes, he said. The compactor room was smaller than Rosie expected, but louder. The sound of motors hummed from behind reinforced panels, a steady mechanical growl that made conversation almost impossible. A single strip of light flickered overhead, casting the space in pulses of shadow. Louise unlocked the door with a swipe of his keycard. This is it, he said, raising his voice above the noise. Runs 3 cycles a night to process bottles, paper, and food waste. Last night, when I came down after I heard the noise, it was running. Danner said he checked it, but it had jammed mid-run. Jam how? Pressure vault, he said. The sensors froze. He pointed toward a digital display glowing faintly on the side panel. It's still playing up now. That red light shouldn't be on. Rosie moved closer. Why is it? He hesitated. Because it thinks there's still weight inside. But the chamber's clear. I checked. Rosie's eyes narrowed. Can't you reset it? I've tried several times. It sometimes happens if it's been manually overridden. He tried again, as though to demonstrate the futility of it. The red light flickered, blinked twice, then returned. Rosie looked at him. Still showing weight. He swallowed. But it's impossible. She stepped closer to the machine. The metal casing was warm beneath her fingertips, vibrating faintly. The front hatch bore a dent, small but distinct, as if something hard had struck from the inside. What caused that? She asked. It's a compactor. It deals with a lot of bangs and crashes. Rosie crouched to inspect the seam near the base, where a smear of something dark lingered in the crevice between panels. Oil, she told herself. Just oil. But even as she thought it, her stomach tightened. When was it last cleaned? She asked. Yesterday morning. So this mark is new. She reached out a finger to test it. It was tacky and dark and smelt of metal. Luis ran a hand through his hair. Don't do this, Delgado. You're making it into something it's not. She stood, facing him. If you're wrong, you'll sleep fine. But if you're right, that machine's eaten more than garbage. The engine thudded again, deep and low, like a heartbeat skipping. Luis looked pale now, his voice barely audible over the machinery. You need to leave. Please. Not until I've seen the logs. They're digital. Bridge access only. Danner controls them. Then he's probably already scrubbed them, she said. He said nothing. Rosie turned toward the door. Lock this room. Don't let anyone else near it. And if Danner asks, tell him you're waiting for authorization to recalibrate the machine. He stared at her. That's not how this works. Just do what you can to buy me enough time to figure out what's happened. The climb back to the passenger decks felt longer than before. The noise faded with every level she ascended until only silence remained. Her pulse was still racing when she stepped into the empty corridor outside the spa. The carpet muffled her footsteps. The air conditioning hummed. The world up here had already forgotten the machinery that made it possible. She stopped near a porthole, staring out into the night. The sea was black and endless, scattered with fragments of light from the ship's windows. Somewhere below, the waste compactor hummed its steady tune, a mechanical lullaby with no conscience. Rosie leaned her forehead against the glass, breathing slowly until her reflection steadied. She thought of another case, the one that had driven her from the front-line detective job and into the quieter world of finance and fraud. A girl, 19, had gone missing after a local festival. The police had assumed it was a runaway, but Rosie had argued abduction. Her superior said she was emotionally compromised. The girl's body had been found 6 weeks later, a mile from the search radius. She remembered the mother's face when she told her. She would never forget that mixture of gratitude and hatred, like the truth had been both a gift and a curse. Rosie had promised herself that night she'd never stop trusting her gut. If she'd pushed harder then, maybe that girl would still be alive. Now, standing in the cool corridor of the Caribbean dream, she felt that same quiet fury rise again, and that refusal to let incompetence bury truth. She walked toward the lift. The ship shuddered faintly underfoot, almost as a reminder that nothing floating this far from land was ever truly stable. As the door slid open, Rosie whispered to herself, "Don't stop searching. Not this time." The lift rose, carrying her back toward the false light of the upper decks, and the part of the ship where everyone pretended the ocean wasn't deep enough to hide a secret. Nathan sat at the bar, staring at his untouched glass of bourbon. Around him, conversation ebbed and flowed in fragments of gossip, pity, and speculation. The pianist in the corner played something soft and melancholy, like a soundtrack for other people's tragedies. Eve Mercer sat beside him, poised and composed, her reflection fractured by the bottles behind the bar. "She always hated crowds," Nathan said suddenly. His voice cracked with fatigue. "Even back home. We'd go out to dinner with friends, and she'd find an excuse to leave as soon as the meal was done." Eve tilted her head slightly, listening but not interrupting. "She said she needed air. That was her phrase. Always air. I used to think it was claustrophobia." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Now I wonder if she was just running from me." Eve studied him for a moment before answering. Maybe she was running from something else. He looked at her. "Like what?" "Some people carry baggage they don't unpack until it's too late," she said softly. "They smile, they try, they tell you they're fine, but inside they're already halfway gone." Nathan exhaled shakily. "She wasn't like that." Eve smiled faintly. "You sure?" He rubbed his eyes. "I thought I was." She reached out, resting a hand briefly on his wrist. "Whatever she was hiding, it wasn't your fault." He looked at her hand, then back to her face. "Why do you care?" Her gaze met his, calm and unflinching. "Because I know what it's like to lose someone." He tried to hold her eyes, but they were impossible to read. Across the lounge, Mallory Denton adjusted her phone discreetly, angling it just so that Nathan and Eve appeared framed in the background of her casual update. She spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone. "Our missing woman, Aurelia Hart, still hasn't been found, but there's tension in the air. I mean, look at this." Her camera lingered on Nathan's bowed head, on Eve leaning close, hand resting on his wrist. "I've heard they argued the night before she vanished." Mallory continued softly. "Now he's drinking alone, or maybe not so alone. Could jealousy be at play? We'll keep you posted." She smiled faintly, the expression polished but hollow. When she turned off the recording, she sat back, watching the pair through the gleam of her martini glass. There was a strange satisfaction in the story unfolding the way she'd predicted. Tragedy had rhythm, and she knew how to find the beat. Still, something about Eve's stillness unsettled her. Mallory had filmed hundreds of people in her time, and she knew when someone was performing for the camera. Eve wasn't performing, but every move she made felt calculated. Mallory frowned, shifting her phone under the table. When she glanced up again, she caught Rosie Delgado standing near the far doorway, eyes fixed not on Nathan, but on Eve. The two women locked eyes briefly across the lounge. Rosie didn't smile. Mallory looked away first. Rosie moved to sit alone at a side table, her back to the wall. The lounge was a theater of masks, though not the festival masks of last night's gala. These masks were the sympathetic glances, murmured theories, and the faint thrill of shared danger. Nathan Coleman had the raw look of a man split open. Grief, confusion, guilt all showed on his face. But the woman beside him, that was something else. Eve Mercer sat like calm water. Her movements were small, deliberate, measured, the perfect listener. And when Nathan spoke, she leaned in just enough to seem intimate, never crossing the line into comfort. It wasn't seduction, it was strategy. Her gaze shifted to the far end of the room, where Danner stood near the elevator, speaking with Dr. Celine Cross. Their conversation had the clipped rhythm of negotiation. They were talking quiet enough to avoid attention, sharp enough to mean something. Rosie stood, pretending to refill her cup, and moved closer. "I'm only saying it's a possible explanation," Celine was saying, her tone controlled. Danner's arms were folded, expression guarded. "Suicide?" "Not the word I'd use publicly," Celine replied smoothly, "but yes, in my professional opinion, it fits." "Explain." She displayed classic markers, Celine said. Withdrawal, anxiety, talk of guilt and mistakes. Danner raised an eyebrow. "You kept tabs on the passengers?" "I'm a doctor," Celine said lightly. "It's second nature." "And you're sure she wasn't drunk or unstable?" "She was perfectly lucid, but she seemed fragile, like she was haunted by some past trauma." Celine's voice softened, as though confiding something painful. "When people like that come to see, it's often to escape something they can't leave behind." Danner nodded slowly, the tension easing from his shoulders. "That would simplify things." Celine smiled faintly. "Simplify or clarify?" He looked relieved in the way bureaucrats do when someone hands them an answer that doesn't require more paperwork. "If we present it as depression or personal distress, the cruise line avoids liability." "And you avoid scandal," Celine said. "Exactly." They shared a brief silence, the kind of mutual understanding that rarely required integrity. Celine's expression didn't flicker. "I'll make sure my statement is worded appropriately." Rosie's hand tightened around her cup. "Appropriately." The word tasted like rot. At the bar, Nathan was talking faster now, but it was the kind of speed that came from exhaustion and the need to fill silence. "She'd been quiet and secretive lately," he said, "checking her phone late at night, walking the decks when she thought I was asleep. I asked what was wrong, but she changed the subject." Eve nodded slowly, as if filing each detail away. "Did you check her messages?" "I'm not that kind of man." Maybe you should have been, she said gently. He looked startled. You think she was hiding something? I think everyone hides something, Eve replied. The trick is whether you can live with it. Mallory zoomed in from her corner, catching the way Eve's hand lingered near Nathan's on the counter. Look at this, she whispered into her phone. The loving boyfriend, already cozy with another passenger. And his girlfriend out of the way? Convenient, isn't it? You have to ask how much of this is grief and how much is guilt. She smiled, knowing the clip would play beautifully once she added captions. But when she looked up again, Rosie was standing behind her. Delete it, Rosie said quietly. Mallory blinked. Excuse me? You're filming people's grief and speculating on scandal. I'm documenting a human story. You're exploiting one. Mallory's smile sharpened. Isn't that what you're doing, too? Rosie leaned closer. Difference is, I'm trying to find the truth. You're trying to make a trend. Mallory's expression cooled. Maybe those are the same thing. Rosie straightened. They are definitely not. She walked away before Mallory could reply. By the time Rosie returned to her cabin later that night, the lounge had thinned. Only the faint thrum of the ship's engines remained, like a heartbeat echoing through metal. She sat on the edge of her bunk and opened her notes again, reviewing the web she'd drawn across 2 pages. Eve Mercer, proximity to Nathan, shared confidences with Aurelia, witnessed credibility uncertain. Celine Cross seemed concerned, now constructing suicide narrative, aligned with Danner. Mallory Denton, disseminating gossip, possible obstruction to truth. Luis Ortega, compactor anomaly, 0310 hours. Danner, suppression of evidence, possible cover-up. At the center she wrote, underlined once, Aurelia Hart, missing, motive unknown. The ink smudged slightly under her hand, the letters dark and uncertain. On the deck outside, wind rattled the railings. Rosie stepped out, letting the cool air hit her face. The horizon was a solid black wall now, the sea stretching away into nothing. If Celine was right, and Aurelia had jumped, there would be something surely to indicate that. But there was nothing. But it was the kind of nothing that felt built. She wrapped her arms around herself, staring into the void, when she heard footsteps on the balcony beside hers. Out here again, Miss Delgado. Danner's voice was calm, almost friendly. Fresh air helps me think, she said without turning. He came to the front of his own balcony, leaning against the rail. You've been asking a lot of questions. Someone has to. He smiled faintly. You really believe this is more than what it looks like? I believe people like you prefer things to look simple. He laughed softly. You make it sound like I'm the villain. If the shoe fits, she said. He turned to face her, his voice still quiet. Be careful, Rosie. The sea's full of stories. Sometimes it's best not to dive too deep. She met his eyes, unflinching. I'm not afraid of drowning. Don't make trouble where there is none, he said, stepping back into the light spilling from the doorway. He left her there, the door to the next cabin hissing shut behind him. Rosie stared out at the dark horizon. Somewhere out there, the truth was moving, heavy, invisible, waiting to surface. 9. The lower decks felt even quieter at night, as if the ship itself were holding its breath. Rosie's footsteps echoed off the metal walls as she moved toward the restricted section marked Security Operations, Authorized Personnel Only. The sign was unlit, almost apologetic. Beyond it, the corridor narrowed to a single steel door. Luis Ortega waited there, arms folded, his face drawn. The light above them flickered, briefly revealing the sweat shining at his temples. You sure about this? He asked. No, Rosie admitted, but I need to see the footage. He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. If Danner finds out. He already thinks I'm trouble, she said. Might as well earn the reputation. Luis exhaled, then slid a key card through the reader. The lock clicked. Inside, the room was small and cold, filled with humming servers and monitors looping through silent feeds, showing corridors, stairwells, dining areas. The mechanical hum felt louder here, layered with the faint static of machines running too long. "This is the backup hub," Louise said. "Most of the footage gets copied here before it's overwritten. Cameras auto-purge every 72 hours unless archived manually." Rosie moved closer to the screens. "So, if Aurelia disappeared over a day ago—" He nodded grimly. "We're running out of time." Luis began typing, his fingers quick and uncertain over the keys. Lines of code scrolled across the screen, the cursor blinking like a pulse. "I pulled logs from Deck 7, he said. "That's the level to the observation platform. The timestamp just before 2 a.m, around when I heard the noise. It should be here." The monitor flickered, then filled with grainy footage. The deck framed by metal railings, the distant glint of the sea beyond glass doors. For a moment, there was nothing but shadows shifting as the ship moved. Then a figure appeared. Aurelia Hart, unmistakable even through distortion, head slightly bowed as if she were talking to herself. She walked slowly to the far doors leading to the observation deck. Rosie felt her breath catch. "Pause it." Louise did. The still image trembled slightly, as though even the pixels were unsure of what they'd seen. "That's her," Rosie whispered. "Timestamp?" 01:56, he said, which is about 15 minutes before the compactor log. "Play it again." He did, and this time Rosie leaned closer. Aurelia reached the end of the hall, opened the glass door, and stepped out. Wind caught her hair. She turned once, not toward the camera, but to something out of frame, then vanished beyond the doorway. The feed went still. Seconds passed. Then another shape swam into focus. A hooded figure entered from the opposite end of the corridor, walking briskly, almost casually. The hood obscured the face, the build lean, and the loose dark tracksuit and androgynous. The person paused exactly where Aurelia had moments before, glanced down the same hallway, and followed through the door. Rosie's heart thudded. "Freeze it." Louise did. The image was a blur of static, the figure half silhouetted against the glare from the deck lights. No features, no identifying marks, just darkness inside the hood, and one pale hand reaching for the door. "That's it?" she asked. Louise nodded slowly. "That was all that was recorded before the camera looped." "Looped?" He hesitated. "It shouldn't have, but there's a gap of about 15 seconds of corrupted data. Looks like someone tampered with it." Rosie stared at the screen, the hollow ache of vindication settling in her gut. She had been right. Something had happened out there. But the proof was both everything and nothing. All she had was an image too vague to accuse anyone, but too specific to ignore. "Can you recover the missing frames?" "Maybe, if Danner hasn't purged the backups." "He wouldn't risk that," she said. "Surely that would be too traceable." Louise gave a bleak smile. "You'd be surprised what people risk when the alternative is worse." Rosie looked again at the still image of Aurelia walking toward the door, the hooded shadow following after, a few seconds apart. The difference between presence and absence. "I need a copy of this," she said. "I can't." "Then don't. Just leave it open a second." Louise hesitated, then turned the monitor toward her. Rosie pulled out her phone and snapped 3 quick photos. The images looked worse on her screen. They were fuzzed and pale, but enough to prove the footage existed. When she looked up again, Louise had gone still, staring at the monitors. "What?" He pointed to another feed. "That's Danner's patrol camera. He was on Deck 7 at around the same time." Rosie's throat tightened. "And timestamp says 0202, just a few minutes after the loop." She met his eyes. Neither spoke. The hum of the servers filled the silence, thick and uneasy. The next morning broke sharp and white over the sea. Sunlight spilled through the corridors, indifferent to the weight of the night before. Passengers were back at breakfast buffets, pretending to enjoy their holidays again. Rosie made her way to Aurelia and Nathan's cabin, knocking once before Nathan opened the door. His eyes were red-rimmed, his jaw unshaven, the exhaustion etched deep. "What have you found out? Have they found her?" he asked. "I need to look around," Rosie replied. "Just a few minutes." "What for? They already searched." "Not properly." He hesitated, stepping aside reluctantly. "Fine, but there's nothing here. I've checked." Rosie entered quietly. The cabin was tidy, impersonal, as though someone had lived there carefully, afraid to leave a trace. The bed was made, one pillow still faintly indented. A shawl hung over a chair, perfume lingering faintly in the air. Nathan stood near the balcony door, arms crossed. "She didn't take any of her things," he said. "Her phone's gone, though." "Where was it kept?" "Desk drawer. I already told Danner." Rosie nodded, scanning the space. Something about the room felt a little staged. It looked too neat and too symmetrical. She opened the wardrobe, then the side drawers. She found a makeup bag, sunscreen, a paperback, its spine uncracked. Nothing useful. She moved into the bathroom. The air was warmer here. The bin beside the sink was half full with tissue, cotton pads, a torn shampoo sachet. She crouched, pulling out the liner. Halfway down, she saw something pale wrapped in toilet paper, thicker than the rest. She hesitated, then unwrapped it carefully. A white plastic stick. Rosie froze. A pregnancy test. The faint blue cross had dried, but it was unmistakable even through the little window. She stared at it for a long moment, her pulse hammering. Positive. She swallowed hard, rewrapping the test, hands trembling slightly. From her pocket, she pulled a small zip-sealed plastic bag she'd liberated from the kitchens and slid the test inside, before returning the rest of the rubbish to the bin. Beside her, Nathan's voice called, "Find what you're looking for?" Rosie straightened. "Not yet." When she stepped back into the cabin, she noticed his hands had faint scratches across the knuckles, the skin raw. "You hurt yourself?" she asked. He looked down, then shrugged. "I do it when I'm anxious. Scratch." Rosie said nothing, just made a mental note of the scratches. She closed her notebook and offered a small professional smile. "Thank you for letting me in." He nodded, but his expression was wary now, the easy grief replaced by something sharper. "You really think she'd kill herself?" "I don't know what to think," she said. Outside, the corridor was bright and sterile. Rosie leaned briefly against the wall, steadying herself. Her heart was racing again, but not from fear, exactly, but from the realization that she had crossed a line by taking that test from the room. But the old voice in her head, the one that had kept her awake after that failed case years ago, whispered the same refrain. "If you don't do it, no one will." She looked down at the plastic bag she pulled from her pocket. The test was visible through the translucent film, its truth sealed like a secret. Aurelia Hart had been pregnant. Rosie didn't know whether that made the story simpler or infinitely more complex. Either way, she knew this. Whatever had happened to her, she was sure it wasn't suicide. And whatever happened on that deck, it hadn't been by choice. The observation deck looked different by day. The rail was a neat horizon of polished steel, and the teak boards glinted in the warm sun. Rosie paused at the doorway and let the view adjust around her. She had timed the route from the elevator, counted the steps down the glass-walled corridor, noted where the security camera tilted, and where its lens blinked a red eye. 43 seconds at a brisk walk from the lift to the observation doors, 51 if you were tired, slower if you were thinking of turning back. Rosie pressed the handle. The door opened with a soft shudder. A slice of warm air slid over her skin. She stepped out. The noise changed at once. Out here there was no piano, no voices. Only the long, low rush of water and the occasional click of a line settling in a metal cradle somewhere above. She started the walk. From the footage, Aurelia had come from the port side lift. past the first camera, and turned down the straight that ended at the glass. The hooded figure had entered from the forward stair, a neat intercept that looked casual, unless you loved geometry. Rosie followed the path as if the lines were still marked on the floor. 20 paces, and the corridor narrowed by a support column, and the camera's angle widened, stretching faces into ovals. Someone could step into that seam and be half erased by distortion. 30 paces, and a blind smear of shadow where the reflection from the sea streaked the glass and cut the image with glare. 38 brought her past the pane with a flaw in it, a slender ripple, like water frozen into the window. Rosie ran her fingertips across it. The flaw caught her skin the way a scar catches thought. She reached the doors at 50, a little fast. A small overhang left a triangle of unlit shadow against the rail. Rosie stepped into it and turned slowly, pretending not to think. The camera above the door would have her face as a pale smudge among other smudges. In the footage, Aurelia had turned her head once before stepping out. Rosie mimicked the gesture. If you wanted to follow someone without being seen on the first camera, you would wait at the stairwell, just out of frame. When she passed, you would give her 5 seconds of grace and then begin. You would walk like a person who had the right to be wherever they were, slow and unbothered, a figure playing at silence. Rosie set her phone's timer to 15 seconds and closed her eyes. In that amount of time, a person could cross the gap between the cameras, speak a single sentence, reach for an arm and not leave a bruise. In that amount of time, a choice could be persuaded, rehearsed, and mistaken for the truth. She walked the distance from the door to the rail, counting. 6 steps, maybe 7 in heels. The rail sat at waist height, and the void beyond began immediately, as clean a fall as architecture could make. She leaned over, just enough to see the flat platform at the stern 7 decks below, beyond which the wake folded into itself. The sound swelled, that tireless tearing stitched back together by dark. Too easy, she murmured, and made herself stop imagining the sound a body would make hitting that deck and sliding into the water. A colder thread of air moved behind her as the door opened and carried the air conditioning with it. Lovely view, isn't it? The voice was soft, courteous, as if it had been invited. Rosie turned. Eve Mercer stood in the gap between camera views. She wore a long sweater the color of unlit sand, and no shoes, her toes pale on the teak. "It is," Rosie said. Her smile was small, the kind you might offer in a chapel. Eve smiled. "A bit high for my liking, but it's a good place to think." "Especially good for those who want to be alone," Rosie said, pointedly, "or to meet someone who wants to be alone." "Is that what you're doing? Or are you still trying to figure out what happened to Aurelia?" "You knew her," Rosie said. "I spoke with her," Eve said. "She seemed nice enough, but a little troubled." "She said she hurt someone. You told Nathan." "I told him the truth he could stand." "Where were you in the early hours when she disappeared?" Rosie asked. "In my cabin." Eve moved to the rail and looked down. "Do you think she fell?" "I think if she went over, there would be evidence." "Not always," Eve said. "The ocean keeps its own book." "So do I." They considered each other. "If you knew something that could help, would you tell me?" Rosie asked. "I would tell the truth," Eve said, "as I understood it." "Which isn't the same thing." "It's the only thing anyone has at first." "There's CCTV footage of this deck on the night she disappeared," she said. "Aurelia walked out at 23:56. A second figure followed at 23:57. 15 seconds of corrupted camera, then noise below the decks 10 minutes later. Does your truth fit inside that?" Eve's expression didn't move. "You've been busy." "Busy is an old habit." "Do you believe in coincidence?" Eve asked. "I believe in choreography," Rosie said. They stood like that for another minute, 2 women practicing politeness at the edge of a question. "You think I know more than I've said," Eve observed. "I think you're careful," Rosie said, "and careful people have reasons. So do suspicious people. You don't mind being one of my suspects?" Eve's laugh was almost kind. "I didn't realize you were a detective." "I was," Rosie said, "but old habits die hard." Eve took her hands from the rail and clasped them lightly, as if holding something invisible and breakable. "I hope she is safe," she said, the emphasis on hope making the sentence belong to prayer more than to fact. Rosie studied the line of her profile. "So do I," Rosie said, "but I fear she is not." Rosie stepped back toward the door. Eve did not move. 10. Rosie sat in the armchair in her cabin. She sat still for a moment, replaying the conversation on the observation deck and Eve Mercer's calm voice. The image of that drop from the rail to the deck all the way below clung to her like salt, as did the grainy CCTV, the smear on the compactor, and the positive pregnancy test. Aurelia Hart had been pregnant. Rosie exhaled slowly. Whatever had happened on that deck, it was tangled in more than despair. Outside, somewhere below, a gangway thudded into place. The ship was docked again, in Santo Domingo this time. They were to wait here, Danner had said over the tannoy, until authorities completed preliminary coordination with U.S. officials, which meant the FBI was coming, eventually. Rosie knew what eventually meant in bureaucratic speech. It had already been long enough for the evidence to cool. She dressed quickly, tied her hair back, and went in search of coffee. The cafeteria was half full and uneasy. Conversations dipped and broke like waves. People spoke softer now, eyes flicking up whenever a crew member passed. Nathan Coleman sat alone by the window, a coffee cup before him. The light off the water made him look washed out, as though the color had been drawn from his skin overnight. Rosie collected her coffee and approached. "Mind if I sit?" He didn't answer, but he didn't stop her. "You heard?" she asked. He nodded once. "They're sending investigators." "FBI." "Finally," he said. "Maybe they'll find her." Rosie watched his reflection in the glass, his fingers worrying the rim of his cup, the tremor in his jaw. "People are all staring," he murmured. "You feel that?" She did. The cafeteria was a room of sharp glances, pity edged with suspicion. Nathan was the story now. He was the lonely man, the missing woman, perhaps the last to see her alive. "Let them stare," Rosie said. "They think I did it." People always think the closest person is guilty. He gave a faint, bitter smile. "And are they wrong?" Rosie didn't flinch. "You tell me." He looked up then, eyes red but steady. "I loved her." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one I have." They sat in silence. The smell of overbrewed coffee, the sound of cutlery, the ship's subtle vibration beneath the floor, all pressed closer than before. At the far end of the cafeteria, Mallory Denton adjusted her phone on its small tripod, the camera angled toward the buffet. Her voice was low, conspiratorial, perfectly pitched for her followers. "Day 7 aboard the Caribbean Dream," she said, the words smooth, almost gleeful. "The ship remains docked while the authorities coordinate their investigation into the disappearance of passenger Aurelia Hart. Rumors continue to swirl. Some say she jumped, others—" She glanced briefly toward Nathan, sitting by the window. "Aren't so sure." She paused, head tilted, tone dropping to mock sympathy. "It's always the boyfriend, isn't it?" The camera light blinked red. Mallory smiled a polished, media-ready smile and continued. "He says he's heartbroken, but heartbreak can be guilt." She stopped recording, checking her playback. Her reflection in the phone screen looked delighted. Rosie crossed the room before she'd finished uploading the file. "Stop it," Rosie said quietly. Mallory looked up, unfazed. "Public area." Private tragedy, Rosie replied. I'm documenting reality. You're manufacturing it. Mallory's smile thinned. The public has a right to know. The public has a right to wait for the truth. Mallory's eyes flashed. Truth doesn't trend. Rosie leaned closer, her voice cold now. If you upload that video, I'll make sure Danner bans you from Wi-Fi until we dock in Miami. Try trending on silence. For a second, Mallory's mask slipped. You think you can threaten me? The ship's hiding something. You'll see. Maybe, Rosie said, but by doing this, you're helping it stay hidden. Mallory shoved the phone into her bag and stood, her chair scraping. You'll regret threatening me. Not as much as you will, Rosie murmured. Mallory stormed out, leaving her breakfast untouched. Nathan glanced up from his table. What was that about? Noise control, Rosie said. By mid-morning, the deck had filled with restless passengers pretending to sunbathe. The ship's delay had turned leisure into confinement. Conversations were measured now, laughter too bright. Even the sky seemed suspiciously blue, like a postcard that refused to fade. Rosie leaned against the rail, watching the gangway where uniformed port staff came and went. No sign yet of investigators. Luis Ortega appeared from below deck, wiping his hands on a rag. His eyes looked hollow, like someone who hadn't slept. You shouldn't be up here, Rosie said. He gave a tired smile. I needed air. Air seems in demand on this ship. Feels that way. They stood side by side, the wind tugging at his sleeves. They told me not to talk to you, he said at last. Rosie turned her head. Who did? Danner. Said main and staff shouldn't comment on operational matters. Meaning the compactor. Luis nodded. He said if I mention it again, I'll lose my job. Rosie's jaw tightened. Did you tell anyone else? No. You're the only one who listens. He looked away toward the dock, where port officials clustered in the heat. You think they'll find her? I think they'll find a story, she said. Whether it's true will depend on who tells it first. Luis nodded slowly. Inside, the air conditioning hummed too loud, too cold. The lounge had become an aquarium of whispers, where passengers grouped in corners, their conversations blooming and dying like small conspiracies. Dora Steinman sat with her husband near the window, her voice carrying just enough to reach Rosie's table. It's grotesque, Dora said, leaving us here while authorities take their time. We're not criminals. Raymond grunted. What if someone is? Don't start. I'm only saying, woman disappears, boyfriend looks guilty, and now we're stranded. Whole thing smells wrong. Everything smells wrong to you, Dora snapped. That's why we never eat seafood. Raymond ignored her. I just heard the crew talking. They said the compactor jammed that night. You know what that means. It means you eavesdrop too much. It means... Dora cut him off sharply. It means stop before you ruin someone's holiday. Their words turned to static in Rosie's ears. The rumor had spread already. Luis was right. The ship was talking, but not in any language that led to the truth. Nathan had drifted to the upper deck, away from the crowd. He leaned against the railing, staring at the sun-dazzled water. The world shimmered blue, white, and endless, but his mind played its own film reel. He pictured Aurelia laughing at the gala, her hair caught by the colored lights. Aurelia humming under her breath in the shower, the faint scent of her shampoo. Aurelia's hand on the balcony rail that last night saying, I just need some air. I'm fine. He blinked hard, as though to clear the memory, but it kept looping, each image more vivid than the last. He pressed his fingers to his temples. What if she jumped? What if she didn't? What if I drove her to it? A sudden gust rattled the deck flags, breaking the thought. He looked down at his hands. The scratches Rosie had noticed earlier had deepened. The skin around them reddened. He rubbed them absently against his jeans. Behind him, the tannoy crackled. Danner's voice came, smooth as ever. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your security chief. We appreciate your patience during this time. Please remain aboard until further notice. Authorities will be joining us shortly to assist in our review of the situation. Thank you for your cooperation." The message ended. The deck fell silent again. Nathan closed his eyes. Assist in our review of the situation. That was how they phrased her disappearance. As a situation. He didn't know whether to laugh or scream. By early afternoon, the heat pressed down, thick and airless. Rosie had given up pretending to rest. She walked the ship instead, mapping its silences. Each deck felt like a different kind of lie, from the polished lounges upstairs to the humming corridors below. Everywhere had eyes. The claustrophobia was worse now, not from the walls, but from secrecy. Lots of people seemed to know something, and no one would say it. She paused by a window overlooking the dock. A line of men in navy suits had gathered near the terminal, the FBI, finally. Rosie felt her pulse steady. At last, there would be other witnesses, other ears. But even as she thought it, a colder thought crept in. Once the officials came aboard, the narrative would harden. Danner would choose his words carefully, Celine would shape her report, and the truth would be edited down to procedure they could file as an unfortunate incident at sea. "You'd better be quick, Delgado," she whispered to herself. By mid-afternoon, the ship's lounge had taken on the brittle calm of an airport during a delay, as people tried too hard to act unbothered, and staff circulated with smiles that trembled at the edges. Outside the wide glass panels, the docked view of Santo Domingo shimmered, postcard perfect and wrong, like a bright world at odds with what hung in the air. Rosie Delgado sat near the window, the sunlight creeping across the polished table. She had chosen her seat deliberately, a clear sight line to the deck beyond, and to the woman sitting opposite her. Eve Mercer looked immaculate as ever, her pale linen dress draped neatly, not a crease in sight, her hands folded around a cup of green tea she hadn't touched. If the last few days had eroded anyone else, they seemed only to have refined her. "I keep thinking I should have talked to her more," Eve said softly. Rosie tilted her head. "About what?" "About her confession to me, the afternoon before she disappeared." Eve's tone was careful to be conversational, not confessional. She seemed low, quiet. "I thought about inviting her for a drink, but she wanted to be alone. You know how people say that." Rosie waited. Eve traced her fingertip along the rim of her cup. "I didn't push, and now I'm wondering if I should have." Guilt, voiced with poise, thought Rosie. It didn't ring false exactly, but there was a smoothness to it that made her uneasy, like a rehearsed apology. "You spent some time with her," Rosie said. "Only a little. Enough to see she was struggling. I told her it gets easier, whatever it is." Eve smiled faintly. "I was wrong, I suppose." "Do you believe she jumped?" "I believe people disappear for all sorts of reasons," Eve said, meeting her eyes, "and not always because they want to die." "Then why?" Eve paused, her gaze slipping toward the window. "Sometimes running away feels like the only mercy left." Rosie studied her, trying to read the small tremors behind the calm. "You sound like you know something about that." Eve turned back, smiling. "We all run from something, don't we?" Before Rosie could answer, another voice interrupted. "Ms. Delgado?" Dr. Celine Cross stood beside their table, expression immaculate and inquisitive. Her hair was pinned into the same severe twist, not a strand out of place. "Do you have a moment?" Celine asked. Rosie gestured to the chair beside her. "Of course." Celine sat, crossing one leg over the other. "I wanted to speak with you about the psychology of grief. Yours, his, hers, all of it." "I'm not sure I follow," Rosie said. "You've positioned yourself as an investigator," Celine said lightly. "That suggests attachment, identification. It's not uncommon in cases like this." "I'm not attached," Rosie said. Celine's smile deepened. Of course not. She flipped open her notebook. But I thought you might like my insight into the missing woman's state of mind. It could help you contextualize things. Eve watched quietly, her face unreadable. Celine continued, her voice dropping into the calm tone of an analyst mid-session. Aurelia spoke of guilt. You may have heard that from other passengers. She carried it like a weight. Self-blame for something she couldn't change. That kind of guilt often manifests as what we call self-destructive rumination. Meaning? Rosie asked. The mind turns inward, feeding on itself. When the pressure builds and there's no outlet, impulsive behavior follows. You think she killed herself, Rosie said flatly. Celine tilted her head. I think she may have sought relief in the abyss. Relief doesn't usually involve walking calmly down a hallway, Rosie said, which I saw her do the night she disappeared. Despair can look serene, Celine replied. It's the calm before the final surrender. Rosie leaned back. And that's your professional opinion? It's my observation, Celine said. Professionally, I'd prefer not to define it until the investigation concludes, but I will say this. If it was self-inflicted, you'll find no note, no warning. People like her rarely leave words behind. Eve's gaze flicked towards Celine. That's convenient, she murmured. Celine's smile didn't reach her eyes. I prefer the term consistent. Rosie studied the two women. One was clinical, one composed, and both far too calm for comfort. It struck her how easy intellect could disguise motive. Before Rosie could respond, a sharp burst of voices broke the low hum of conversation nearby. At a table near the bar, Dora Steinman sat rigid, her husband looming across from her, face flushed. For God's sake, Dora, enough talk about ghosts, Raymond barked. I'm not imagining things, Dora snapped. Her voice cracked under the strain. I heard someone crying last night near the stairwell by the promenade. It was a woman. Raymond threw up his hands. The ship creaks, the pipes moan, and you invent tragedy. It wasn't pipes, Dora hissed. It was her. Who? The missing woman. Heads turned. A few passengers whispered, while others looked deliberately away. Raymond lowered his voice, but not his temper. You're embarrassing yourself. Dora's eyes shone wetly. Someone was crying, Ray. Don't you dare tell me I dreamed it. Rosie was halfway from her chair when Eve caught her arm lightly. Don't, she said softly. They'll eat her alive if you wade in. Rosie hesitated, then sat back down. The argument continued in staccato bursts of Dora's desperation, Raymond's irritation, and the polite discomfort of onlookers pretending not to listen. Celine watched too, her expression faintly analytical. Sounds like projection, she murmured. She doesn't sound delusional, Rosie said. She sounds overwhelmed. Celine closed her notebook again, rising. You should rest, Ms. Delgado. Obsession exhausts reason. Rosie's jaw tightened. You sound like someone trying to preempt questions. Celine smiled. Only the wrong ones. She left as neatly as she had arrived, her perfume lingering a moment after her footsteps faded. Silence settled between Rosie and Eve again. Dora's voice had become muffled, and Raymond sat sullen, staring into his drink. Around them, the room slowly reclaimed its false civility. Rosie looked out the window. She certainly believes she heard her, Rosie said quietly. Belief and truth are rarely on speaking terms. Eve replied. You think she's wrong? I think fear rearranges sound. Grief, too? Eve's lips curved slightly. I'm not grieving, Miss Delgado. Rosie glanced at her reflection in the glass. Eve's expression was neutral, her posture elegant, but her hands had tightened around her teacup. Then what are you doing? Rosie asked. Eve didn't answer. She rose, smoothed her dress, and crossed to the window. Her reflection joined the sea, a pale shape against the glitter. I keep wondering, Eve said quietly, if the sea ever gives back what it takes, or if it just learns to mimic the sound of missing things. Rosie watched her, noting the faint tremor in her fingers, like the first visible crack in the mask. "You seem to care a lot for someone you barely knew," Rosie said. Eve's shoulders lifted. "Caring's easier when it's too late." "Is that a hint of guilt?" "Compassion," Eve said, turning. Her face was composed again, every trace of emotion sealed away. "You shouldn't mistake one for the other." Rosie stood too. "Do you think I do?" "You ask good questions," Eve said. "Just make sure you want the answers." Rosie hesitated, half wanting to push further, half aware she had reached the point where questions only fed shadows. She stepped away, but at the door she looked back. Eve stood motionless before the panoramic window, her hands resting lightly on the frame. The sea rolled below, brilliant and merciless. In the reflection, her face looked split in two. One part was serene, the other faintly hollow, as if she were somewhere else entirely. Rosie couldn't decide which version was real, the woman perfectly in control, or the one quietly coming apart. Either way, she was sure of one thing. Eve Mercer knew more than she'd said. 11. The maintenance bay was in half shadow, the fluorescent strip overhead stuttering with a tired pulse. The smell of oil and metal hung thick in the air, sharp enough to sting the back of the throat. Rosie stood just inside the doorway, the hum of the ship vibrating through her shoes. Luis Ortega was hunched over a monitor beside the compactor control panel, his face illuminated by the sickly green light of a spreadsheet. His hair looked damp, plastered to his forehead, and there was a tremor in his hand when he lifted it to wipe his mouth. "You said you found something," Rosie said. Luis didn't turn. "You're not supposed to be down here." "That stopped mattering days ago." He hesitated, then jabbed a finger at the screen. "Here." Rosie moved closer. The monitor displayed a maintenance log, time-stamped entries running down the column. Everything looked clean. No gaps, no errors, no late shifts marked. But Louise's cursor hovered over one line near the bottom. "That's a manual override," he said. Rosie leaned in. "Timestamp?" 02:15, the night she disappeared. Her breath caught. "You told me earlier it was automated." "It should have been," he said quickly. 3 scheduled runs a night, no manual input unless the sensors fail. "And they failed that night." He nodded, eyes darting nervously toward the door. "At least that's what I thought. But this..." He tapped the entry again. "This isn't a system error. It's a command. Someone forced a cycle override." Rosie's pulse thudded. "And you're saying you didn't do it?" He turned toward her, eyes wide. "I didn't touch it. I swear to God. Danner told me to log it as routine, but I didn't press that button." "Who could?" "Anyone with security clearance." "Which includes?" He hesitated. "Danner, senior engineers, maybe 1 or 2 others." Rosie crossed her arms, staring at the log. The data line blinked faintly as if mocking her. "And you're sure the time hasn't been altered?" Louise grimaced. "That's the thing. Look here." He opened another window, the system audit trail. It was blank between 0158 and 0220 hours. Rosie frowned. "Deleted?" "Wiped. Not deleted, just rewritten. Someone with admin credentials replaced the source code for that window. They made it look like a standard cycle." "A cover-up," Rosie said quietly. Louise swallowed hard. "I shouldn't be showing you this. If Danner finds out, so what if he does? If he wiped it, he can explain himself to the FBI. If he didn't, he can hand over the evidence and let them investigate. But he'll sack me." She stepped closer. "You came to me, remember? You said something wasn't right. You were correct. Now we have proof." He shook his head. "We have numbers. But Danner has authority." Rosie stared at the screen again, at the line of false data, and the quiet deceit of it. It was exactly the kind of flaw she'd missed once before. The thought made her throat tighten. Years ago, on that other investigation into another missing girl who turned up dead. She remembered the hum of the precinct air conditioning, the stale taste of coffee left too long in a paper cup. The way the evidence officer had sworn the footage had been unaltered. The way she'd believed him until the defense team tore her case apart, frame by frame. She'd watched a guilty man walk free on corrupted evidence. Now, standing in the ship's humming underbelly, the echo of that failure felt close enough to touch. She straightened. "I'm taking this to Danner." Louise went pale. "Don't. He's head of security. He needs to verify it. He'll erase it before you finish explaining. Then I'll watch him try." Danner's office sat behind the crew corridors. When Rosie entered, he was on the phone, voice clipped and cordial. "Of course, we're cooperating fully," he was saying. "Yes, sir. Waiting on your boarding confirmation." He hung up as she approached, folding his hands. "Ms. Delgado, to what do I owe this visit?" "I need to discuss the maintenance records," she said. He smiled faintly. "You're not maintenance. Luis Ortega found something." His expression didn't change, but a flicker of interest moved behind the calm. "Did he? And I thought I told him to stop talking to you." The compactor was manually overridden on the night Miss Hart vanished. "That is incorrect." "Then check it." He stood, slow and deliberate, crossing to the small terminal at his desk. His fingers moved smoothly over the keys. "System logs rotate every 72 hours. Anything before that is overwritten. Not in the backup." He glanced up. "You've been accessing restricted files." "I ask a question," Rosie said evenly. "You violated ship protocol." "I found evidence your protocol's been tampered with." He sighed, the sound more theatrical than tired. "Ms. Delgado, I understand your investigative impulse, but this isn't your jurisdiction. You're a passenger. And you're obstructing an active investigation. That presumes there's a crime." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Someone rewrote the logs, and you know it." He met her eyes, his face an unreadable mask. "Do you have proof?" "Enough to make someone nervous." He smiled. "Then you'd better hold on to it tightly." "I'll be turning it over to the FBI when they board." "Of course you will," Danner said, sitting again. "In the meantime, I suggest you stop interfering with my crew. People are unsettled enough." Rosie stared at him. "You're more afraid of a scene than of the truth." He folded his hands. "In my experience, the truth causes the bigger mess." Rosie leaned forward across the desk. "You were on deck 7 that night, weren't you?" He didn't blink. "I check all decks on rotation." "You were there 2 minutes after the camera looped." "Then I'm fortunate to have such good timing." "Did you see anyone?" "No. You're lying." He smiled faintly. "If I were, how would you prove it?" Rosie felt her jaw tighten. He was too smooth, too comfortable, the kind of man who believed procedure would always protect him. She turned for the door. "Ms. Delgado." Danner's voice stopped her. She looked back. "You strike me as intelligent," he said. "You must know that pushing this will end badly. For you, if not for the truth." "Maybe," she said, "but someone needs to end worse." She left without waiting for a reply. In the corridor, the air felt heavier. The hum of the engines was louder here, a deep vibration that ran through the metal walls. Rosie paused to steady herself, pressing a hand against the cool steel. Luis was waiting near the stairwell, his face pale. "What happened?" "He stonewalled," she said. "Pretended the records don't exist." "I told you." She nodded. "He's protecting someone." Luis swallowed. "Who?" "That is what we'll find out." They walked together toward the main deck. The corridor lights flickered, then steadied. Rosie glanced back once toward Danner's office, the door now closed, silent. Behind it, she imagined him making calls, rewriting more data, building the wall higher. and Rosie Delgado had never been good at following rules when keeping control meant silence. The casino bar was loud that afternoon, the music too upbeat for the hour, lights turned up too bright, like the ship was trying to convince itself nothing was wrong. Passengers laughed loudly, hands flicking cards across green felt tables, their movements desperate with routine. The air smelled of gin, perfume, and tension. Nathan sat at the far end of the bar, a glass of whiskey clutched like an anchor. His shirt collar was open. The barman, polishing glasses with efficient boredom, had stopped asking if he wanted another. He simply refilled it when Nathan's gaze turned hollow enough. Across from him, Mallory Denton had her phone out again, the lens trained not directly on him, but close enough to catch his reflection in the bar mirror. "I'm not recording," she said, smiling. "Just notes, background for my next blog. People are fascinated by the story, you know. A woman vanishes mid-cruise. It's tragic, mysterious, romantic even." Nathan looked up slowly. "Romantic?" "Well," she continued, twirling her straw, "there's a man who loved her, the sea, a question mark. People eat that up. They want meaning in their horror." He stared at her, disbelief turning to disgust. "You think this is content?" "Everything about life is content," Mallory said lightly. "You can't stop people from being curious. Look, I know you're grieving, but even you have to admit—" "Stop!" Nathan's voice cracked. "Just stop talking." But she didn't. "I heard she was hiding something," Mallory went on, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Maybe a secret. Maybe someone else. You must have noticed. You lived with her." Nathan's hand shot out, knocking the phone from her grip. It hit the bar with a sharp crack, spinning once before clattering to the floor. The music stuttered, conversation pausing like a held breath. "Don't you ever talk about her again," Nathan said, his voice low, shaking with a note that wasn't quite anger, but something rawer, closer to despair. Mallory's mouth opened, closed. For a moment, she looked like she might shout back. Then she caught sight of the faces turning their way, the quiet satisfaction in the watching crowd. She folded instead, gathering her phone and mumbling something that sounded like self-pity disguised as outrage. That was when Eve appeared. She moved through the bar like calm through chaos, composed, unhurried, and completely untouched by the noise. She placed a light hand on Nathan's arm. "Come on," she said softly. "You don't want to give them a show." He looked at her, eyes glazed, and nodded once, letting her lead him away. As they passed Mallory, Eve stopped. Her tone remained polite, her smile faint, but her eyes held an unmistakable warning. "You should be careful who you provoke," she said quietly. Mallory flinched, color draining from her face. "Are you threatening me?" Eve's smile didn't change. "No, I'm advising you." Then she turned, guiding Nathan toward the exit. The crowd parted without a sound. Within seconds, they were gone. Mallory sat for several minutes afterward, staring at her drink. When the chatter of the room returned, she didn't join it. When she finally lifted her phone, her hands were trembling too much to unlock the screen. Rosie found her like that, pale, shaken, and trying to compose herself in the reflection of a bar mirror. "Rough interview?" Rosie asked, sliding onto the stool beside her. Mallory jumped. "Jesus! You move quiet." "Occupational habit." Rosie gestured to the empty seat. "You mind?" "Be my guest." Mallory's laugh was brittle. "Everyone else seems to be." Rosie studied her for a moment. Mallory's makeup had begun to smudge. The bright camera-ready polish was gone. What replaced it looked almost human. "She's dangerous," Mallory said suddenly. "Who?" Rosie asked, though she already knew. "That woman, Eve. There's something wrong with her." Rosie's expression didn't change. "You pick strange times to get a conscience." "I'm serious." Mallory's voice trembled. "She looked at me like she knew everything I've ever done wrong, like she enjoyed it. You didn't see her. I've seen her. Then you felt it. Mallory took a shaky sip of her drink. The way she watches people. It's not empathy. It's like a calculation. Rosie leaned forward, elbows on the bar. Or maybe it's a projection. Maybe you see yourself in her. Mallory bristled. You think I'm lying? I think you want the story to shift away from you. Rosie's tone was even, not cruel. You film a grieving man, taunt him until he snaps, and suddenly you're the victim? Mallory stared at her. You really hate me, don't you? I don't hate you, Rosie said. I just don't mistake ambition for truth. Mallory's mouth twisted. Ambition's all anyone listens to anymore. Rosie looked away, her eyes tracking the glinting reflections in the bar mirror. Maybe, she said quietly, but ambition has a habit of making too much noise when it should be silent. Mallory blinked. What's that supposed to mean? That you should stop talking, Rosie said, finishing her drink. For your own good. She walked away, leaving Mallory behind to consider her warnings. The ship, she thought, was an ecosystem of fear. Every conversation was a defense mechanism, and every smile a mask. Truth had no chance to live here without being strangled. She leaned against the railing on the upper deck and looked at the sky. Footsteps behind her broke the thought. Enjoying the view? Danner. His voice was pleasant enough, but she didn't mistake the edge beneath it. Trying to, she said without turning. He came to stand beside her, immaculate as ever, with his uniform crisp and his expression smooth. You've been busy, he said. The crew's talking. They say you've been asking questions you shouldn't. They're good at gossip, Rosie said. Keeps them distracted from the smell of rot. He smiled faintly. You think this ship is rotten? I think the people running it are scared. He looked out at the horizon, where the lights of the port shimmered through mist. You don't seem scared. I learned the hard way that fear's useless, she said. Is that why you keep sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? No, I do that because someone has to. Ms. Delgado. Danner's voice softened. You're not on duty here. You're a passenger, a guest. This isn't your investigation. Neither is it yours anymore, she said. Once the FBI boards, your control ends. He laughed quietly. You have such faith in the systems that already failed you. Her jaw tightened. You did your homework. It's my job to know the people causing problems. He turned to face her fully now, his eyes narrowing. I'll say this once. Drop it, before you make trouble you can't walk away from. Rosie met his gaze. That sounds like a threat. It's advice, he said, echoing Eve's earlier words almost perfectly. Take it. He turned and walked away, his footsteps fading. She couldn't help but smile to herself. When everyone wants the truth buried, you know you're getting close. 12. The rain came like a verdict. It swept across the decks, needling the glass, flattening the horizon until sea and sky were one bruised color. The ship lifted and dipped in a queasy rhythm that turned conversations into prayers and made even seasoned travelers find the nearest handrail. Somewhere above, a horn sounded long and low. By early afternoon, the passengers had retreated indoors. Lounge chairs stood empty except for towels plastered like abandoned flags. In the atrium, families clustered under the chandelier's warm light, eyes tracking the sway they swore they couldn't feel. The gift shop did quiet business in ginger sweets and wristbands that promised equilibrium. The men in suits finally came up the gangway in a dark procession, clipboards wrapped in plastic, faces set to neutral as they stepped onto carpeting that knew only sunscreen and martinis. They moved in pairs, collecting names, knocking politely and then less politely when doors stayed closed. On the main deck, an agent read from a list. Elsewhere, another copied serial numbers from the backs of security terminals, while Danner watched with a smile that meant cooperation and a posture that didn't. Rumor grew a spine. The missing woman was no longer a story. She had become a schedule for procedure. Interviews at 1300, cabin checks at 14. People practiced their lines in whispers. We didn't see anything. We heard the announcement. She seemed quiet, yes, but happy. Truth frayed under repetition. Ms. Mercer? Eve heard her name spoken twice before she realized it was for her. She'd been standing outside the spa, watching rain run down the glass in narrow, urgent streams. An agent with a notepad offered a professional smile. We're speaking with everyone who knew Ms. Hart. Eve nodded. She had prepared for this. In the lounge, they sat side by side while the ship rolled gently under them. The agent asked about the gala, about the morning after, about whether Eve had noticed anything unusual where unusual meant loud, violent, visible. Eve said no. She did not lie about speaking with Aurelia in the spa. She called it a friendly conversation in a place designed for friendly conversations. When asked where she'd been after midnight on the night of the gala, she said in her cabin, a truth that fit in the mouth more easily than others. Did Ms. Hart confide anything? The agent asked. Only that she had once hurt someone, Eve said. I didn't pry any further with that. I didn't really know her. They released her with a card she would never use. Outside the lounge, the corridor seemed narrower. A pair of teenagers ran past and then clapped hands over their mouths as the floor tilted and the lights flickered. Somewhere deeper in the ship, something shifted with a thud that sounded almost human. Eve walked the corridors. In her mind, a phone lit a dark room. A text message glowed steady and small. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. The letters were spare, polite, devastating in their restraint. She could still see the way her thumb hovered over the reply field and found nothing to put there. She could still hear the silence that came after, long and clean as snowfall. Kieran. The name flickered in her mind and was gone. At a window near the bow, Eve stopped. The water below was a mad geography, hills without land, valleys without floor. Spray burst from the bow and shredded itself on the wind. On a lower walkway, 2 crew members wrestled a cover over stacked chairs, then vanished into the gray. She touched the glass. It was cold enough to make her bones ache. She found the observation deck without meaning to. Her feet brought her there while her head replayed the text like a scratched record. The door complained at the ship's motion. She leaned into it and stepped out. The world outside was reduced to the elements of wind, rain, steel, and the sea's heave.
Lamps burned sickly halos into the wet, and the rail shone like the edge of a blade.
The wake had thickened to a churned, violent white. Waves hit and hit again, practicing the argument they intended to win. She moved to the spot she knew by heart now, the wedge of shadow where a bulb had blown and not been replaced, where an overhand provided cover from prying cameras. Her hands found the rail automatically. It was slick and cold. She gripped anyway, knuckles whitening. The ship rolled and her stomach followed. For a second, the horizon vanished, and there was only water. The thought of it, the fear of it, the invitation of it. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. Who leaves whom first? The person who writes the sentence, or the person who learns to live inside the pain it causes? A door opened behind her and shut again. Footsteps approached, careful in the wet. Eve did not turn. If it was Rosie Delgado, she would ask a quiet question and leave a louder silence. If it was Danner, he would offer advice that was really a warning. The footsteps retreated. The sea kept speaking in its language of insistence. Eve tightened her grip. She thought of Kieran again in the white apartment. The glass on the counter. The first message she shouldn't have read. I can't stop thinking about last night. She had lost everything once. Not all at once, but one careful piece at a time. until what remained looked like a life from far away. The rain softened. For a breath, the clouds thinned and the light changed, as if the storm were letting one eye open. Eve let go of the rail and wiped her palms against her dress, two darker prints that vanished almost at once. She told herself to go inside. She did not. Not yet. The tannoy sounded, and the captain's voice was muffled by the weather. "We are experiencing heavy seas associated with a tropical storm to our south. Please remain indoors and use handrails where available. Our course keeps us clear of the center." In the pause that followed, the hull groaned like a sleeping thing turning over. The investigation continued despite the weather. She could feel it even here. Doors that had been open were now guarded, and doors that had been closed remained carefully so. Somewhere in the crew levels, numbers weren't adding up. Near the atrium, someone was saying protocol had to be followed to the letter. In a small medical office, words were being selected that left no blood on any hands. Eve set her own hands on the rail again, lighter this time, as if on a piano she hadn't played in years. She closed her eyes and let the ship carry her forward. In the lounge, people told the same story in slightly different words. That was how truth broke, she thought, not with a direct lie, but with a repetition of hearsay. Rosie stood in the doorway of the security lounge, rainwater dripping from the hem of her jacket.
Danner was at the far end of the room, speaking quietly with one of the FBI agents.
When he saw her, his expression tightened to a flicker of irritation, masked by that bureaucratic calm he wore like armor. He excused himself from the agent and walked over. "I thought I told you to stay out of restricted areas," he said. Rosie stepped closer, ignoring the tremor of thunder that shook the lights. "You're hiding something, and I'm determined to find out what. I am managing a crisis by destroying evidence." Danner smiled faintly, as if the word amused him. "Evidence of what? You've got a missing woman and a ship full of rumors. That's all." "You're protecting someone," she said. His jaw flexed. "I'm protecting this vessel. You think the FBI cares about reputational damage? They'll shut us down, impound the ship, ruin every job on board." "And Aurelia Hart?" Rosie demanded. "What's she worth?" He held her gaze, unflinching. "This ship's reputation is worth more than one missing passenger." The words landed like a slap. Outside, lightning flashed in a raw white line that made the world briefly too visible. The thunder came seconds later, shaking the window panes. Rosie's voice dropped to a whisper. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that lets people get away with murder." Danner didn't reply. He only turned away, returning to the FBI agent again as if she were air. She left, knowing they would come to speak to her soon, and that she'd have everything to tell them. The casino was half empty, its lights dimmed against the storm. The roulette wheel sat motionless, its red and black numbers slick under the bar glow. Mallory Denton was perched at a slot machine, tapping her thumbnail against a glass of gin and tonic, her phone face down beside it. When Rosie approached, she didn't look up. "If you're here to arrest me for bad journalism, get in line." "Relax," Rosie said, sitting beside her. "I just want to talk." "Talking seems dangerous," Mallory murmured. "At least it's getting me in enough trouble." "Then we'll whisper." Mallory finally looked at her. Her eyes were wide and sharp, rimmed with fatigue. "You didn't get this from me," she said, sliding a small black USB drive across the table. Rosie frowned. "What is it?" "Footage from the gala. Unedited. I wasn't supposed to keep it, but I save everything. It's a compulsion." "What's on it?" Mallory leaned in, lowering her voice. "I was filming crowd shots before midnight. You'll see Aurelia earlier on. She's dancing with Nathan. Then she walks off and out towards the deck. About 30 seconds later, someone in a hood crosses frame toward the balcony doors." "You can't see the face?" "No, they're still in a mask. But the timing's bad. Really bad." Rosie turned the drive in her palm. Why give this to me? Mallory gave a short, bitter laugh. Because maybe someone will see the value of filming the small interactions. And because I'm tired of being the villain in everyone's story. Maybe you are, Rosie said softly. Maybe you're not. Mallory's smile faded. Do me a favor, detective. If you found out what really happened, don't make it look neat. Truth never is. Rosie studied her. Why are you traveling alone, Mallory? A pause. Mallory's eyes darted toward the rain-smeared window. Sometimes it's easier to film other people's lives than live your own. That's not an answer. The answer's not important, she said, gathering her phone and standing. Good luck. She walked away before Rosie could press any further. Then a shout cut through the noise. Rosie turned. Near the bar, Nathan staggered into view, soaked and unsteady, clutching a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Aurelia! He shouted, his voice cracking over the music. Aurelia! Answer me! 2 staff members moved toward him, hesitant, but Nathan swung an arm, sending the bottle spinning. It hit the floor and shattered, amber liquid spreading across the tiles. She's not gone, he shouted again. You don't understand. She's not gone. The crowd recoiled. A woman screamed as the ship tilted again, plates crashing somewhere in the distance. Rosie crossed the room quickly. The staff had caught Nathan now, restraining him by the arms as he struggled weakly. Let me go, he gasped. I just need... She might be... Nathan, Rosie said sharply. Stop. He froze at her voice, his eyes glassy but focused. You think I hurt her, he said. They all do. I think you're making it easier for them to believe it. For a second, something like comprehension flickered in his face. Then his shoulders slumped, and he let the crew guide him away toward the stairs. Rosie stood where he'd been, staring at the puddle of whiskey on the floor. It caught the light from the slot machines, gleaming gold, beautiful and ruined. She felt a prickling at the base of her skull, the instinct that years of experience had taught her to trust. Nathan's despair wasn't simple grief. It was panic. And that panic was the kind born of knowledge rather than fear. A flash of lightning lit the casino like a stage. For one instant, every face was carved in white. The dealer clutching the table edge, the tourist clutching drinks, Rosie mid-breath. And beyond the glass, framed by the rain-streaked window, stood Eve Mercer. Her face was serene. The thunder came a second later, a sound like the world splitting open. And when Rosie looked again, Eve was gone. 13. The ship's IT control room was a place of low light and cold air, deep in the metal throat of the Caribbean dream. Rows of monitors glowed dimly, their screens alive with the static blue graphs and the pulse of recorded data. Every few seconds, a green diode blinked, marking the breath of the ship itself. Rosie stood behind Luis Ortega, who sat hunched at the main terminal, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Rain drummed faintly on the deck above them, a sound muffled by metal and distance. The storm had passed, but the sea still pitched and rolled under the hull, making the fluorescent lights sway. Are you sure this won't trigger an alert? Rosie asked quietly. Luis didn't look up. I've ghosted the access point through a dummy port. As long as Danner's still asleep, we're fine. Let's hope he's a heavy sleeper, then. Luis exhaled slowly. The glow of the monitor made his face look older, more haunted. These are the night cycle backups. Non-critical systems. That means no sound, no overlay data, just raw feed. It's the best I can do. That's enough, Rosie said. He scrolled through timestamps, the cursor jumping minute by minute. The footage flickered between empty corridors, half-lit lounges, and the endless monochrome of closed doors. Deck 7, Rosie said. The observation deck, midnight to 3. Luis nodded, isolating the feed. For a moment, The screen was a blur of static. Then an image resolved. The wide deck, slick with rain, its lamps dimmed to a sodium glow. The time code flickered.
01:56:48 seconds.
They both leaned closer. At first, the deck was empty, except for the restless swing of a life buoy and the flutter of a flag against the wind. Then, a movement as a woman stepped into view, framed by the far archway. Aurelia Hart. Her hair was loose, her pale dress clinging to her in the damp. Even in grainy footage, there was something fragile in her posture, like glass waiting for the wrong vibration. She turned as another figure entered the frame, this time Mallory Denton. Her movements were fast and agitated. She gestured, arms slicing through the air. They were talking. No, arguing. The footage had no sound, but Rosie could almost hear the sharp, hot rhythm of accusation anyway.
Aurelia shook her head and stepped back.
Mallory followed, reaching out as though to stop her. Then Aurelia turned, walking toward the railing. Mallory lingered a few feet behind, her head bowed. The camera angle shifted slightly. The two women moved toward the far end of the deck, where a small door led to the outer promenade.
At 01:58:02 seconds, Mallory disappeared through that door.
For a few seconds, only the rain moved. Then, from the opposite side of the frame, another figure appeared. The hooded coat was unmistakable, even through the distortion. The person paused at the threshold, glancing both ways before stepping out after Aurelia. The footage stuttered once, froze, and then went black. Luis leaned back, running a hand over his face. "That's it. It ends there." Rosie's heart thudded in her chest. "You can't recover the rest." "There is no rest. The feed was cut at the source. No corruption of the recording, but manual termination. Someone killed it." He nodded grimly. "Looks that way." Rosie stared at the blank monitor. The silence in the room seemed suddenly too deep, as though the ship itself were listening. "Can you isolate stills?" she asked. Luis hesitated. "If I do, Danner will see the query in the log." "Do it anyway." He hesitated again, then began typing. The screen flickered. Frames appeared one by one like grainy spectral moments frozen in time. Aurelia's face turned mid-sentence. Mallory's mouth open, shouting something that would never be heard. The hooded figure, a blur of movement under the deck lights. Luis transferred the images to a portable drive, his hands shaking. "This is all I can risk. You didn't get it from me." Rosie nodded, slipping the drive into her jacket pocket. "Understood." "Be careful," he said quietly. "Whoever did this, they're still on here, and they'll be desperate to get away with it." The rain had slowed by the time Rosie reached the passenger decks. Kingston's port lights shimmered faintly in the distance, blurred by the mist that hovered over the bay. The air smelled of salt and oil and exhaustion. She moved through the corridor, past cabins with their doors half closed, whispers spilling through narrow gaps. People had stopped pretending to be relaxed now. The veneer of leisure had cracked. The Caribbean dream was no longer a cruise, it was a container of tension and sleeplessness. In the lounge, passengers had gathered in clusters, drawn by rumor and morbid curiosity. The FBI were still interviewing, leaving each room a vacuum filled with speculation. Rosie saw Nathan sitting alone in a corner, his hands clasped, staring into the dark window as if waiting for the sea to speak. Mallory stood by the bar, phone clutched to her chest. Her expression was taut, her usual swagger gone. Eve Mercer was harder to find. When Rosie spotted her, it was near the far wall, by the piano. She was talking quietly with Celine Cross, her posture serene, her hands folded. Her calm had become unsettling now. It was too deliberate, like a still photograph in a room of motion. Rosie waited until the low chatter died. Then she stepped forward, holding up a small tablet Luis had loaned her. "I have something you all need to see," she said. The words carried easily. Conversations faltered, chairs scraped. She placed the tablet on the table near the center of the lounge and tapped the screen. The footage began to play. The room fell silent as the rain-muted images filled the small screen. Aurelia and Mallory, their argument illuminated by a ghostly light. The brief flash of the hooded figure at the end. The screen going black. When the playback ended, Rosie looked up. "Were you there?" she asked. The question hung in the air like static. Mallory's mouth opened first. Yes, I argued with her, but it isn't about what you think." Rosie's eyes narrowed. "Then what?" "She accused me of lying. Said I told Nathan something. I didn't. She was drunk. She wasn't herself." "You followed her onto the deck." "I tried to calm her down." Mallory's voice cracked. I didn't. She walked off. I left her there." Rosie's gaze shifted. "And then?" Mallory faltered. I don't know. I went back inside, I swear." The silence deepened. Somewhere near the bar, someone cleared their throat. Rosie turned toward the others. "Someone followed her after that. This person." She tapped the frozen frame on the screen, the hooded silhouette. "If any of you recognize them, now would be a good time to speak up." No one did. Eve Mercer stood very still. The faintest tremor touched her jaw, gone almost before Rosie noticed. Nathan's voice came from the corner. "How'd you get that footage?" Rosie didn't answer him directly. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that we know she wasn't alone that night." He stood suddenly, his chair skidding. "Don't do this." "Then help me understand," Rosie said. "What was she so upset about?" Nathan's eyes burned with something like fury or fear. "Because something from her past was haunting her, and I couldn't help." He turned sharply, pushing past the watching crowd, vanishing down the corridor toward the cabins. Rosie watched him go, her instincts flaring again. His grief was raw, but there was something else beneath it. It was a kind of controlled chaos, the kind that doesn't come from shock, but from knowing too much. When she looked back, Eve was gone too. Rosie found her on the observation deck 20 minutes later. The rain had started again, thin and relentless. Eve stood at the railing, her hair plastered to her face, staring out into the night. "You shouldn't be out here," Rosie said quietly. Eve didn't turn. "You showed them that footage?" "Yes." "And what did it prove?" "That someone followed Aurelia." "Someone always follows someone," Eve said softly. "That's how the world works." Rosie stepped closer, the wind tugging at her jacket. "You walked away earlier. Why?" Eve turned then. Her eyes looked darker in the rain, reflective, bottomless. "Because I've already seen enough people punished for telling the truth." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you'll get tonight." Lightning flared overhead, momentarily blinding. When Rosie's vision cleared, Eve was already walking toward the far exit, her figure dissolving into shadow. Rosie didn't follow. She leaned on the rail where Eve had been standing, watching the sea twist below. The deck lights flickered, reflecting off the black water in broken strands. She thought of Mallory's panic, Nathan's outburst, Eve's calm withdrawal. All of them were guilty of something, even if not the same thing, and Aurelia was the ghost at the center of it all. Rosie closed her eyes for a moment. Triumph and dread tangled inside her, indistinguishable. She had found evidence, yes, but evidence was only a doorway. Truth waited behind it, patient and cruel. 14. By morning, the ship was alive with whispers. They slipped through corridors and around breakfast tables, carried in the clink of cutlery and the hum of the espresso machine. Passengers who had spent the past week pretending not to stare were now openly watching each other, eyes flicking from face to face as though truth might show itself in posture alone. The still images had spread some time in the night, showing grainy shots of Aurelia Hart on the deck, the blurred hooded figure following her. No one knew how they'd surfaced, but everyone had them. Screens glowed like candles in cupped hands. Rosie stood in the atrium cafe, stirring a coffee, watching as a pair of women across the room huddled over a phone. One whispered something. The other gasped, hand to mouth. Mallory Denton sat 2 tables away, head down, sunglasses on, though the atrium light was soft and gray. Her phone buzzed constantly. Rosie didn't have to ask who leaked the stills. Mallory's guilt was too theatrical. Luis Ortega appeared at Rosie's shoulder, looking anxious. His uniform was wrinkled, eyes red from another sleepless night. "You've seen the leak?" he asked. Rosie nodded. "Everyone has." "I told you not to share that footage." "I didn't." "Then who?" They both looked toward Mallory. Luis swore softly in Spanish. "She's going to destroy any leads we have." "She may already have," Rosie murmured. The cafe doors opened, letting in the sound of rain and heavy footsteps. A team of people in CSI jackets stepped through, accompanied by 2 FBI agents and a weary-looking port official. They carried silver cases and that unmistakable air of polite intrusion. A murmur rippled through the passengers. Chairs scraped. "They're back," Luis said. Rosie watched as the team split. 2 headed toward the stairwell, another group toward the elevators. One paused at the counter, flashing credentials to a stunned barista. The forensic kits clicked open, the sterile smell of latex and antiseptic cutting through the ship's recycled air. Outside, sirens echoed faintly from the dock as Kingston's harbor police secured the pier. "Passengers aren't going to like this," Luis muttered. "They don't have to," Rosie said. "They just have to stay put." "Corporate won't see it that way." Rosie turned. "Corporate?" "The captain had a call this morning. The owners want the incident contained before we dock again. They're worried about headlines, lawsuits, reputation." Rosie almost laughed. "A woman vanishes, and their first concern is brand integrity." Luis's face hardened. "You don't understand. On a ship like this, bad press kills careers. The captain's under pressure to close it." "Then he's about to have a worse day," Rosie said. She found Danner 10 minutes later near the aft corridor, his uniform immaculate despite the humidity. He was standing with one of the investigators, his voice low but firm. When he saw her, he dismissed the man with a curt nod. "Ms. Delgado," he said, the title a barb. "We need to talk." Rosie folded her arms. "About the footage?" His expression hardened. "You've been distributing surveillance that you have no authority to even see." "I didn't leak it." "But you obtained it illegally." "I obtained it because you buried it." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You don't seem to understand how thin the ice is under your feet. This is a federal matter now. The Bureau's on board. Your involvement ends here." "Funny," Rosie said. "That's what my old lieutenant used to say every time I got close to the truth." He smiled tightly. "And look how that ended for you." Her pulse quickened, but she kept her voice steady. "What are you hiding, Danner?" "Nothing." "Then why does the ship's security feed cut out the moment before a woman vanishes?" He straightened his collar, composure settling back like a shield. "Glitches happen. Power fluctuations, salt damage. Or human interference." He didn't answer for a moment. "You're wasting your time," he said quietly. "Women like you always do." Rosie watched him walk away, fury cold and clean in her chest. Back inside, Rosie caught sight of Nathan near the elevators, shoulders hunched, a dark bruise blooming along his jaw. He was listening, but pretending not to 2 tourists whispering behind him. "Said she jumped. Poor thing. Can't blame her, really. After what he—" Nathan turned on them so fast, one of the women stumbled back. "Say it again," he snarled. The man beside her raised his hands. "Hey, we didn't mean—" "You think you know what happened?" Nathan shouted. "You think she just fell? What? Just fell out of love and over a rail. Security moved in, 2 uniformed crew members trying to calm him. Nathan shoved one aside. Rosie froze. The corridor went dead silent. Then Nathan blinked, as though waking from a trance. But it was too late. The crew restrained him, guiding him toward the stairwell as passengers whispered anew. Was that a confession? Rosie followed, catching up with him near the atrium where they'd stopped to let him breathe. Nathan, she said gently, you know, don't you? He looked at her, eyes wet, unfocused. Know what? That Aurelia was pregnant. He flinched, mouth working soundlessly. She didn't tell me. You're sure? I could tell there was something she wanted to tell me. I had no idea. Rosie's stomach turned. And you didn't ask? She said she needed air, he snapped. You think I knew she'd never come back? Someone followed her, Rosie said quietly. We have footage. I saw. His voice cracked. Everyone saw. She wanted to believe him, but something in his eyes wouldn't let her. By afternoon, the CSI teams had sealed off the observation deck and several storage compartments. Plastic sheeting hung like ghosts, fluttering with each opening of a door. The scent of disinfectant carried down the stairwell. Passengers kept their distance, whispering about body bags and DNA tests, none of which were happening, but all of which sounded true enough to repeat. Rosie stood at the railing of the upper deck, watching the city spread beyond the port, in a line of sunlit buildings rising above the turquoise water. So normal it felt cruel. Luis joined her, still in his uniform. They found fibers snagged on the railing, he said. Could be from her dress. Could be from 1,000 things, Rosie replied. He nodded. Captain's furious. Says the investigators are scaring people. He wants a timeline, not a truth. Welcome to corporate justice. Luis looked at her. You sound like someone who's lived it. I have. She thought of the small, airless interrogation room years ago, and the flickering light, and the file folder with her name on it. The questions that weren't really questions. The words, procedure, protocol, career impact. The way she'd walked out, knowing truth mattered only until it became inconvenient. The same smell lingered here. Metal, fear, and bureaucracy. You ever wish you'd just let something go? Luis asked. Every day, Rosie said. And every day I don't. They stood in silence, the noise of the city faint beyond the hum of the engines. Below them, CSI techs moved like ghosts across the deck, collecting samples that might prove nothing. Crew members watched from a distance, their eyes darting nervously toward Danner. Stood with his arms crossed, trying to hold back the tide. Rosie knew the pattern. Containment first, truth later, if ever. The spa veranda was one of the few quiet corners left on the Caribbean Dream, a sanctuary of wicker chairs, damp towels, and half-drunk cocktails sweating in their glasses. The faint strains of piano music drifted from the lounge below, polite and oblivious. Mallory Denton sat in the corner, her legs crossed, painting her nails a shade of coral that clashed with her sunburn. The smell of acetone mingled with ocean air. She looked up as Rosie approached, a small, deliberate smile on her face. If you're here to arrest me for bad manners, you'll have to wait until the polish dries. Rosie sat opposite her, folding her arms on the small glass table between them. People are talking. They always do, Mallory said, blowing gently on her nails. Especially when a woman vanishes. You leaked the stills. Allegedly. You turned the ship into a circus. Mallory tilted her head, admiring her reflection on the lacquered surface. It was already a circus. I just turned on the lights. Rosie studied her. You're unbothered for someone at the center of it. Mallory's eyes flicked up, cool and sharp. You think I should cry? I've done that before. It doesn't help. Rosie leaned forward. You argued with Aurelia the night she disappeared. You followed her onto the deck. You were the last one to see her alive. If I were you, I'd be terrified." Mallory capped the bottle, the click of the lid oddly final. "You don't understand women like her." "Then enlighten me." "She was always waiting to be rescued," Mallory said. "By men, by fate, by whoever looked kind long enough. But no one rescues anyone. Not really. They just trade cages." "Is that what you told her?" Mallory smiled thinly. "Something like that." "You said you didn't argue about Nathan." "We didn't." "Then what?" Mallory's eyes drifted toward the horizon, where the sky was a strange, bruised blue. "She accused me of watching her, of following her. Maybe she was right." "Were you?" Mallory didn't answer. Instead, she picked up a tiny nail brush and began cleaning the edges of her polish with precise surgeon-like care. Rosie waited. The silence between them filled with the sound of distant thunder. Finally, Mallory spoke again, her voice softer, almost detached. "You ever hear about the bird that keeps flying into the same window?" Rosie frowned. "Can't say I have." "It sees its reflection and thinks it's another bird. It keeps trying to reach it again and again, until one day it hits hard enough to break its neck." Rosie regarded her carefully. "And what's the moral?" "There isn't one. The bird doesn't learn, and the glass doesn't care. Some creatures are built to destroy themselves, chasing what isn't real." "You think that's what happened to Aurelia?"
Mallory looked up, her eyes suddenly bright with something that wasn't quite sadness.
"Don't you?" Before Rosie could answer, a voice drifted from the next table. "Interesting parable," said Dr. Celine Cross. Neither woman had noticed her sitting there, half hidden by a potted palm. A notebook lay open before her, a pen poised in long, elegant fingers. "Eavesdropping again, Doctor?" Rosie asked. "Observing," Celine said with a serene smile. "It's what I do." Mallory rolled her eyes. "Of course you're taking notes. You'd analyze God if he sneezed." Celine didn't look offended. "Observation is the foundation of understanding. Even discomfort tells a story." Rosie turned toward her. "What story do you think you're writing now?" Celine tapped her pen against the page, thinking. "A case study in containment. People under pressure revert to type. Some collapse, some adapt, others perform." "Which am I?" Mallory asked. Celine's eyes flickered over her like a scan. "Performer. You wear distress-like makeup skillfully applied, but easily removed." Mallory smirked. "And Rosie?" Celine considered. "Investigator, driven by guilt disguised as principal." Rosie's expression didn't change. "You've been profiling all of us." "It's a reflex," Celine said. "When I'm not on cruise ships, I lecture on behavioral psychology at Boston University. Trauma, addiction, loss. You'd be surprised how often the patterns repeat." "Do those patterns include covering for a murder?" Rosie asked. Celine's mouth curved faintly. "Murder is rarely simple enough to fit a pattern." Mallory snorted. "God, you're both exhausting." Rosie ignored her, focusing on Celine. "You had access to medical waste areas. That includes disposal schedules." "Yes." "You knew about the compactor." "I knew it existed." "But not when it was manually overridden?" Celine's eyes met hers, steady and calm. "I don't monitor maintenance logs, Miss Delgado. I treat passengers." "You treated Aurelia." "I spoke with her." "About guilt." Celine's hand stilled. "You've heard my thoughts." "You said she exhibited signs of self-destructive rumination." Celine nodded. "She blamed herself for something, though she never said what. I offered empathy, not answers." "Did you follow her that night?" "No." Rosie watched her closely. "But you were awake." "I was," Celine said, returning her gaze to the page. "So were you." Mallory laughed quietly, breaking the tension. "You two sound like a noir film. Maybe I should film this." Rosie turned sharply. Don't. Mallory raised both hands. Fine, fine. Everyone's so sensitive these days. Celine closed her notebook with a soft snap. Do you know what fascinates me most about confined environments? She said, almost conversationally. They amplify truth. Ships, hospitals, even marriages. Pressure strips away performance until only instinct remains. And what instinct are you seeing now? Rosie asked. Celine smiled faintly. Survival. All of us trying to stay afloat, one way or another. A silence hovered over them, broken only by the slow rhythm of waves against the hull. Mallory began blowing on her nails again, eyes distant. You know, she said softly, that bird I mentioned, sometimes it isn't chasing its reflection. Sometimes it's trying to escape the room it's trapped in. It just picks the wrong window. Rosie met her gaze. And breaks its neck anyway. Mallory shrugged. Freedom's never tidy. Celine stood, gathering her things. If you'll excuse me, I have passengers to attend to. She left as quietly as she appeared, her perfume lingering faintly in the humid air. Rosie watched her go, unease prickling at the back of her neck. There was something so composed about Celine, as if every gesture were calibrated. The kind of person who noticed everything and revealed nothing. When she looked back, Mallory had resumed her meticulous painting, her face expressionless except for a small, private smile. You enjoy this, don't you? Rosie said. Mallory didn't look up. Enjoy's the wrong word. What's the right one? Mallory glanced up then, the sunlight catching her eyes. No idea. 15. The morning began with the smell of waffles and a scream. Not the theatrical kind, not even loud, just a sharp, bitten-off sound that snapped every head toward the buffet. A woman stood there, phone in hand, eyes wide. By the time she found her breath and stammered, "It's online! It's everywhere!" The news had crossed the room like flame over dry grass. Rosie felt the collective recoil arrive before she saw it, in the sudden surge of noise, the way people rose from tables without seeming to stand. Coffee sloshed, cutlery clinked a frantic cadence, and screens lit like a small constellation. Mallory Denton's latest upload had gone live. It was an automatic post, scheduled. The thing she'd boasted was her fail-safe on every platform. Even if she disappeared, the content wouldn't. If they silenced her Wi-Fi, the queue would break free alone. Rosie's phone vibrated against her palm, and a familiar thumbnail bloomed on the screen, grainy and irresistible. Gala night, unseen, Aurelia in silver. Eve beside her, mask lifted to her hair like a crescent. The title card dissolved, and the video opened in shaky, glittering motion with the swell of the band. Confetti drifting like slow snow, the camera swinging to find faces. It showed Aurelia laughing, tilting toward Nathan, and then, jarringly, Mark Danner shouldering into frame. The lounge watched together, strangers fused by gossip and dread. On screen, Danner's mouth moved, though there was no audio, since Mallory had cut the sound under royalty-free piano. But it was clear his words were not gentle. He planted himself between Aurelia and the exit, hand half raised, palm out. Aurelia said something, and he stepped closer. Nathan appeared a breath late, a soft hand on Danner's shoulder, an attempt at calm. Danner shook him off. The camera lurched, Mallory muttering something at the edge of the mic, then steadied just long enough to capture Aurelia's face, and the moment laughter collapsed into steel. Then a jump cut to Eve, on that same night, touching Aurelia's forearm, guiding her toward fresh air. Not possession, something more delicate, like midwifing a decision. The video ended on a freeze frame of the balcony doors, and a caption that asked, "What happened after this?" #Caribbean Dream. The room erupted. People spoke over each other. He blocked her. "No, he's security, that's his job." "Who's the woman?" "The husband looks useless." "I knew there was a fight." The captain's voice hurried onto the tannoy, tight, controlled. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm while our team coordinates with investigators. We ask you not to share unverified media that may affect an active inquiry." The speakers clicked off, and the instructions evaporated like steam. Across the buffet, Danner moved like a storm front. His uniform seemed sharper this morning, the creases knife clean, the hairline parting too exact. He cut through the crowd, expression fixed in that managerial neutrality that read as steadiness, until it didn't. "Turn your phones off," he told a cluster of passengers. "There will be an update shortly." One woman laughed in his face, not unkindly, just incredulous. "Sir, my sister is in Ohio. She sent me the link. Us turning our phones off won't stop it being out there." Mallory was at a window table, alone, in what looked like a calculated isolation. No sunglasses now. Her mouth was set in an expression that was not quite apology and not quite triumph. If she was rattled, she hid it behind the posture of inevitability. Rosie reached her in 3 strides. "Scheduled?" Mallory kept her gaze on the glass. "Insurance policy." "You didn't think to warn me." "I scheduled it before you threatened to cut my Wi-Fi." Mallory's tone stayed light. "Turns out I still have my instincts." "You just triggered a stampede," Rosie said. "I didn't create the bull." Danner found them then, breath perfectly measured, fury compressed. "Ms. Denton, come with me." He didn't look at Rosie, which told Rosie everything about his morning. Mallory rose, smoothing her skirt, every inch the compliant witness for a camera that wasn't there. "I'd love to, Mark, but I have a breakfast appointment for a call with my publicist." "You don't," he said softly. A small drift of silence opened around them. People had learned to make space for threats on this ship. Rosie stepped between. "If you're taking her, I'm coming." "You're not coming," Danner said without turning to her. "And she's not going anywhere except a quiet room where she will hand over her devices." He faced Mallory again, voice pitched just for her. "And if you don't hand them over, you will disembark today." Mallory's smile stiffened. "That's not how due process works." "This is a vessel, not a courtroom." "Same difference," she said, but without heat. "Enough," Rosie said. "Danner, talk to your captain. If you drag her through the lounge, you'll turn a scandal into a riot." He glanced at Rosie then, the briefest tick of attention, and passed her toward the coffee queue, where Nathan stood stock still, eyes on an elderly couple whose whispers had turned unkind. Danner measured the room like a man reading a barometer. "I'll have her devices," he said again, and was gone. He didn't push. That told Rosie he was calculating where not to be seen being powerful. The captain arrived 5 minutes later, face flushed beneath the brim of a courtesy cap. He took a microphone from a waiter, skipped the tannoy, and addressed the room like a man begging a tide to listen. "We understand you've seen a video," he said. "We ask that you refrain from redistribution. Our investigative partners are reviewing all relevant material." His eyes flickered toward Danner. "This is an ongoing process." A man near the pastry case called out, "Then why was she arguing with your security chief?" Another, "Why is this ship still docked if she's gone?" And a voice Rosie recognized as Dora Steinman, sounding thin and bright with fear. "Why is no one telling us the truth?" The captain blanched. "Ma'am, we are committed to—" "To what?" Dora demanded. "To the bar staying open." Laughter broke like surf, then died as quickly, embarrassed. The captain nodded to someone invisible and retreated. Danner turned on Rosie the moment the mic vanished. "Your friend caused this." "She's not my friend," Rosie said, "and this was coming whether she scheduled it or not." "You've been feeding hysteria since day one," he said. The words weren't loud, but they were honed. "You and your little band of vigilantes." "My band." "Ortega, the blogger, that doctor." "Celine?" Rosie said, surprised despite herself. "She's been advising passengers to journal their trauma. It multiplies it." His lip curled. Everyone thinks they're a witness. Maybe they are. He stepped closer, the smell of starch and aftershave and inadequate sleep. Listen to me. The ship is a city. Cities need order. Without it, you don't get truth. You just get spectacle. You've tipped us into spectacle. And you've hidden evidence, Rosie said. The footage cut, the compactor log. Baseless. He said it too quickly. I won't have my crew tried in the court of gossip. You'll have them tried in no court at all, Rosie said, if you keep clinging to the little authority you have like it's a life ring. His jaw twitched. For a second, the posture cracked. Rosie saw the man behind the uniform not as a villain, exactly, but a small king terrified of a larger country. A resume littered with near promotions, the commendation that was really a consolation. The first time a passenger's complaint had beached a career. A childhood with rules and no power. A life spent mistaking control for competence. You think you know me, he said, too calm now. You know nothing. I know this, Rosie said. When a man loves his job more than the truth, he makes a terrible guard and a perfect gate. Watch yourself, he said. I am, she replied. Across the room, Nathan exploded. A couple had stopped him with a gentle question that wasn't gentle. He flung his coffee into the bin so hard the lid popped. Stop saying she jumped because of me, he shouted. You didn't know her. A waiter tried to quiet him, but Nathan shook him off, stumbling backward into a tray stand that went down like a cymbal. The sound yanked every gaze. Security moved. Rosie moved faster. Nathan, she said, getting an arm around him. Come outside, now. He let her steer him toward the corridor, away from the lenses that had sprouted like flowers. In the quiet bend by the service door, he caught his breath, eyes haunted and glassy. She was pregnant, he said again, low, as if it might sound different in this smaller air. Rosie watched his face. Surprise had been real yesterday when the word escaped him. When did you know? She asked. I told you, I didn't. He swallowed. I suspected there was something. I thought she meant... God, I don't know what I thought. You never saw a test? No, I feel like I'm drowning, he said, suddenly furious. He looked at her for a long time, then away. I didn't hurt her. That's not the same as telling me what you know. He didn't answer. When they returned to the lounge, the temperature of the room had changed again. The captain was gone. Danner stood beneath the mezzanine, firing instructions into a radio, his eyes scanning faces for fires. CSI and FBI jackets moved through like a front line, heading for the stairs with new evidence bags. The buffet had become a theater of refusal, with people pushing plates away, appetite replaced by compulsion. Mallory was no longer at her table. Rosie found her near the veranda doors, as if she'd drifted there on the wake of her own bomb. Her expression was odd. She looked both emptied out and pleased at once. Congratulations, Rosie said. You made the morning news. Mallory's smile was slow. I didn't force him to confront her. I didn't put her on that deck. No, Rosie said. You just set the lighting. Mallory's chin lifted. Viewers deserve to see the whole picture. The picture is different from the truth. Sometimes it's all they get. Rosie might have replied, but a flash went through the glass as the sun broke through a stubborn patch of cloud, and in it, Eve Mercer appeared, crossing the far edge of the lounge with a tray of tea. Her gaze tracked the room and landed on the video looping on someone's screen. For a fraction of a second, her face changed to something tender and stricken and private. And then it was gone, the calm back in place like a hand smoothing a sheet. Evening drew itself tight around the ship, a long bruise of sky pressing against the windows. The corridors felt quieter. Rosie moved through the hush, noting how conversations lowered as she passed, like candles pinched out by a hand. She was almost to the stairwell when Celine cross-stepped from a shadowed alcove, as if the ship had produced her on cue. The doctor's hair was still pinned with clinical precision, the white of her blouse immaculate despite the heat. "Miss Delgado," Celine said softly. "A word." Rosie kept her expression neutral. "All right." Celine gestured to the small window at the corridor's end, the one that framed a dark ladder of water sliding past the hull. "I'm not here to convince you of any theories," she said. "I thought you should know something, and I'd rather it not come out in a report first." Rosie waited. "Aurelia sought me out," Celine continued. "It wasn't a formal session. She called it a chat and laughed, but it wasn't a joke. She was shaking." The doctor folded her hands, then, almost guiltily, unfolded them again. "She said she wanted to confront something from her past, that she'd made a mess she couldn't clean, and that the consequences had arrived." "Consequences," Rosie repeated. "She was pregnant," Celine said plainly, "unplanned. She confessed she didn't want to keep the baby." The corridor seemed to constrict. The hum of the ship climbed a register, the way sound does when you're suddenly aware of it pressing on your skin. "What exactly did she say?" Rosie asked. "That she tried to be a different person with Nathan. That she tried to be tidy, faithful, new. But she felt like a counterfeit. Her word." Celine's gaze shifted to the window, to the steady run of black. She mumbled something about calling him, and then said no, she couldn't. Not yet. "I didn't ask who him was." "Because you already thought you knew?" "Because I'm not a detective," Celine said. "I am, however, a historian of regret." Rosie studied her. "And you believe she would have terminated the pregnancy?" "I believe she felt trapped between two stories that would both cost her dearly," Celine said. "One had a child in it, one did not. Both required bravery she wasn't sure she had." Rosie heard Aurelia's voice in her head, telling Nathan she needed air. She saw the pregnancy test sealed in plastic bag, the thin blue cross that had turned every corridor of this ship into a possible motive. "So why tell me now?" Rosie asked. "Why not days ago?" Celine's mouth tightened, and for the first time a seam showed in her composure. "Because I didn't know whether you were collecting truths or making narratives, and because I wasn't sure you'd use it to help her." "And now?" "Now these men with clipboards keep asking me to define her pain in ways that will look tidy in court." She turned back, the notebook under her arm like a verdict. "There's something else." Rosie waited. "That night," Celine said quietly, "the gala, I stepped out to the mezzanine for air. I looked down. Mallory Denton was watching Nathan and Aurelia with a hatred that wasn't theatrical. Not jealousy exactly, not even envy. She looked bitter." She searched for the right word and seemed irritated when one didn't arrive on schedule. "It left me cold." "Hatred of whom?" Rosie asked. "Of them, of their togetherness." Celine shook herself once, a little gesture of dismissal. "You can tell a lot about a person by who they become when they're not on camera." "Did anyone else see?" Celine's smile was small, razor-thin. "People rarely look where ugliness is quiet." Rosie let the silence sit. On this ship, facts had to be held up to the light to see if they were true. Celine's felt like a coin gone warm in the hand. "What do you want from me?" Rosie asked at last. "Nothing," Celine said. "I want you to have the shape of the truth before someone hands you a prettier one." She moved to go, then paused. "You asked me once if I followed Aurelia that night. I didn't. But I did watch the door long after she'd gone through it." Celine's eyes were calm, unblinking. Sometimes the only way to learn what a person will do next is to see what they leave behind. "And what did she leave?" Rosie asked. Celine considered. A decision she didn't want to make. She inclined her head and was gone, precise footfalls swallowed by carpet. Rosie walked back to her cabin with the ship's hum in her bones. Inside, the air was a little cooler, the blinds angled to a slice of sea. She locked the door, slid the chain by reflex, and set her notebook on the desk beside the sealed evidence bag. The pregnancy test looked small now, like a toy from a cruel game. She took it out and held it up to the light. The cross was indisputable. You could pretend not to see a thing like that. You could also pretend not to hear thunder. She thought of Nathan, and how the word had burst out of him like a reflex, the way shame sometimes does when it's mistaken for help. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Check the veranda now. No punctuation. No name. The hair at the back of her neck lifted. She didn't go. She stayed still, listening. Somewhere down the hall, a room door latched. On the deck above, a chair scraped the teak. The ship was always full of small sounds that wanted to be clues. She tucked the test back into its envelope and slid it into the hidden pocket of her suitcase. It felt wrong to keep it, and wronger to hand it over to men who would write the word pregnancy like a motive and move on. For now, it remained a promise between women. Across the corridor, a housekeeper's cart squeaked. Further down, someone laughed too loudly and stopped as footsteps ran, then slowed, covering guilt into leisure when they reached the corner. Rosie lay back on her bed and tried to push the tension of the day out of her joints. In a cabin 6 decks away, Eve Mercer sat alone on the bed with her back to the door. The curtains were drawn to a thin strip of storm-colored water. Her phone lay face up on the duvet, with the photo gallery open. She scrolled past sunsets and flat whites, and the kind of careful pictures that prove a life exists without showing it. Then the photos changed tenor. Eve, smiling sideways at a man beside her, half out of frame, half a jawline, a shoulder, and a slice of an old T-shirt that said "Kier" before it cut away. She selected the image. The face moved into view as if pulled by water. It was summer in the picture. You could tell by the light. She inhaled once and hit delete. The phone asked if she was sure, and she tapped yes with a finger that didn't shake. Another photo showed her hand on a railing, with a second hand just touching the back of it. Delete. A screen captured text. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. Delete. Delete. The progress wheel turned, devoured itself, and left nothing. Eve set the phone down and folded her hands in her lap. The cabin hummed its quiet mechanical lullaby. She listened to her own breath until it calmed. On the dresser, a glass of water left a perfect circle. She looked at her phone. It was done now. Better to delete than to despair. 16. The captain's briefing room was small and windowless, with its walls lined with plaques of previous voyages. It had the stale air of bureaucracy, a place where decisions were framed as procedures, not failures. Rosie stood at the back beside a water cooler, arms folded. The room's single clock ticked with a precision that made every second feel punitive. At the head of the table, Mark Danner cleared his throat. The captain sat beside him, pale and still, eyes sunken as if they had been borrowed from a different face. A handful of officers filled the remaining seats, along with Luis Ortega in maintenance blues, Dr. Celine Cross in neat white linen, and Eve Mercer, somehow invited, sitting with her legs crossed and her hands folded. Nathan stood against the wall near the door, looking like he hadn't slept in days. His shirt was creased, collar open, jaw shadowed with exhaustion. Danner adjusted a stack of papers until the edges were perfectly square. Then, in a voice so level it sounded like a recording, he said, "Effective immediately, the disappearance of Miss Aurelia Hart will be logged as a probable accident, possible suicide." For a moment, no one spoke. The hum of the air conditioning became the loudest thing in the world. "You're joking," Rosie said. Danner didn't blink. "I am not." "She has not been found," Rosie said. "There's no body, no evidence of a fall, no—" "The ocean is vast," Danner interrupted. "You know that as well as I do." "You're closing it," Rosie said. "After 13 days. "The Bureau's statement was clear," Danner replied. "Insufficient evidence of foul play. No confirmed witnesses to a struggle. The footage recovered does not conclusively identify any suspect." He straightened, clasping his hands on the table. "It's a tragedy, but the classification is standard protocol." Rosie took a step forward. "You mean it's convenient?" The captain looked up for the first time. "Miss Delgado, please. This decision was made in consultation with our legal department and the authorities in Miami. It's not a matter of truth," she snapped. "No, of course not. It's about insurance, liability, your schedule." The captain's jaw flexed, but he didn't answer. Luis shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "With respect, sir," he said, voice low, "there were inconsistencies in the logs. Equipment tampering. The compactor override on the night of her—" Danner cut him off with a look sharp enough to draw blood. "We reviewed that. It was a maintenance error." Luis stared at the table. "I didn't make that error." "I said we reviewed it," Danner repeated. Rosie turned toward him. "You buried evidence." He exhaled through his nose, calm, measured. "Watch your language, Miss Delgado." "Why? You've already written the ending." Eve Mercer spoke for the first time. Her tone was quiet, polite, almost sorrowful. Perhaps it really was an accident. Every head turned. She smiled faintly, eyes lowered. People fall overboard more often than we like to admit. She could have been disoriented, frightened, a little tipsy after the gala. Maybe she went up there for air and slipped. Rosie looked at her. "You don't believe that." Eve's eyes lifted. "Belief isn't my domain." "Then what is?" Rosie asked. "Acceptance," Eve said simply. Nathan slammed a fist on the wall, the sound breaking like a gunshot. "You can't just decide she's gone and we'll stop looking." Danner turned sharply. "Mr. Coleman, no!" Nathan shouted, stepping forward. "You didn't look! You've been walking around the ship pretending she's paperwork. But she's out there. Maybe alive. Maybe waiting for me to find her." "Enough," Danner barked. "Say her name," Nathan demanded. "Say her name without probable accident behind it." "Mr. Coleman," Danner said, lowering his voice into something dangerously calm. "Perhaps it's best if you retire to your cabin to calm down." Nathan laughed, ragged, desperate. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? Tie the mess up in a neat little bow." Two uniformed crewmen moved from the doorway. Nathan shoved past the crewmen and stormed out, the door slamming hard enough to rattle the framed maritime certificates. Rosie followed, ignoring Danner's voice calling her back. The corridor outside was brighter than the room, the contrast making her dizzy. She caught up with Nathan halfway down the hall. He was gripping the rail, breathing in shallow bursts. "They're lying," he said. "I know. They just gave up." "They never started," Rosie said. He looked at her, eyes red and unguarded. "What do I do?" "Stay angry," she said. "It's the only honest thing left on this ship." Behind them, the briefing room door opened. Eve stepped out, smoothing the sleeves of her blouse, her expression cold. Danner followed, speaking quietly to her as though she were a colleague, not a passenger. Whatever he said made her nod once, eyes calm. Rosie noted it, filed it away. When Eve passed, she paused briefly. "You shouldn't let this grief eat you alive," she said to Nathan, gentle as a prayer. He didn't answer. Eve smiled almost sadly and walked on. Rosie waited until the corridor was clear, then leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. Probable accident. The phrase tasted like rot. Luis found her minutes later, his voice low. They're deleting the maintenance reports from the system. Whole section's gone. Of course they are, Rosie said. Delgado, he whispered, glancing around. Whatever you're doing, be careful. Danner's got someone feeding him information. He knew about your questions before you asked them. Rosie's stomach turned cold. Who? Luis shook his head. Could be anyone. The ship's full of eyes. He hesitated, then added, There's someone new in admin, a woman called Zoe. Joined in Kingston. Says she's temp support for the captain. No one checked her ID. Zoe, Rosie repeated. Blonde, mid-30s, polite. Too polite. Where's she working? Office, beside the comms hub. Rosie straightened. Thank you. Luis nodded, started to leave, then stopped. They'll make it official by morning. The case file will close. Not if I blow it open first, Rosie said. He looked at her for a long moment and then walked away, shaking his head like a man who'd seen the story before and knew how it ended. Rosie waited until the corridor emptied again. Probable accident, she whispered, the words hollow in the air. We'll see. Night and routine gave her the window she needed. Rosie slipped unseen into the security annex, a room with no windows and too much air conditioning, knowing that Danner had left minutes earlier to begin his nightly rounds, which meant she had a sliver of time where the ship's eyes were hers. Let's see what we can find, she murmured, clicking backward through the timeline. The evening's footage unspooled in gray-blue, couples drifting, waiters moving like fish in the crowd. There, at 23:04 hours, was Nathan entering frame, shoulders squared in that way men adopt when they've run out of words and intend to rely on posture. He scanned the room, saw Eve Mercer at the far end, alone with a water glass in hand, and moved toward her with the momentum of a question that would become an accusation. Rosie scrubbed forward 5 seconds at a time, then back, letting gestures translate in place of sound. Nathan spoke first, his gestures fast, chopping the air, in what looked like an appeal, sharpened by suspicion. Eve listened without flinching, then set her glass down and answered with the economy she carried like a creed. Her face stayed calm as she delivered her reply with few words, clean lines. Nathan stepped closer. She didn't step back. From the angles of the camera, their faces were profiles carved in disco light. Nathan's mouth thinned. He looked at Eve's hands, her pockets, the rail, the walkway toward the observation deck, as if the direction itself were evidence. Eve tilted her head, and there was a flicker of something like pity, or weariness hidden beneath her calm. She said something short. He laughed once, not a happy expression. His hand lifted, open, but not touching, and hovered near her shoulder, stopped by a kind of invisible permission she never granted. A woman paused with a tray of cocktails, trying and failing to eavesdrop. The camera caught her disappointment as she retreated. Eve spoke again, slower, as if to a skittish animal. Nathan shook his head, rubbed at the heel of his palm as though erasing something written there. He said a final line, and Rosie could tell it was final by the way his chest emptied. Then he turned away too quickly, knocking the water glass. Eve caught it without looking, set it back, and stood very still until he was gone. Rosie let the clip loop, watching their micro-choices. Eve's eyes on the door, even while nodding. The way Nathan kept glancing at the corridor that led to the deck where Aurelia had vanished. Whatever he'd asked, it had lived there, in that corridor, in that night. She copied the segment to a small drive she took from her pocket, the progress bar ticking like a pulse. When it finished, she killed the monitor and stepped out into the corridor. The ship was changing volume. The engines had stilled. but the voices were louder and footsteps quicker. Word had gone out that they were anchored off the coast of Havana, but not docking, a distinction without mercy. People wanted land. They wanted phone calls and stories that ended and rooms that didn't move under them. On Deck 8, the line at guest services had become a crowd. On Deck 7, the crowd had become an argument. A man in a floral shirt pounded the desk with a palm that would bruise, insisting he had a flight to catch, a mother to bury, a life down the gangway that didn't understand the word clearance and had no interest in this missing woman. A woman with a toddler on her hip cried without sound. 2 teenagers filmed everything, the lens a third eye that never blinked. "Please," a cruise member said into a wall of anger. "Please, we are holding us hostage," someone finished. The doors to the promenade opened and gulped the noise, then filled again as more people pressed in for air. The city lay sideways on the horizon, closer and not. Rosie moved along the rail, catching scraps of demand that were mostly refunds. Refunds, refunds. The currency of people who could stand not knowing the truth and would settle for numbers instead. Near the bar on the observation deck, the mood was stranger, like warm embers, not flame. Couples peeled themselves from windows only to return to their tables. A group of sun-tanned men played a tired game of cards. Nathan stood in the dark pocket on the deck, beneath a blown lamp and a low overhang, watching the bar he'd left minutes earlier. When Rosie's footstep hit the teak, he flinched, then forced a smile that died on delivery. "You saw us," he said. "Yes." "What did it look like?" "2 people who know there are not many ways left to speak." He huffed air that wanted to be a laugh. "I asked her if Aurelia had told her anything, if she'd seen anyone follow her, if she—" He swallowed. "Eve just said Aurelia wanted peace." "Peace isn't a choice," Rosie said. "Neither is accident." He shot back, surprising them both. His hands worked as if searching for something to hold that wouldn't injure. "I keep thinking if I can just say the sentence the right way, 'Aurelia, where did you go?' that she'll answer." "She won't," Rosie said, and then softened it. "Not the way you want her to." "I need to know what she told Eve." "So do I," Rosie said. "Let me ask the question." He looked at her a long time, then away, and walked into the crowd, swallowed by it. Rosie stayed. She watched the bar's door as if it might confess. Inside, the staff moved with the focused cheer of people trained to survive hurricanes of feeling. Eve did not reappear. Celine passed once. Mallory stood on a low step, filming the argument below with the practiced solemnity of a correspondent on a war's least important day. The horizon hardened. Havana blinked at them, unamused. Rosie's phone buzzed again, and the screen lit with a single message from an unknown number. "You're looking in the right place." No signature, no thread. She slipped the phone away and made herself breathe through a count of 8. She thought of the footage in her pocket, the way Eve's hand never trembled, the way Nathan kept glancing toward a past that refused to face forward. She thought of Danner drafting his statement about probable accident while the city glittered, indifferent, just out of reach. 17. When the first flicker of lightning came, Rosie sat bolt upright, staring at the ceiling and counting the seconds between the slow breaths of the ship. The light thinned, brightened, thinned again, then steadied. Outside, wind pressed its mouth to the glass and spoke in low, patient vowels. She sat up, felt the cabin sway around her, and reached for the phone to check the time. It failed to respond, a black pane reflecting her outline. It had failed to charge, even though she'd plugged it in. She checked the plug and found it all correct. She tried the lamp beside the bed. It was dead, too. No power, then. As she drew on her robe and crossed to the window, the tannoy crackled to life, voice distorted. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bridge. We are experiencing intermittent power fluctuations associated with a tropical cell passing to our northwest. For your safety, please remain in your cabins or in the covered restaurant or recreation areas. Crew will be moving through corridors to check on passengers. As soon as the storm is past, we'll be making our landing in Havana. We appreciate your cooperation." The speaker clicked off. In the momentary silence, Rosie heard her own heart knocking the way it does before a door opens on something you've already guessed. She dressed quickly in jeans, the dark sweater that dried fast, the jacket with deep pockets. When she opened the door, the corridor wore a dim, emergency-lit glow. Red exit signs had the finality of punctuation. The carpet muffled footsteps. A housekeeper's cart stood mid-lane like a stranded boat, its towels draped in surrender. A crewman passed, nodding, face wind-burned in advance of the storm. "It's bad out there. I'll stay inside, I promise," Rosie said, already moving. She was thinking of the messages on her phone, of the CCTV clip she'd copied in the security annex, of the way Eve's eyes had looked just to the left of Nathan, as if the question itself were a cliff, and she'd chosen the long way around. She took the stairs, because the lift would be the first thing the storm punished. The stairwell smelled of rust and soap, the paint worn smooth where hands had asked for balance. At the end of the passage on Deck 7, the door to the observation bar shivered on its hinges, as if asking permission to let the wind in. Rosie reached it, pressed it into the wind, and stepped onto the deck. The storm took her first, in a wall of wet and sound that removed the world and replaced it with water. Rain came not as drops, but as an element, and the deck was a palette of slick black, with white foam licking at its edges like something alive. The ship bowed and rose, a slow, nauseous curtsy. Even the rail seethed. She went low, knees bent, one hand skimming the rail. The lamps were halos without certainty, making the space between them a study in disappearance. The observation deck's bar glass was a dark mirror. For a second, lightning flared, solder white, and gave the deck back to her. And in that brief exposure, she saw a figure moving along the lee side, steady, head down, hair a dark flag plastered to her skull. Eve. Rosie's mouth filled with the taste of copper. She should have turned around. She should have called for crew. She should have obeyed the politely murderous Tannoy. Instead, she angled across the deck and went after Eve, feeling the rain find seams in her clothes like a thief searching pockets. "Eve!" she shouted into the gale. The wind crushed her name and flung it onto the rail. Eve didn't turn. She walked as if the world were inside her and had to be crossed. Rosie caught up near the blown lamp where darkness pooled a little deeper. "Eve!" she said again, closer now. Eve stopped and faced her, eyes black in the wet. "What are you doing out here?" Rosie yelled. "Praying," Eve said, and the absurdity of saying it in this weather nearly undid Rosie. "For what?" "An ending." Wind peeled at Eve's sweater, outlining the bones beneath. Rain had drawn silver lines down her face that might have been tears if the sky had been kinder. Rosie put a hand out toward the rail, some primal part of her knowing to anchor, even in questions. "Tell me what happened that night," she said, "on this deck. When the cameras cut, people moved. You know a piece that I don't." Eve's mouth shaped a no that didn't involve lips. The ship heaved. Over the storm, a door slammed twice, the sound a dull report. Rosie took a step closer. "Who are you protecting?" "That's not—" Eve began, then stopped. The wind stole whatever word had tried to follow. Another figure moved at the edge of Rosie's vision, near the bar's door. Nathan, hunched against the weather, one hand white on the frame. He held there, as if permission to approach had to be granted by both women at once. The storm made their triangle a geometry problem the sea intended to solve. "Eve!" Rosie said, sharper, angry at the wind, at the ship, at the cold calm of a woman who stood there where the dead were supposed to speak. "Tell me what happened that night." Lightning answered first. It cracked open the sky directly above them, a clean, surgical line. For an instant, the deck was clean as a photograph, with the droplets frozen in the air, framing Rosie with her hand out as if summoning a testimony, and Nathan's face pale with the effort of staying upright. And Eve, who had braced in the flash as if for impact. Then, as if the light had unspooled a wire inside her that could no longer hold, Eve's knees buckled. She dropped, palms on the slick deck, head bowed. Rosie went down with her on instinct, the shock of cold charting every bone. Eve's voice, when it came, was small and perfectly audible in the weird quiet after lightning, the way a violin can be heard in a warehouse once the machine stops. "He's gone," she whispered, "and she took him from me." The next wave smacked the hull, and the world resumed. But the sentence had already found the underside of Rosie's ribs and settled there. She looked at Eve, at the rain filling the small bowls of her collarbones, at her hands splayed on the deck like a supplicant's. "Who?" Rosie shouted, too loud, because the storm had returned and demanded volume as tribute. "Eve! Who's gone?" But Eve had shut her eyes and begun a different kind of prayer, the kind something inside you makes when the body is tired of negotiation. "He's gone," she said again, the second time like a fact she was polishing. "He's gone." Nathan had moved now, brace by brace, until he was close enough to be part of the hinge of this moment. He heard the sentence, and Rosie saw its shape land on his face, and she saw him mishear it in exactly the way a person will when they are looking for a key to unlock a door that isn't theirs. "He's gone." He looked toward the dark where the sea fell away, toward the corridor where the ship's night had eaten a woman, toward every wrong place. 2 crewmen exploded onto the deck from the bar with harnesses and shouted competency. "Off the deck!" one yelled at Rosie, hands on the fall arrest line, as if it were a leash he could pull the storm back with. "It's not safe!" The other went to his knees in the water and got a grip on Eve's arm, not unkind, utterly firm. "Ma'am, you have to come with us!" Eve didn't fight, exactly. She merely resisted with the absence of movement, the way a person does when muscles obey, but meaning does not. Nathan reached for her and then thought better of it, fingers becoming a fist at his side. "What did you say?" he shouted, but the wind loved him less than it loved Eve. Rosie stood, legs braced, and gestured the crewmen toward the lee side where the grip would hold. "Watch the slick by the lamp," she yelled. "It's bad." They nodded, all action, competent as bridge work. The harness went over Eve's shoulders in 2 practiced motions. She turned her head toward Rosie then, eyes opening in a way that was not recognition, but inventory. For a moment, Rosie thought she would say something else, a line that would tie a knot, make a shape, convert confession into clue or the other way around. Instead, Eve closed her mouth again and let the men lift her. They half-carried, half-guided her toward the door, leaving a darker path on the deck where knees and palms had cleaned rain. Nathan watched, trembling. The door slammed behind them, and the deck returned to salt and sound. Rosie and Nathan followed, trying not to slip, and slammed the door shut behind them, watching the crew ease Eve into a seat by the bar. "She's not well," he said, eyes on Eve. "No," Rosie agreed. "She isn't." "What did she mean?" Rosie shook her head and felt water leave her like an answer. "She's obviously lost someone. It hangs in her, that emptiness, the void left behind when love leaves unannounced." "She said she took him from me." Nathan's voice found a shape of insistence. "Not she's gone. He's gone." Rosie was silent. Nathan looked at her as if that silence itself were a verdict. "You don't think it means anything?" he said. "I think," Rosie said carefully, counting the words as she laid them down, "that storms make the past louder than the present. She might have been remembering another loss. Someone else. The name she didn't say. Kieran, Nathan said, as if he'd been keeping it in his mouth in case the night asked for it. Rosie's head snapped. What did you say? She mentioned a husband called Kieran, he said quickly, defensive, like a schoolboy explaining a broken glass. Said she'd lost him twice. Said she knew how it felt to lose someone. She considered the new piece, wondering where it fit the puzzle. She felt the reach in herself to make Eve's sentence fit the space where Aurelia had vanished. The reach was instinct, and wrong, and human. She let it rest. The tannoy returned, the captain's voice imitating calm like a foreign language. Passengers, please remain indoors until the storm cell passes. Crew will continue checks. For your safety, stay clear of exterior decks. Rosie had the sudden, unreasonable urge to laugh. For your safety. She glanced at Nathan, at the way he stood like a person being counted at a roll call that kept missing his name, and put a hand on his sleeve. I'll check on her, she said. You go and dry off, please. He nodded once and moved, obedient to the small mercy of the instruction. At the door he turned. You'll find out what she meant? I'll try, Rosie said. He went, and the deck kept his absence without comment. Rosie lingered. A strand of hair plastered to her mouth, and she pulled it free. Lightning pulsed again, farther off. The ship breathed, rose, settled. He's gone. She took him from me. Rosie repeated the line silently and tasted its corners. Eve's collapse had been an internal storm of her own, an emotional weather system long formed making landfall at last. That didn't mean it had nothing to do with Aurelia, but tonight, in this gale, Rosie chose to believe an obvious thing, that a woman could break without making it into a confession. She shook the water from her jacket and crossed to Eve, thanking the crew who were waiting for the excuse to stop tending to her. I'll help her to her cabin, she assured them, when she's had chance to gather her thoughts. The crewmen nodded and took their leave, relieved to be backing away from the drama. Rosie sat beside Eve, who stared at the floor with the kind of blank expression that said her mind was fully occupied elsewhere. Rosie placed her hand gently on Eve's and squeezed, waiting for the woman to return to the here and now. She could wait. 18. The storm had finally cracked apart above them, its rage unraveling into the hollow drip of rainwater sliding off the railings, and the soft groan of the ship correcting herself. The upstairs bar was almost empty save for the few stragglers nursing coffees, their faces drawn with the sleepless exhaustion of people who have been trapped too long in someone else's nightmare. Rosie sat beside Eve, clothes still damp, hair sending cold threads down her neck. The bar lights were set low, bouncing gently off the bottles behind the counter. Outside, through the long windows, clouds drifted like bruises dissolving across the horizon. Eve hadn't spoken in several minutes. She had turned slightly away from Rosie, elbows on the table, hands cupped around the glass of scotch the bartender had pushed at her. She hadn't drunk it. She barely seemed to notice the room. Rosie waited, letting silence do its work. The storm had spent them both. Questions needed asking, but they had to be handled with care. Eve looked fragile in a way Rosie had never seen her look. Her hair was plastered to her temples, lashes clumped, and she was trembling from something deeper than cold. Rosie cleared her throat softly. How are you feeling now? Eve didn't answer at first. She blinked, slowly, as though her mind had to travel a great distance to return to the table. I'm embarrassed, she said eventually. Her voice was hoarse. I don't like to lose control like that. Most people would have lost it hours before you did, Rosie said gently. That storm was something else. Eve made a thin, humorless sound that might have been a laugh. It wasn't the storm. Rosie nodded once, as though Eve had simply confirmed what she already suspected. "When we were out on the deck, you said, 'He's gone. She took him from me.'" Eve's shoulders tensed, but she didn't turn away. She stayed exactly as she was, staring at her untouched drink. "I know," she murmured. Rosie gave her space. A beat. 2. "If you want to tell me what you meant," she offered, trailing off. Eve inhaled, shaky but deep, almost bracing herself. "I haven't spoken about it in a long time." Rosie waited. Eve's fingers loosened from around the glass. "My husband," she said. "Kieran." Rosie kept her expression neutral, encouraging. "You lost him." "Twice," Eve whispered with a rueful smile. She rubbed at her jaw, fatigue etched into the gesture. "People always assume grief is one single event. A hammer blow. But sometimes it's a landslide. It happens in stages." The ship creaked, settling. Somewhere below, an impatient voice rose and fell. Another passenger complaining about the delay, no doubt. "I noticed that he had started behaving different," Eve said. "Furtive, always stepping out to take calls, working late, guarding his phone like it held state secrets." She stopped. "I knew. Before I knew." Rosie didn't push. Eve's voice was steadying itself, thin thread by thin thread. "One night, he fell asleep on the sofa," Eve continued, phone in his hand. "A message came through. I only saw the preview, but it was enough." Her throat bobbed. "I shouldn't have looked. I know, people say that. But intuition is a kind of violence, isn't it? You hurt yourself with the things you suspect." Rosie said quietly, "Did you confront him?" "He lied," Eve said simply. "And then he didn't. And then he cried. And then he left." She stared out through the window at the thinning clouds. "I told myself it wasn't real, that it was a phase, that he needed space, that if I could just reach him, remind him. But people don't come back because you want them to." Another wave of silence stretched between them. Rosie let the weight of the confession find its place. "I sent messages," Eve said. "Too many. Long ones, short ones, pleading ones. I hate remembering them. I was ashamed afterwards. But I was desperate. When you're drowning, you don't think about dignity. You just flail." Rosie felt the faint prick of goosebumps. The ship hummed beneath her feet, the engine shifting as conditions calmed. "Kieran stopped replying," Eve said. "Stopped answering calls. One night I tried again. There was a storm. I called over and over." Rosie inhaled, slow. "Eve." "He was driving through the storm. He lost control," Eve said. "They think he looked down at his phone. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it just distracted him enough. The road was wet. He hit the barrier and went straight over." Her voice cracked. "So, yes, I lost him. And then I lost him again. First to her, then to the ground." Rosie's chest tightened. This was a woman unraveled, thread pulled and pulled until the entire weave had come loose. "And last night," Rosie said softly, "on deck, that was what you meant?" Eve pressed her palms to her eyes, as if holding her skull together. "It all came back, all at once. This trip was supposed to be, God, I don't know what. A fresh start. A distraction. She laughed again, brittle. Instead, it's been one long reminder that nothing stays buried. A group of passengers shuffled past the bar door, dragging suitcases, muttering about compensation. The world was moving on. Eve wasn't. Rosie leaned forward, hands folded. Eve, you said she took him from me. Who was she? For the first time since they'd sat down, Eve looked at her. Wet lashes clumped like little spikes, skin gray-tired, but eyes sharp with refusal. Finally, she shook her head. It doesn't matter now anyway, she whispered. Not anymore. Eve, Rosie began. But Eve shook her head, firm this time, a wall dropping back into place. Just leave it, she said. Outside, the last of the storm clouds peeled away from the sun, and Rosie knew this wasn't over. Not by a long stretch. Rose finally left Eve sitting in the bar, lost in her memories and guilt, and made her way to the restaurant, where she filled a plate from the buffet and sat alone. Rosie? A voice said behind her, soft, careful, the way people address someone who might bite. She turned. Mallory Denton stood there, immaculate despite the sleepless night, camera already in hand. She had the glint of adrenaline in her eyes, the brightness of someone who saw opportunity where others saw tragedy. What do you want now? Rosie asked, not meaning it to sound as unkind as it had. Mallory smiled, all contrition and calculation. You look worn out. Rosie didn't answer. Mallory gestured toward the empty seat opposite her. Just 5 minutes, off the record. I think we can help each other. Help you get another viral headline? Help you get the truth before Danner buries it, Mallory said quickly. I know you're close to something. Rosie regarded her for a long moment. You've already impeded any investigation that could have happened. Mallory stiffened. I didn't mean to. You leaked footage, edited it to fit your narrative, and pushed it out to millions without context. No matter how you spin it, that impedes the process of getting to the truth. Mallory's bravado faltered. I was trying to help. Maybe you should start by not turning other people's grief into content. Mallory's mouth opened, then closed again. For a second, the mask slipped, and Rosie saw the flicker of someone much younger and lonelier. You think I enjoy this? Mallory said finally. You think I sleep better knowing she's probably dead, and I'm the one telling her story badly? Rosie softened, but only slightly. Then tell it right. Stop filming. Start remembering. Mallory looked away. She was different, she said, almost to herself. Aurelia. You could tell she didn't belong in this world of people pretending to be happy. She wanted something real. So do a lot of us, Rosie said, but that's not what you're giving out. Do you know anything of value at all? Mallory's smile faltered. Rosie stood. Then you're wrong, she said. We can't help each other. She walked away. Nathan lay on top of the duvet, still dressed, shoes dangling off the edge of the bed like he'd collapsed rather than sat. The storm's final rumbles had faded into the distance, leaving behind an eerie quiet that filled every corridor of the ship. In his hand, he held a bracelet. The little silver chain pooled across his palm like something fragile, newly shed. He'd found it on the dresser the night Aurelia vanished. He hadn't recognized it at first, not without her wearing it, because Aurelia never took it off. Not in the shower, not in bed, not even when the clasp caught in her sleeve, and he joked he was going to strangle her one day. But on the dresser it had been. And for the first time he'd seen the inscription hidden on the inside of the delicate metal. A, forever. Kisses. K. His name didn't begin with K. He stared at the bracelet now, turning it so the carved letters flashed in the low cabin light. Forever. As though someone had once promised her something eternal, and she'd been hanging on to it. He swallowed, throat thick. looking at it now, in the light of Eve's cry on the deck. Pieces felt like they were sliding into place. Eve had been sympathetic and kind with him. She'd sat with him and stayed with him while he cried, told him she understood the roar inside his chest, told him she'd lost someone too, her husband, Kieran. A car accident. Sudden. Cruel. Nathan had thanked her for sharing. He'd never once imagined that story could touch the edges of Aurelia's life too. But last night on the deck, Eve's voice, raw, shredded by wind and fear, had cut through him. He's gone. She took him from me. At the time, Nathan hadn't been able to make sense of it. He was too busy trying not to slip on the wet boards, too startled by Eve's sudden break. But now, in the quiet of the cabin, her words played again, steady and clear, looping through his mind. She took him. She. He rubbed his thumb over the tiny inscription.
A. Forever. Kisses. K.
Jesus, he whispered into the room, breath shaking. Could it be possible? Aurelia had refused to talk about old relationships. Every time he'd ask, gently, not wanting to push, she had tensed, smiling too quickly, changed the subject. He thought she was embarrassed, maybe ashamed of some foolish heartbreak. Maybe she dated someone terrible. He told himself everyone has a past, and he had no right to pry. But there had been something in her eyes, too. Pain compressed tight, covering something sealed. If Kay meant Kieran, if Aurelia had been the other woman... God. He clenched his fists, bracelet digging cruelly into his skin. And the pregnancy test. He sat up sharply, breath stalling. Nathan felt a jolt through his ribs, as though something inside him had cracked. God, Aurelia, what were you carrying? He said softly. And then another thought, jagged and cold.
If it was Kieran, and if Aurelia had been involved with him, had she known he was married?
Had she known Eve existed? God, maybe not. Aurelia always tried to see the good in people. She trusted too easily. She might have believed whatever Kieran had told her. If she found out, perhaps that was the pain he saw in her when he'd asked. Perhaps that was why she wouldn't talk about her past. But Eve surely knew. Eve, who had lost her husband to an affair. Eve, who had lost him again in a crash caused, at least in her mind, by the fallout of that affair. Eve, who told Nathan she understood what it meant to lose someone you love. Eve, who last night, voice wrecked, had confessed she took him from me. Nathan shivered, suddenly aware of how close the walls felt, how still the air in the cabin had gone. He turned the bracelet over again, watching the way the metal caught the dim light. Aurelia had worn it every day. She had never taken it off. So why had she taken it off the night she disappeared? Had she finally seen the inscription again? Had it brought everything back? Had she been trying to start over with Nathan while a wound inside her was still bleeding? Or was that the best she could think of as a note to let him know why she'd gone? He exhaled, rough and uneven. His mind spun too fast, chasing scenarios, looping through questions without answers. It felt like trying to assemble the edges of a puzzle while the picture kept shifting, rearranging itself before he could grasp it. If Eve had known the woman Kieran had chosen over her, if she'd recognized Aurelia on the ship... No, Nathan whispered fiercely. He didn't want to think it. Didn't want to believe that the woman he'd spoken to, eaten beside, stood with on deck, could have hurt Aurelia. But the thought kept circling back. What if Eve knew? And what if Aurelia had vanished, not because of some freak accident, but because of someone's grief curdled into something else, something dangerous? He pressed a hand to his sternum, trying to steady himself. The room felt colder now, the air thin. He slid down onto his back again, the bracelet clutched tight in one fist, as if letting go of it would drop him through the bed, through the floor, straight into the sea. He closed his eyes. He thought of Aurelia laughing at dinner, Aurelia slipping her hand into his, Aurelia whispering she needed this trip, needed to take a break from everything, Aurelia promising she was fine, Aurelia keeping her past sealed like a bottle on the ocean floor. And now Eve's voice echoing across the storm-dark deck. She took him from me. Nathan swallowed hard, eyes burning. The bracelet felt like ice against his palm. By midday, the ship had begun to stir again, the enforced stillness giving way to irritation. They had been informed that, instead of disembarking in Havana, the ship would turn and return to Miami, to U.S. waters, where they would all be leaving. Passengers gathered in small groups, trading fresh rumors like smuggled goods. The bar reopened, but the laughter sounded thin and artificial, like a record played at half speed. Crew members polished rails and avoided eye contact. Rosie found Luis Ortega on the upper deck, wiping salt off the glass barriers with a rag that looked older than he was. "You should rest," she said. He shook his head. "Can't. Danner's on inspection duty." "Always tidy before the truth arrives," Rosie said. Luis gave her a tired smile. "You sound like my grandmother." He worked in silence for a few moments, the rhythmic motion of the cloth against glass strangely calming. Then he said, "You're still not giving up on the truth?" "Not while I have breath." Luis lowered his voice. "You ever wonder if maybe you're supposed to let this one go? Not every story ends with a villain caught." "I don't care about villains," Rosie said. "I care about why." He nodded slowly, wringing out the rag. "Then you've got less than 2 days. We dock in Miami soon. After that, she's someone else's ghost." He moved off, continuing with his polishing. Rosie stayed where she was as the sun slipped behind a cloud and the deck cooled briefly again. She looked toward the horizon where Havana glimmered, so close, so untouchable, just like the truth she knew she was circling. Luis was right, though. Time was running out. In 48 hours, the Caribbean Dream would dock in Miami, and the investigation, if one could call it that, would be lost. The passengers would disembark with their stories, their photographs, their half-remembered tragedies, and whatever had happened to Aurelia Hart would be filed, buried, and forgotten, unless Rosie found the missing piece first. 19. The security storage room sat deep in the ship's spine like a windowless rectangle of fluorescent light and cold air. Rows of labeled bins filled the walls, each containing the forgotten detritus of hundreds of lives at sea. Sunglasses, clothes, hats, watches, a single red heel, a teddy bear missing one glass eye. Luis Ortega checked the corridor twice before closing the door behind them. His coveralls were streaked with salt and grease, his voice barely above a whisper. "I really shouldn't be doing this," he said, pulling a small plastic evidence bag from his pocket. Rosie's pulse picked up. "What is it?" "Recovered from Deck 7, he said, handing it over. "It's a lost and found tag, but Danner's been holding on to it since the night of the storm. I heard him say it was damaged, useless, but I thought—" He shrugged. "You'd want to see for yourself." Rosie held it up to the harsh light. Inside the bag lay a smartphone, swollen slightly from water damage, the screen a web of cracks glinting like frost. The label was handwritten in thick marker. "Recovered from Deck 7, 02:26. The time chilled her. That was just after the CCTV of Aurelia Hart. "Where exactly was it found?" she asked. "Near the observation bar entrance. Danner found it on a sweep of the decks." "Who logged it?" "Danner himself. Said he was probably dropped by a passenger, but he didn't put it in the lockup." Rosie looked at the phone again. If he didn't want it examined, why not just throw it overboard? Louise shrugged. You think it's hers? Maybe, Rosie said. Or someone close to her. I need to see what's on it. He hesitated. You can't take it. If they notice... They won't, she said, sliding the phone inside her jacket. You never saw me. Louise sighed. One of these days, you'll push too far. One of these days, I'll be right to, Rosie said. Back in her cabin, Rosie set the phone on the small desk beneath the porthole and locked the door behind her. The phone was fragile, but she'd done this before on other cases, other ghosts. Working with a nail file and a tiny spectacle repair screwdriver, she pried the casing open. Salt crystals glittered inside like something unholy. She wiped them away with the cloth, whispering a small apology to whoever this had belonged to. It took 10 minutes to coax life from the device. When it finally buzzed once and the screen lit faintly, Rosie almost forgot to breathe. The display was streaked and dim, but something glimmered through. Fragments of a home screen, broken icons, the suggestion of a wallpaper image of 2 blurred figures at a distance, standing on a beach. She swiped gingerly to the message app and opened it. There were only fragments, saved in the digital equivalent of half-torn letters. Some were corrupted beyond recognition, strings of gibberish. Others retained just enough to be legible. One message sent read, I can't do this anymore. Below it, another received, please don't leave me. The rest of the conversation was gone, eaten by water and time. The sender and recipient names had vanished too, replaced by empty gray placeholders. Rosie sat back, pulse quickening. Her fingers hovered over the phone, as if warmth alone might coax out another clue. Instead, the device vibrated once and died, the screen collapsing into darkness. Rosie exhaled and stared at the reflection of her own face in the dead glass. She replayed the words again. I can't do this anymore. Please don't. Don't leave me. Which voice belonged to whom? Aurelia had been restless, yes, but she hadn't seemed desperate. Eve, though. Eve carried the kind of sadness that had weight. Could the phone be hers? But the I can't do this anymore had been sent from this phone, and the don't leave me received. And that didn't match with Eve's story of bombarding him with messages or of him leaving her for another woman. Rosie stood, restless, pacing the narrow space. The phone's obstinate silence pressed against her. If the phone was Aurelia's, then this was her voice reaching from the water. Not gone, not silent, but half-preserved, pleading through corrosion and pixels. Rosie closed her eyes and whispered the line aloud, hearing how it changed depending on where she placed the emphasis. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Each variation told a different story. The hallway leading to Eve's cabin was unnaturally still. Even the usual hum of the ship's engine seemed muffled here, as though the corridor had been wrapped in cotton to protect the fragility of one of its inhabitants. The door to Eve's cabin was closed. Rosie paused outside, collecting herself. She knocked softly. A voice answered, low but steady. Come in. She found Eve sitting by the window, sunlight catching her hair and making it look like strands of pale copper. The curtains were drawn back, the sea framed behind her, a serene backdrop that mocked the mood of the ship. On the table beside her lay a sketchbook and a set of colored pencils, neatly arranged. She was drawing, small deliberate strokes of blue and gray forming something abstract but rhythmic, like waves folding in on themselves. Eve, Rose said quietly, I wanted to see how you're feeling. Eve smiled faintly, the kind of smile that was neither welcoming nor false. I'm fine. She gestured to the opposite chair. You can sit if you like. Rosie sat, the vinyl seat creaking. The air conditioning hummed faintly, but the cabin still felt close, and a little too quiet, as though it had stopped belonging to the same world as the rest of the ship. Eve returned to her drawing. The soft scrape of pencil on paper filled the silence. Her movements were measured, almost meditative. "I didn't know you were an artist," Rosie said after a while. "I draw when I can't sleep," Eve replied. "It keeps my hands busy and my mind occupied. Otherwise, I remember things I shouldn't." Rosie studied her. There was a stillness about Eve, but it was a different stillness than before the storm. She seemed almost emptied out, as though something inside her had finally gone quiet. "I hope you're resting," Rosie said. "This is as close as I get," Eve said. "You'd think the sea would be peaceful after a storm, but it isn't. It remembers." Rosie hesitated, then reached into her jacket pocket. She pulled out the recovered phone. She placed it gently on the table between them. Eve glanced at it without moving her head. "Do you recognize this?" Rosie asked. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the ship's soft breathing through the walls. Eve's pencil stilled. Rosie could feel the hum of tension building between them, and the sense of standing on the edge of something fragile, like ice wanting to crack. Eve reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the phone. Her nails were short, neat. She studied it as though it were a painting hung in a gallery, something to be interpreted rather than answered. Her expression remained calm, almost detached. Finally she said, "Who found it?" Rosie's voice was careful. "It was recovered near Deck 7, the night Aurelia disappeared." "Deck 7," Eve repeated softly, the words distant. Rosie leaned forward slightly. "Was it yours, Eve?" Eve looked up, and for an instant Rosie saw something in her eyes. Recognition or guilt or grief. It was impossible to tell. "Phones all look the same after they've drowned," she said. "But no, not mine." Eve picked up her pencil again and began shading over a section of her drawing, darkening the waves at the bottom of the page. Rosie watched her, frustration curling in her chest. "You said she took him from you. Who did you mean?" Eve's pencil moved faster, the graphite whispering across the page. Rosie pressed on. "Eve, if you know what happened that night, you need to tell me, before someone else decides the story for you." Eve stopped drawing, her hand stilled mid-line. "The stories have already been written. The ink just hasn't dried yet." "Whose story is this?" Rosie asked, pointing to the phone. Eve looked up again. Her voice, when it came, was calm and flat. "Not mine." The silence after that felt immense. Rosie sat back, exhaling slowly. She'd come for clarity and been left with riddles. She picked up the phone and slid it back into her pocket. "Sorry to have disturbed you," she muttered. Eve didn't respond. She only smiled faintly, eyes distant, as if she were listening to a sound Rosie couldn't hear. "Try to get some rest," Rosie said as she left. "I will," Eve said. Her tone was polite, but her hands were already moving again, shading the endless waves that climbed toward the top of the page. Rosie hesitated in the doorway, a strange heaviness in her chest. There was something about the way Eve sat that didn't feel like fragility. It felt like she was waiting. "Good night, Eve," Rosie said. Eve didn't look up. "Good night." Rosie stepped into the corridor, the latch clicking softly behind her. The sound echoed faintly along the narrow passageway. She walked a few steps, then stopped, glancing back at the door. A thin slice of light spilled out from beneath it, bright against the carpet, like a secret still burning. Inside, Eve sat perfectly still for several seconds after Rosie left. Then she looked down at her drawing. The waves filled most of the page now, curling and climbing toward a figure she had just begun to outline. A woman standing on a cliff, faceless, hair whipped by wind. Eve studied it for a long time. Then, with precise care,
She tore the page from the notebook, folded it once, and lay it on the floor beside her. 20. The gym was half lit, a long room of mirrors and insistence that smelled faintly of rubber and citrus cleanser. Machines stood in quiet rows like animals caught between rest and vigilance. Rosie found Nathan there, running on a treadmill set to a pace that wasn't about fitness so much as penance. His t-shirt clung to him. Sweat ran in clean lines down his temples. He stared straight ahead, eyes fixed, as if outrunning the man in the mirror might loosen the one inside his skull. She stood beside the neighboring machine without stepping on. For a minute, she said nothing. "Morning," she said at last. He startled, not enough to stumble, just a small hitch that betrayed a body that had forgotten how to rest. He hit the down arrow. The belt slowed from furious to human, and then to stop. He stood there, hands on the rails, breath tearing a little as it tried to catch itself. "You got any closer to finding out what she meant?" he asked. It wasn't defiance. It was the tone of a man braced for the blow he thought he deserved. "I came to compare notes," Rosie said. He nodded as if this, too, could hurt. They moved to the stretching mats by the far windows. From here, the promenade curved past, the teak still dark with last night's washing, crew in blue shirts still scrubbing salt out of the seams. The sea beyond was flat, pretending it hadn't snarled. Nathan sat cross-legged and gripped his ankles, eyes on his shoes. "You ever wish," he said, "that love came with paperwork? References? Warnings?" "Paperwork would only prove what people chose to write," Rosie said. He huffed something like a laugh. "Right." Silence settled, the companionable kind that holds space without asking for payment. He broke it first. "She told me something once," he said, and the way he said she placed Aurelia like a photograph on a table, centered, fragile, and beloved. A long time before we got serious. We were sitting on my couch, drunk on 2 glasses of wine, because that was all she needed to tip into honesty. She said she'd been with a man she shouldn't have been with. He swallowed, thumb whirring a thread on his hem. Married, older. She said it was over, that she was ashamed. "Did she name him?" Rosie asked. "No." He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. "I didn't ask." "Why not?" He let out a breath that sounded like surrender. "Because I was afraid if I made it real, I'd lose her. I told myself it didn't matter because it was in the past. And she really didn't like to talk about the past. But that's what people say when they're cowards, right? It's in the past." Rosie didn't rush to absolve. "Sometimes it is," she said. "But sometimes the past lingers. Sometimes it isn't finished even when it's over." He nodded. "I think part of me knew that. She kept something of him. I don't mean a physical thing. I mean a sense of him." His mouth trembled, and he locked it closed. "And I didn't want to name it, because I wanted to be the only one for her." He reached into the pocket of his joggers and brought out a small velvet pouch the color of spilled wine. He held it for a second in his palm, as if weighing it, and then tipped its contents into Rosie's hand. A bracelet slid out, a silver delicate chain of tiny links like the suggestion of a river. Rosie turned it over. An engraving curled across the metal in a careful hand. A, forever, kisses, K. The letters seemed to cool the air around them. "She wore it every day," Nathan said softly. "Every day. Showered with it, slept with it. It clinked against mugs. It left a little pale circle on her wrist. I never saw the inscription." He swallowed. "She took it off the night she disappeared. Left it on the dresser. I put it in my pocket because I didn't want housekeeping to find it." He laughed without humor, as if hiding it could change the story. Rosie held the bracelet to the light. She felt the familiar surge she got, when the shape in a case sharpened into that clean line between accident and intention, between coincidence and pattern. A, forever, kisses, K. Eve said her husband was called Kieran, Nathan said, and the truth of it was so plain he didn't have to look at her. Kieran, the text message. Eve's collapse in the storm. He's gone. She took him from me. Rosie placed the bracelet back in the pouch and returned it. Did she ever talk about how it ended with him? She asked. She said she told him it had to stop. Before she and I met. That she blocked his number. He grimaced. He slid the pouch into his pocket again and held his hand there, anchoring himself to the weight of it. Do you think the K is him? He couldn't say the name. Rosie chose precision over comfort. I think 2 threads end at the same initial. Aurelia's bracelet, Eve's life. He closed his eyes, pressing thumb and forefinger against them as if holding his skull together. When he opened them, they were too bright. I loved her, he said, voice cracking. I don't know what that means in a world where this is possible. I loved her. And she said I made it easy to breathe again. And then she went out into the air and... He bit the sentence in half, a man refusing to say a thing that might turn true. Rosie let the silence expand, enough for the ache to set down without shattering. The crew outside laughed at something, and the sound bounced through the glass and died on the mats. A weights machine clicked once, then went still. When I worked on the job, she said, surprising herself with a confession, I used to map the city by other people's endings. I stitched together timelines, cross-referencing phone records with bus routes, figuring out where a person would have been if they didn't want to be seen. My unit handled missing persons and cold cases. She looked past him to her own reflection, the woman there thinner where time had rubbed. Every story had an initial, not always a letter. A bar, a street, a song, a picture half-cropped. And if I could find the initial and pull, sometimes the whole thing would come free. And when it didn't, Nathan asked. I told the family something kind, Rosie said, and went home and opened a bottle and convinced myself I was helping by refusing to give up the map. Why did you leave the job? His voice was simple, unweaponized. Because I trusted a log I shouldn't have, she said. Because a guilty man walked free from prison on corrupted evidence. Because my boss told me to be grateful for a desk and a pension. She met his eyes. That's why I'm here instead of asleep. That's why I keep asking the hard questions. Nathan considered her like a man measuring the weight of a door he'd been afraid to open. So, what does this initial give you? He asked, nodding at the pouch. What's the map to Aurelia? It says there are only so many ways this can go, Rosie said, but somehow that initial connects Aurelia to Eve and now to you. She paused. It also says forever. People who write forever on jewelry mean it. And when forever ends, some of them don't know how to live in the after. He flinched, as though she'd placed a cold hand on the back of his neck. So Kay could also be a person who thinks the ocean is a place to hide problems, Rosie finished, not letting the sentence become too lurid. Or someone who was left behind months ago and has nothing to do with any of this. We can't afford to assume yet. He nodded, not in agreement, but alignment. They stood and moved to the window. The promenade had dried to a dull shine. A child toddled past, chasing sun across planks, her mother quick behind. The ordinary had returned like a costume everyone agreed to wear. You said she told you that you made it easy to breathe again, Rosie said. Do you remember anything around that? What happened after? Before?
We were on the starboard side, midships.
He said softly. The memory changed his posture. His shoulders settled, his mouth softened.
The sun was low. She stood by the rail and did this thing where she leaned out just enough to scare me and then laughed. I said, "Don't," and she said, "Relax." And then she looked at me like she was choosing a life and said the breathing thing. I kissed her wrist where the bracelet sat. She pulled it away and teased me for being sentimental.
He swallowed.
The next night, it was on the dresser.
You didn't ask why she took it off?
I never got the chance. She was already gone.
They watched the sea a minute more. A gull strafed the bow and screamed once, indignant, then was gone.
"Rosie,"
he said, the first time he'd used her name as a request.
If K is the key, what do we do? I mean, what can I do that isn't this?"
He gestured toward the gym, the running, the penance.
"I don't know, but I'll figure that out."
21. Eve walked that corridor barefoot, sleeves pushed to her elbows, hair unpinned. She counted the panels between fire doors, the way she used to count breaths in a dark room when another body slept beside her, and secrets curled like cats on the floor. Left, then right, then down the narrow service stair. She moved soundlessly, the way you move through a house after a fight, careful not to wake whatever you said. Past and present had started trading places in her head. She knew it was the stress, but knowledge didn't save anyone from memory. The brain was a devoted archivist, and it retrieved its memories both on request, but also on a cruel whim. As she walked, the corridor morphed into a kitchen from a time before. The memory of tile cool under her feet, the glow of a phone on the counter casting a square of light that made its own small world. The phone vibrated, once, then again, a locust heart. She told herself she wouldn't look. She told herself she would not look. A small sentence got up and crossed the room anyway. The preview line was enough. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. The past kept its own tide table. A thing that had happened years ago, the summer light searing the skull. A bowl with a crack she'd placed at the back of the cupboard so guests wouldn't see. All walked shoulder to shoulder with last night's storm. And a message on a phone. She'd opened the message because all living things turned toward heat. She closed it because all living things fear fire.
She's just someone from work,
Kieran said when accused, and then,
it's over.
Though his eyes said different. And then, softer, crueler, don't make this bigger than it is. She had shouted then, it's already as big as it can be. You're catastrophizing. You're betraying. If you just... Two people with a perfectly serviceable love using it to wound each other because they couldn't figure out how to make it less than forever and more than ordinary. That was the flashback she kept in her pocket like a coin. Cold, familiar, and still strange to the touch every time. The corridor returned. A door clicked somewhere and she flinched, then relaxed when nothing followed the sound. A folded room service tray waited beside a wall like a repentant dog. She stepped around it, careful not to jostle the silver dome. The observation deck called to her with its mouth full of weather. She stepped into the vestibule where the air was colder and more honest, and palmed the handle. The door shrugged as she stepped outside. The wind rose its fast, invisible script across her skin. Eve went to the rail and set her hands on it the way a pianist touches the keys before making a sound. The sea lifted in the odd, slow way. This was the only place they could tell the truth and keep it. She closed her eyes, and the observation deck became a cliff, waves below performing their ancient argument. A woman stood at the edge, faceless because paper had its limits and memory had its protections. In the drawing she'd torn out earlier, the woman did not jump and did not turn back. In the drawing, the cliff kept the woman, and the waves kept their hands. Eve had never been good with choices that required words instead. "You okay?" a voice asked softly behind her. Rosie's voice always came as if she'd been there a while, listening and deciding whether to step in. Eve opened her eyes and did not turn. "Not really. No." "Something on your mind?" Rosie asked. She came to stand a measured distance away, not crowding the rail, not leaving the scene. Together, they looked without pretending to admire. The horizon rode up in shadow and lay down again. Eve breathed in. "Is this an interrogation?" "Not tonight," Rosie said. "Tonight is a question asked that doesn't allow lying." Silence braided itself with wind. Somewhere on the deck below, a rope knocked wood with stubborn rhythm. Eve's fingers tightened on the rail until the bone showed pale. "Why can't you let it rest?" she asked suddenly, turning her face partway toward Rosie. The words came out, not furious at first, but weary, like a woman asking a child to stop kicking the back of her seat. Then heat found them, and they brightened. "Why can't you leave it where they're putting it? Probable accident. That's what they want. That's for the best, isn't it?" Rosie didn't flinch. "Because probable is the word people use when they want to bury a verb." "What verb?" "Chose," Rosie said. "Pushed, hid, denied, loved, all of them." Eve exhaled, the sound halfway to a laugh. For a breath, the deck had edges again, crisp enough to cut. Eve turned fully, the wind unbraiding her hair. The night made Rosie's face plainer, the spare anatomy of a woman who kept herself upright by inventory. "Ask me the thing you came to ask," Eve said. Rosie didn't rush it. She set her palms on the rail, mirroring Eve by accident or design. "The other woman. You knew who she was?" "I found out. I followed him. I saw her face." Rosie stood in the presence of a fact. Eve's grief had been given a face. It did not necessarily belong to the woman whose name their ship could not stop saying. It did not necessarily not. "Did you know she would be here, on this ship?" "Not until we boarded. I saw her immediately." Rosie felt the old professional itch of connections clicking together, and a narrative asking for a spine. "I'm sorry," she said, and meant exactly the size of the words. Eve inclined her head. "Thank you." The wind softened and shifted, curious to see whether they would change with it. "Did Aurelia know who you were?" Rosie asked after a time. "You think I hurt her," Eve said then, not accusation, not plea. "You think the sea is holding my secret, and you want it." "I think secrets like to leak out," Rosie said, "and I think people with grief like yours either hide from the pain or walk straight toward it with their hands out. I don't know which one you are." Eve's laugh was a small, bright thing that died quickly. "Neither." "I'll stop looking when I know what happened," Rosie said finally. "Not sooner. Not because someone else tells me it's done with." "You'll be exhausted," Eve murmured. "I already am," Rosie said. They left the rail together and stepped inside. The door closed gently, and the corridor gathered them like a mother picking up sand a child had brought from the beach. At the junction, Eve paused. "How did you know it was her?" "I didn't. I just had a hunch." "It doesn't make me guilty." "It stacks the hand against you, though. But I'm not a gambler. I deal in facts, not luck." 22. The Caribbean Dream cut a straight, obedient line toward Miami. After 2 weeks of motion and noise, the ship had the uneasy quiet of a body after surgery, as though it were alive, but uncertain how. The passengers moved through it softly, aware they were living inside someone else's unfinished story. Eve had stayed in her cabin since her conversation with Rosie on the deck. No one saw her at lunch. The stewards had left her meal outside the door as she'd requested. Inside her room, Eve sat at the small desk by the window, her sketchbook open before her. The page before her filled with the same cramped, tight writing. She'd written the same line over and over in small, meticulous print, as though it were a confession. She took what was mine. Each repetition seemed to drain color from the words until they became nothing more than symbols, meaningless and hollow. But they didn't take away the pain, and they didn't make anything right. Eventually, she put the book aside, picked up a sheet of cruise ship stationery, and in slow, precise letters, wrote an invitation she would probably regret. Rosie spent the afternoon out on the decks, watching the ship rearrange itself into normality. As they forged forward towards Miami, children returned to the pools, laughter tentative but real. The casino reopened. The pianist played soft, forgettable tunes no one could hum later. Danner stood by the elevators, shaking hands, dispensing polite half-apologies and promises of vouchers like communion wafers. But normality felt like a costume the ship hadn't earned, because Eve had finally said it, as plain as salt on skin. She had known Aurelia was the other woman, had followed Kieran once, far enough to see the truth in another woman's face. And worse, she had recognized Aurelia the moment they boarded. She had watched Aurelia walking hand in hand with Nathan, young and bright and hopeful, the way people look when they think the dangerous part of their life is behind them. Eve had known that Aurelia had tried to end things with Kieran. She'd said it with a kind of bleak pride, as if to acknowledge that her husband had been the one who couldn't let go, as if that small moral difference could offset the violence the affair had done to her life. Rosie kept replaying the careful way Eve never stepped past the safe edges of her answers. She admitted what she had to, and nothing more. She had said she didn't hurt Aurelia. She had said proximity didn't equal guilt. But Rosie had spent years listening to people rationalize after the fact, convincing themselves that truth was a choice with multiple doors. Facts didn't change, but the angles people looked at them from certainly did. And something in Eve's calm terrified her more than the confession itself. It wasn't innocence. It wasn't guilt. It was a woman setting boundaries not to deceive, but to survive. And yet, Rosie couldn't shake the sense that this affair wasn't a secret contained neatly between Eve, Kieran, and Aurelia. There had been too many sideways glances on the ship. Too many passengers hoarding fragments of rumor like talismans. Too many quiet remarks that made new sense in retrospect. Rosie had the prickling feeling of a net tightening as threads she hadn't seen were pulling taut around her. Eve wasn't the only one who knew what happened to Aurelia. The truth wasn't lost at sea. It was braided through this ship's gossip, its tensions, its unease. And somewhere in that braid was a knot Rosie hadn't untied yet. She finally returned to her cabin as the announcement for dinner echoed faintly through the corridor. A steward passed with a stack of folded napkins, nodding to her in weary politeness. She opened the door and noticed the envelope at once. It had been slid under the door, resting just inside the threshold. It was a note, written on ship stationery, the paper white, embossed with the line drawing of the Caribbean Dream at the top. The handwriting was blocky, uneven, written in black pen. "Meet me where it happened at midnight." No signature. But she didn't need one. Rosie's pulse quickened, though she wasn't surprised. The story had been circling itself for days, tightening, waiting for its last movement. Whoever wrote this knew she wouldn't ignore it. She folded the note once, slid it into her pocket, and stood still long enough to feel the weight of it settle. They met in the little interview room off the security office, with the badly tuned ceiling light that buzzed incessantly, and the table that wobbled on a slightly uneven leg. Nathan had been here before. Once in the early hours after Aurelia vanished, once again when the FBI agent asked him to repeat his timeline. But this time the air felt different, final, as though something had already been signed behind his back. Danner stood by the window, as if the narrow pane of frosted glass could be called that, arms folded behind him in a military stance that felt practiced. His uniform was immaculate, shirt tucked so tight the fabric barely moved when he breathed. He looked like a man playing the role of authority in a story he didn't care to understand. "Nathan," Danner said, voice clipped, almost bored. "Thank you for coming." Nathan sat, though his legs felt like metal rods welded at odd angles. He'd barely slept. His eyes burned. His hands wouldn't stop shaking, so he clasped them under the table where Danner couldn't see. "You said you had an update," Nathan said. Danner nodded once. "I did. I do." He drew out the chair opposite Nathan and sat down carefully, as though this were a negotiation rather than a conversation. "I've spoken with the FBI. They called earlier, and I've been authorized to brief you." Nathan felt something in his chest shift, though whether it was hope or dread he couldn't tell. "And?" Danner clasped his hands on the table, perfectly still. "They've concluded that, on balance, Aurelia's disappearance will remain unresolved at this time." Nathan blinked. "Unresolved? What does that mean?" "It means," Danner said, his tone the infuriating gentleness of someone reciting from a script, "that after reviewing the evidence, interviewing witnesses, and assessing the timeline, they have found no firm grounds to pursue a homicide investigation." The word homicide hit Nathan like a punch. Hearing it spoken aloud only sharpened the ache. "So what are they calling it?" Nathan asked. "What's the actual conclusion?"
Thank you so much for listening. May this music calm your heart before gently leading you back to the story.
Danner hesitated. A tiny hesitation, but enough to show he cared how this landed. Accident is the leading theory, he said smoothly. Possibly a suicide, though they're not inclined to commit to that without more evidence. No. Nathan shook his head hard. No, that's not... She didn't. Aurelia wouldn't have jumped. She wouldn't have gone near the rail alone at night. I understand this is difficult, Danner began. No, you don't. Nathan leaned forward, voice cracking. She was happy. She was excited about this trip. She had plans. She... He couldn't finish. The words gathered like stones in his throat. Danner offered a patient silence. It felt like a veil rather than sympathy. Look, Danner said at last, spreading his hand slightly. We all wanted clarity here. We wanted answers. But the FBI has jurisdiction. They've looked at everything we've provided. Believe their assessment is thorough. Nathan stared at him, something cold rising behind the grief. Everything you've provided. Correct. And what about the footage from Deck 12 that somehow didn't exist anymore? Nathan asked. Or the cabin logs that weren't backed up properly? Or the gap in the security system that just happened to coincide with the exact hour she went missing? Danner's jaw tightened. We've been through all this. You deleted things, Nathan said, voice low, dangerous. You hid things. You told me there was no evidence because you made sure there wouldn't be. Danner's expression didn't budge. Nathan, I understand you're hurting, but I cannot and will not entertain accusations that have no basis in fact. Oh, come on! Nathan spat. Everyone on the ship knows something bad happened to her. Everyone knows you didn't want the word murder anywhere near your manifest. Danner's eyes cooled. This is a large vessel with complex operations. Technical failures happen, as do accidents. The FBI was aware of all the relevant details and still reached their conclusion. Nathan exhaled shakily. So that's it. That's your update. Unresolved. Accident. That's all Aurelia gets? Danner steepled his fingers. There will, of course, be further procedural steps, paperwork, statements for the record. I can put you in touch with our legal department. They're very experienced in these matters and will help you navigate what comes next. Nathan swallowed the bile rising in him. What comes next? He echoed. She's missing. Maybe dead. And you're talking about paperwork. I'm talking about support, Danner corrected primly. The support the company can legitimately offer. Nathan's hand clenched around the edge of the table. You're unbelievable! Danner let the insult pass like a breeze. If there's nothing further, there is, Nathan snapped. There is further. There's new evidence. I've learned things since I last spoke to you. Things about other passengers. Things that matter. Things that will change the context. Danner's gaze sharpened. What passengers? Nathan opened his mouth. Eve's name rose up, trembling on his tongue. But Danner lifted a hand, slicing the air cleanly. No, he said. That's enough. You haven't even heard. We are not entertaining new theories at this stage. But you haven't... We are done, Danner said, voice suddenly firm enough to snap bone. The FBI has concluded its involvement. We have no authority and no obligation to conduct our own parallel investigation. He leaned forward, pinning Nathan with the full weight of corporate finality. I suggest you give yourself time to grieve, Mr. Coleman. Stop chasing ghosts. Let the professionals decide what is and isn't worth pursuing. Nathan felt the words strike him like blows. Ghosts, he whispered. That's what you think this is? Me, chasing ghosts. I think, Danner said carefully, that grief can produce narratives where none exist. You are exhausted, traumatized. You need rest and distance, not conspiracy. Nathan's eyes burned. He forced himself to breathe through it. Aurelia deserves better than this. Aurelia deserves honesty, Danner replied. And the honest truth is, we've done all we can. Nathan pushed back his chair so abruptly it scraped against the floor. Danner didn't flinch. He simply watched him stand, watched him tremble with fury and heartbreak and helplessness. "This isn't over," Nathan said. "For you, perhaps not," Danner agreed. "But for us, and for the authorities, it is." Nathan stared at him a moment longer, searching for even a flicker of doubt, a crack in the facade where humanity might leak through. He found nothing. Just the polished surface of a man who had chosen the cleanest story, the safest version of events, and locked the door behind it. Without another word, Nathan turned and walked out. The corridor was bright, and the carpet's cheerful pattern obscene under his feet. He felt the conversation echoing inside him, a hollow thud with every step. Unresolved. Accident. Ghosts. He pressed his back to the wall outside the security office, breath shaking, and the ship's hum vibrating through the metal behind him. He knew one thing with absolute clarity. Danner wasn't afraid of ghosts. He was afraid of the living, and what they might still uncover. 23. Rosie spent the walk up to the observation deck rehearsing all the ways this could go wrong. She hadn't told Nathan where she was going. She hadn't told anyone. She'd read the note twice, 3 times, then folded it along its neat crease and slipped it into her pocket like contraband. "Meet me where it happened. Midnight." The handwriting had been careful, measured. The same slow, precise letters she'd seen on the crew's stationery in Eve's cabin. An invitation or a summons. Perhaps both. By the time Rosie stepped onto the upper deck, the ship felt oddly hollowed out. Most of the passengers were inside, orbiting the bars and restaurants, clinging to the illusion of a normal holiday, while the staff laid out tomorrow's disembarkation instructions. Up here, the air was cool and thin. The rail ahead marked the place where a story had snapped in half. She crossed to it and rested her hands on the metal, eyes tracing the gentle roll of the darkened sea. She didn't look down for long. The point wasn't what lay beneath. The point was what had happened at this height, at this edge, at this thin seam between safety and nothing. Eve had written, "where it happened," as though that phrase contained everything. Rosie wanted the word that sat behind it. Pushed, slipped, jumped, chose. Footsteps approached behind her, soft, but unhurried. "You came," Eve said. Rosie turned. Eve stood a few paces back, no hood this time, no storm-thrown hair, just her in a light jacket and the same jeans she'd worn earlier, as if this were any other conversation and not the one she'd been circling since the night Aurelia disappeared. "You asked me to," Rosie said. Eve gave a small, almost wry smile. "You're suddenly very obliging, for someone who doesn't know how to let things lie." "I know how," Rosie said. "I just don't like it." They might have been talking about housekeeping, about towels on the floor. The evenness of Eve's tone made the words feel weightless, but the weight sat underneath them. "Danner's told you the case is closed," Eve said. "Unresolved. Probable accident." She recited the phrases exactly, like someone had heard them more than once and tried each one on for size. "He has," Rosie said. "I told him I don't deal in probabilities." Eve's mouth twitched. "Because probable is the word people use when they want to bury a verb." "You remembered," Rosie said. "I remember more than I'd like," Eve replied. She stepped closer to the rail, enough that they could both look out together without turning their heads. "You wanted to know what verb I've been burying." Rosie could feel her own pulse in her fingertips on the metal. "You wrote, 'where it happened,'" she said. "Tell me what that means, in your words, not anyone else's." Eve's shoulders rose and fell on a slow breath. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted, the way it did when memory dragged a person backwards by the collar. "It didn't start with Aurelia," she said. "You know that now. It started with Kieran." Rosie said nothing. She knew the rough outlines. Eve had given them to her in fragments. A husband, An affair, a car crash, messages, grief she wore like a second skin. But she let Eve lay the whole picture down. "We were married 15 years," Eve said quietly. "At least 10 of them, honestly. The last 5 I'm still deciding about." Her fingers traced the rail absently. "He traveled a lot for work. Conferences, clients, Miami sometimes. He'd come back sunburned, smelling of hotel soap, talking about business and late meetings and how exhausting it all was." She paused. "You tell yourself you're being paranoid if you ask questions. You don't want to be that woman, so you don't ask. Not properly." "And then?" Rosie prompted. "Then he fell asleep on the sofa with his phone in his hand." Eve's mouth flattened, remembering. "It buzzed. I told myself I was just moving it, just putting it on the table. I saw the message before I saw the name." She closed her eyes for a moment, as if the words still lit up on the screen. "I can't stop thinking about last night. Miami was heaven." She opened them again, looking straight ahead. "There was a photo," she said. "The sea, a shoulder, part of a face, laughing, turned away. It could have been anyone. But I kept scrolling. There she was, clear, whole, on a beach I recognized from our own photos. Now I know her as Aurelia. Then she was just proof, the other woman." Rosie imagined that moment, where the world narrowed to a rectangle of light, the tilt of a stranger's head, the sudden familiarity in their eyes. "I thought it was just an affair," Eve said, as if just an affair isn't earthquake enough. "I thought I knew the script. He'd lie, I'd rage, he'd cry. We'd decide whether to try again or split the house." "But that wasn't the script," Rosie murmured. "No." Eve's jaw tightened. "He lied first. Then he cried. Then he told me he loved us both in different ways, as if that was a kindness." Her hand curled loosely around the rail. "I begged him to stop, to choose. He said he already had. He packed a bag. I followed him to the door and told him not to leave me, as if that mattered." Rosie listened, the deck around them narrowing to a thin strip of light and shadow. "I called him every day," Eve said. "Of course I did. Once, twice, too many times. I told myself I just needed to hear his voice. One day, he told me to stop. I called more. I called him in the storm, on the night he crashed. The police said later they thought he'd glanced down at the phone or at the dashboard at the wrong moment. Wet road, tight bend. The usual things people say when they're trying to describe catastrophe as an equation." Her voice grew softer. "They said it was instant." She went on. "No suffering. That word is supposed to comfort you. It didn't. I kept seeing the car, stopped wrong. I kept seeing his phone on the passenger seat. The messages still open." "You felt you'd lost him twice," Rosie said. She'd heard Eve say that before, but it landed differently now. The second loss sharper, as though it had teeth. "Yes." Eve's lips quivered and steadied. First to her, then to the road. She fell quiet for a moment, letting that settle. "Afterwards," she said, "I did all the things people do. I hid his clothes in bags. I unsubscribed from marketing emails in his name. I forgot to cancel his gym membership. I joined a bereavement group I never spoke in. And in the nights when I couldn't sleep, I looked her up." "Aurelia," Rosie said. Eve nodded. "Her Instagram, her photography page, her stupid little blog about light and color and finding joy in the everyday." The contempt in her voice was faint, but real. There she was, the woman who'd had what I didn't by the end, smiling on beaches, in bars, leaning against men whose faces I couldn't see. Then one day there was a new boyfriend, a new life, Nathan. She'd cut her hair. She looked happy. She said the last word as if it were evidence. I told myself I hated her. Eve went on. But hatred is simple. This wasn't. Because when I went back through Kieran's phone, there was a message from her weeks before he died. You were right about that. Her eyes slid to Rosie for a moment. She tried to end it. How do you know? Rosie asked. Eve's voice cooled, as though reciting, I can't live like this, Kieran. She'll never let go. Please don't call me again. She was right about one thing, Eve said. I wasn't going to let go. Not of him. Not of the life he walked out of like it was an old coat. Did it make her cruel, or him? I still don't know. I just knew she walked out of that triangle alive, and he didn't. Rosie thought of Nathan on his cabin bed, turning the bracelet over and over between his fingers. The inscription he hadn't been able to unknow. A, forever, kisses, K. A promise made in one life and worn into another. So you booked the cruise, Rosie said quietly, knowing she'd be here. I told myself it was coincidence, Eve said. I saw the advert, then realized she'd posted the same itinerary months earlier. People use the word fate when they want to pretend they're not making a choice. She gave a brittle, small smile. I booked it. I told myself I just wanted to see her in person, to see what kind of woman could rewrite my story without even meeting me. And then you did, Rosie said. Yes. Eve's hands tightened on the rail. I saw her at the check-in desk. With him. Nathan. They were arguing about luggage, laughing at the same time. She had that bracelet on. She broke off, as if surprised to hear herself mention it. Silver chain, with an engraving on the inside. I'd seen the receipt on Kieran's phone. Rosie felt a cold click of recognition. She kept her face still. What did you do? She asked. Nothing, Eve said. At first. I watched them in the dining room, on the sun deck, in the lounge. I told myself I was trying to decide what to say, how to say it. She looked different to the woman in my head. Softer, certainly, and more uncertain. She kept touching Nathan's arm, like she was afraid he might vanish. It didn't fit the villain I'd built for myself. That made everything worse. You followed her, Rosie said. Took photos. Yes. No denial. No flinch. I wanted proof she was real. Proof I hadn't imagined all of it. Nathan thought I was being kind when I spoke to him about grief. I was, in my way. I knew what he was losing. I also knew what she'd already survived. Rosie let the silence lengthen, then asked, What happened the night she disappeared? Eve's breath snagged, then continued. You know the frame of it, she said quietly. The FBI have their timeline. You pulled at all the corners. This is the piece I haven't put in yet. She drew herself up, as though preparing to read something aloud. She came out onto this deck alone, Eve said. Late. Or early. I was already here at the far end, pretending to look at the water. Then she walked toward the rail. Eve swallowed. You don't have to be paranoid to notice when someone's watching you. She came straight over, and she said, Are you deliberately following me? I said, Yes. It seemed pointless to lie. What did she say? Rosie asked. She told me to stop, Eve said, her voice thinner now. I told her who I was. She didn't know. No. She said she hadn't wanted any of this, that she'd tried to walk away, that she was sorry. The word hung between them for a moment. Did you believe her? Rosie asked. I believed she was sorry it had turned out like this, Eve said. I don't know if she was sorry for the rest. I asked her if she'd loved him. She didn't answer. She said, he was unhappy long before me. You know that. She said, what happened to him after was not my fault. Anger flickered across her face, quick and old. That line, Eve said quietly. That was the one that broke something in me. Because I'd spent every day since the funeral asking myself if it was my fault he was unhappy. My fault he left. My fault he drove in the storm with his phone buzzing on the seat. And there she was on her clean new life, telling me none of it belonged to her. Did you shout? Rosie asked. Yes, Eve said simply. Words I'm not proud of. I told her she'd taken him from me, that she'd walked away and got to start over while I was stuck picking glass out of my life. I asked her if she was pregnant when he died. Her gaze slid sideways for the briefest moment. She looked shocked, then scared. She said, there are things you don't know. I said I didn't care, that knowing wouldn't bring him back. Rosie felt a thin thread in her chest pull tight at the word pregnant, but she held it. What happened then? She asked. Eve closed her eyes just for a heartbeat. She stepped back. Eve said, just a half step, away from me, toward the rail. She lifted her hands like she was surrendering. She said, I am not your enemy. I moved towards her. I don't even know why. To grab her, to shake her, to make her look at me properly. There was a swell, or she misjudged the distance, or... She broke off, frustrated by the limits of memory. Her foot slipped. Her hip hit the rail. She flailed. Eve's own hands fluttered for a second, mirroring the gesture. I grabbed her wrist. I did. For a moment, I had her. Her voice dropped. And in that moment, she whispered, for one breath, I really wanted to let go. I wanted her to feel it. The panic, the free fall, the knowledge that you are entirely at the mercy of forces you can't control. It was like a thought passing through a room, fast, bright, gone. Then I tried to pull her back. Rosie's throat was dry. Did you? I wasn't strong enough, Eve said, or she was too far gone, or I was a half a second too slow. Choose whichever version you like. Her hand slipped out of mine. She went over. No sound, or maybe I just didn't hear it over the noise in my own head. She exhaled, a long, shaking breath. 1 second she was there. The next she wasn't. You didn't call for help, Rosie said. It wasn't a question. No, Eve agreed. Not right away. I stood here. I looked down. It was dark. I told myself she might surface, that someone might see, that it was already too late, that I would be telling the world I'd argued with her, that I'd grabbed her, that I'd wished. Her mouth trembled. You know what I'd wished. So you walked away, Rosie said. Yes. The word was barely a sound. By the time I spoke to anyone, it was as you've heard it. I'd seen her earlier. I was worried. I thought maybe she'd had too much to drink. I edited the verbs until they sounded acceptable. And Danner, Rosie asked quietly, what did he edit? Eve gave a small, bitter laugh. He listened, very politely. Then he said it would be better for everyone if we kept to what could be supported. No mention of shouting. No mention of me grabbing her. Faulty cameras. Missing footage. Accidents happen at sea, Mrs. Mercer, he said. Let's not make this more than it has to be. Rosie felt her jaw clench. So he knows. He knows enough, Eve said. That I was here, that she went over, that there are edges to this story the company doesn't want on a report. She looked at Rosie then, fully. You were right. Secrets like to leak out, but so does liability. He chose which one to fear more. They stood a moment, the deck around them now crowded with invisible versions of the same scene. Aurelia at the rail, Kieran in the car, Eve at her kitchen table with a glowing phone. What verb are you burying, Eve? Rosie asked quietly. If we strip away all the editing, all the maybes, what do you think you did? Eve's eyes glistened. She took her time. I didn't push her, she said. I know that like I know my own name. I didn't come here planning to kill her. I don't even know what I wanted. An apology? A reason? A witness to my pain? But when she slipped, when I held her for that fraction of a second, she swallowed. I chose not to shout sooner, not to drag this into light. I chose myself over her. I chose silence. Rosie let the answer settle in her. It was worse, in its way, than a simple yes or no. You think that makes me a murderer, Eve said flatly. I think it makes you dangerous to yourself, Rosie replied, and to the truth. Eve huffed a small broken laugh. You deal in facts, not luck. I remember. I deal in what people do, Rosie said, and what they can live with afterwards. Eve turned back to the sea, fingers whitening on the rail. I haven't decided if I can live with this, she said. That's why I wrote to you. Not to confess, to see what the truth sounds like out loud. It sounds like this, Rosie said softly. Messy, incomplete, human. A faint creak came from the stairwell behind them. Rosie turned. Nathan stood partway in shadow at the top of the steps, one hand on the rail as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. His face was drained of color, eyes wide, fixed not on Rosie, but on Eve. He had heard enough. Rosie saw his other hand, curled into a fist at his side, knuckles pressed against the pocket where something small and metal made a brief, telling outline. For a moment, none of them moved. The air felt stitched together, three separate griefs suddenly sharing the same seam. Eve's lips parted, a soundless intake of breath. Rosie understood, with a clarity that made her dizzy, that whatever story the FBI had closed, whatever version Danner had tidied away, this was the one that would keep living, right here, between them, in a bracelet inscription, in a crash on a wet road, in the space between a grab and letting go. No one spoke. There was nothing left to say that didn't cost. 24. The moment Nathan stepped from the stairwell shadows, the air changed to feel taut, electric, trembling with something that had been waiting too long to happen. Rainwater dripped from his hair, tracing pale paths down his temples. His chest rose and fell like a man surfacing after too long under water. Rosie turned, frozen between them, her recorder still running silently in her hand. The moonlight etched all three into a single tableau. Eve by the railing, calm and broken. Nathan advancing, grief sharpening into fury. And Rosie, caught in the middle, witness to the kind of truth no one could live comfortably with. You ruined us both! Nathan shouted. His voice cracked, ricocheting off the glass wall of the observation lounge behind them. The sound was raw, animal. You destroyed her! And you destroyed me! Eve didn't move away. Her hood had fallen back, hair whipping across her face in the damp wind. You think I wanted this? she said, her voice steady, almost eerily so. You think I planned it? Nathan took another step forward. You followed her! You scared her! Scared? Eve laughed, a soft, incredulous sound that carried more sadness than mockery. No, Aurelia wasn't scared of me. She pitied me. That's worse. Stop it! His voice trembled. She told me, Eve said, that night. You want to know the truth? You'll get it. She said she didn't love you the way she loved him. Nathan blinked, as though she'd struck him. You're lying. I wish I were, Eve said quietly. But she told me everything. About Kieran, about the affair, about the guilt she carried and the future she couldn't see herself in. Rosie could see the tremor in Eve's hand as she spoke, but her eyes, those haunted eyes, never left Nathan. She said she just found out she was pregnant. Eve continued. She thought it was yours, but she didn't want it. Said she couldn't do it again. Nathan's lips parted, but no sound came. He stumbled backward a half step, like the deck had tilted beneath him. That's not true, he whispered. She said it. Eve insisted. You can hate me for it, but she said it. I told her she didn't deserve you. She said... Eve's voice caught, trembling now. She said he was unhappy with me, that it wasn't her fault. I tried to stop her. I wanted her to listen. Her words fractured into silence. Nathan's hands clenched at his sides. You expect me to believe you didn't mean to hurt her? I didn't! Eve cried, the word ripped from her like something breaking. I swear to you, I didn't. I just wanted her to understand. Understand what? Nathan shouted. That you were the victim? That you were owed something? Eve's expression shifted. Her sorrow thinned into something sharper, colder. You don't get it, do you? He loved her. Kieran loved her more than he ever loved me. And she just threw him away. Just like she would have thrown you away once she got bored of pretending you were different. Rosie stepped forward quickly. Eve, stop. You've said enough. But Eve wasn't listening anymore. She stared at Nathan, eyes burning with a conviction that was both terrifying and pitiful. She didn't love you, she whispered. None of them ever do. Nathan's breath came in ragged bursts. The wind picked up again, rattling the loose door to the stairwell. Somewhere deep below deck, a generator kicked on with a low groan. Don't, Rosie warned softly, sensing what was about to happen. But Nathan was already moving. He lunged toward Eve, his grief turning into motion faster than thought. The sound he made wasn't a shout. It was the sound of something collapsing. Eve didn't flinch. She met him halfway, eyes wide but resolute, as though welcoming what was coming. His hands caught her shoulders, shoving her against the railing so hard that the metal groaned. You killed her, he shouted, voice breaking. You took everything from me. She was already gone, Eve cried, her hands gripping his wrists. You can't lose what was never yours. The wind howled between them, salt spray stinging their faces. Stop, Rosie shouted, grabbing Nathan's arm, trying to pull him back. Nathan, don't do this. Footsteps thundered up the stairwell. Danner burst onto the deck, followed by 2 security guards. Their flashlights sliced across the darkness, freezing the scene in stark white light. Step away, Danner barked. Both of you. Nathan didn't move. He was crying now, the tears lost in the rain, his hands trembling on Eve's coat. Eve's tone softened suddenly, the fury draining from it. Nathan, she said gently, I'm sorry. I truly am. He stared at her, uncomprehendingly. Then she looked past him, at Rosie. You've been recording all of this, haven't you? Rosie nodded. I had to. Eve nodded once, like someone accepting a verdict they'd already written themselves. Good, she said. At least it'll mean something now. Danner motioned to his men. Take her. The guard stepped forward. Eve didn't resist. She raised her hands slowly, palms open. You'll make me into a monster, she told Rosie as they led her away. But you don't know how easy it is to become one.
25. The conference lounge had been stripped of its usual purpose. No coffee jugs, no scatter of brochures about excursions and spa treatments. Just a narrow table, a laptop, a tangle of cables and paper, and the man from the FBI sitting squarely behind them, as if the whole ship now hinged on what he decided. Rosie sat opposite, hands flat on her knees to stop them from fidgeting. Her phone lay between them on the tabletop, connected to the laptop by a short white cable. On the screen, a sound wave pulsed in muted blue. The agent pressed play. Eve's voice emerged from the speakers, thin, controlled, as if every word cost her. Rosie had recorded the whole conversation on the deck. Even though she felt for Eve, the truth needed to come out. What she'd done was wrong, and covering it up was worse. A faint hiss underlay the recording, the quiet noise of sea and air and distance. It made Eve sound further away than she had been, as though the words were already sliding backwards in time. When the agent stopped the playback, the sudden stillness in the room had weight. Rosie could hear the cooling tick of the ceiling vent, the dry rasp of paper when he shifted one of the printouts aside. It's damning, he said eventually, but it only complicates things. Rosie looked up. You have a recorded confession. An uncorroborated statement, he corrected without heat, obtained by a civilian outside of any formal interview. No caution, no counsel. And at the time she made it, this vessel was in international waters. We can't simply drop that neatly into a courtroom and call it a day. You can still arrest her when we dock, Rosie said. You can question her properly. You have grounds to do that. He inclined his head. We will detain her. She will be questioned under the appropriate procedures. I'm not saying she walks away from this. He tapped the laptop lightly. But in terms of prosecution, if she asserts it was an accident, if her lawyer leans on stress, medication, mental health, the lack of witnesses, the absence of a body, he spread his hands. We move from evidence into narrative, and narrative is where reasonable doubt lives. Not in that voice, Rosie said quietly. Not with those words. The agent studied her for a moment, his gaze softer than his tone. You've done remarkable work here, he said, more than I'd expect from a guest. Frankly, more than I'd expect from some detectives. A faint smile ghosted across his face and vanished. But truth is a fragile thing, Ms. Delgado. It doesn't always survive the crossing from what happened to what can be proved. He unplugged her phone and slid it back to her. The gesture felt oddly ceremonial, as if he were returning not just a device, but responsibility. Keep the original file somewhere safe, he added. You may need it. But from this point, I have to work with what will stand in a report, not what will haunt your dreams. Rosie slipped the phone into her pocket. So that's it, she said. We all go home and call it an accident with complications. He didn't flinch at the cynicism. No, but we call it what we can defend, he said, and we try to live with what we can't. Outside Eve's cabin, Danner stood with his arms folded, the picture of a man guarding a door. 2 uniformed security guards flanked him, one on each side. They'd all been awake too long. It showed in the gray under their eyes, in the way they shifted their weight, in the thinness of their patience. Through the slightly ajar door, Danner could see Eve Mercer. She sat on the edge of the bed, hands linked loosely in her lap. No handcuffs, no restraints. She didn't need them. She looked like someone waiting out a delay at an airport, ready to move when her boarding group was called. If you'd walked past without knowing, you might have thought she was just another passenger tired of being cooped up.
Danner knew better. He just wasn't sure how much better. He'd listened to Rosie's recording. He'd heard Eve's words, the crack in them, the way she'd admitted to wanting what happened to happen, even if only for a heartbeat. He'd felt his stomach lurch at the word choice, because that was the one he'd spent his entire career trying to keep out of incident reports. He felt it lurch harder when she'd confessed that she'd told him, when she admitted he'd been complicit in helping her cover the accident. And he did believe it was an accident. We chose not to push harder. We chose to delete the footage that made everything messy. We chose the simpler story. He'd tell himself, in every version of his own memory, that the cameras had been faulty anyway, that the gap in the logs was a glitch, that the edits he'd made were about avoiding panic, preserving order, not burying a crime. Eve looked up, saw him. For a moment their eyes caught. She smiled, not broadly and not cruelly, just a small acknowledgement, like two people seeing each other again at the end of a long, draining shift. Danner couldn't decide what it meant. He found himself thinking, if she walks into court calm like that, if she tells them it was an accident and that she's remorseful and confused, if the lawyer points to the storm and the missing body and the faulty cameras, what will be left of this? Of Aurelia? Of him? Eve's gaze drifted past him to the strip of sky visible through the porthole. A wash of pale gold sat on the horizon, the beginnings of morning. Danner stepped back from the window. "Keep her in there until we've handed over," he told the guards. "No visitors without my say-so, not even FBI." He walked away before anyone could see that his hands were shaking. In his own cabin, Nathan sat at the small built-in desk with his arms resting on its surface, palms up like a man waiting for judgment. Both hands were wrapped in white bandages, each finger blunted and clumsy. He'd torn his knuckles open on the rail, on the wall, on the internal structure of the ship. He couldn't quite remember. He remembered the heat in his chest, the taste of metal at the back of his throat, the sound of his own voice, not quite his, bellowing Aurelia's name. He remembered Eve's calm in the aftermath of everything she'd said, the way she hadn't flinched when he lunged, as if she understood that this was just another stage in the landslide she'd set in motion. Rosie had come to see him earlier, all quiet words and practical explanations. The FBI will want another statement. Attempted anything is serious. Cooperate and someone will argue you were provoked. It will certainly matter, given the circumstances. He nodded at all the right points, but the words had skated over him like stones on water. Now the cabin hummed with absence. No Rosie, no guard in the doorway, just the dull ache of his hands and the rawness in his throat. He tried to picture Aurelia, not the way she looked in photos, the way she'd looked the last night he'd seen her, both annoyed and amused in the same breath, wanting to dance and not wanting to be at the gala any longer. "I loved her," he said, to the desk, to the bandages, to the memory of her laugh. The words sounded clumsy, like they didn't belong to him. He tried again, softer. "I loved her." Eve's confession threaded through his head in reply. Which part was true? How much of an accident had it been? He had a bracelet in his pocket, a set of initials that didn't belong to him, a pregnancy test he'd never see used, and a future he hadn't signed up for. He rested his forehead on his bandaged hands and waited for someone else to decide what happened next. Outside his window, a speck of coastline thickened into a line. Mallory leaned against the corridor wall as if it were the only solid thing left on the ship. Her hair was scraped back in a knot that had lost the will to stay neat. The camera on her phone was aimed at her own face, the little red recording light blinking steadily. "This is me, Mallory, signing off from the Caribbean Dream," she said, keeping her voice low so it wouldn't carry along the passage. "I've covered many cruises before and told many stories. She glanced, involuntarily, towards the closed cabin doors where the most recent damage sat breathing. This wasn't like that. This wasn't a story that happened to people. It was a storm that swallowed everyone and spat them out in pieces. Her reflection in the phone screen looked older than it had 2 weeks ago. Or maybe just more honest. And some things... She trailed off. She thought of the recording she hadn't made of Rosie and Eve on the deck. The instinct she'd had, for the first time in her career, to put the phone away instead of hitting record. To witness rather than capture. Some things don't belong on camera, she said at last. Her thumb hovered over the stop icon. A second later, it moved sideways, tapping delete. The tiny red light vanished. The screen went blank, then bloomed back to life with her home menu. Not everything needs an audience, she murmured. For once, there would be no thumbnail with her face on it for this. No breathless narration, no monetized pain. Just a long, quiet silence where a video might have been. She slid her phone into her pocket and pushed herself off the wall, walking toward the stairs. The ship's disembarkation noise was building in the roll of suitcases, the low buzz of voices, the PA system offering neutral information in a too cheerful tone. Let them have that, she thought. Let them keep one version where it was only a terrible accident on a nice cruise. The other version lived here, in the ship, in the people. That was enough. Rosie went up to the upper deck as the harbor bobbed into view, or the need to see the place where everything had cracked now that the shouting was over. The rail was clean, the steel dull with age but free of any mark that might have meant anything. Below, crew members moved through their routines with practiced efficiency, stacking loungers, coiling hoses, returning the public face of the ship to something they recognized. The Caribbean dream pressed forward at a measured pace. Ahead, Miami rose out of the haze in glass and concrete, its skyline catching the sunrise and throwing it back in hard, white glints. Rosie leaned on the rail, eyes flicking to the water where Aurelia had gone from solid to absent, in less time than it took to finish a sentence. Somewhere beneath that, a different set of currents had closed over everything that mattered. In a few hours, Eve would walk down the gangway in handcuffs between federal agents. Nathan would be walked down a different set of steps, cuffed for a different crime born of the same night. Papers would be signed, statements formalized. Danner would submit a report that told a version of events he could live with. Most of the passengers would tell their own stories later, at dinner tables and in offices, and in shaky posts online. They'd mention the delay, the tension, the rumors. They'd mention the word suicide if they wanted drama, accident if they preferred reassurance. Very few would mention names. Rosie watched the horizon redden, the surface of the sea catching the color like thin blood under glass. It was, she realized, the first sunrise she'd watched since someone had said Aurelia's name over the tannoy, since the ship's journey had split into before and after. By late afternoon, the light had flattened. The water had gone from silver to something close to pewter, the sky a pale wash above it. The coast of Florida sat ahead like the idea of land, not yet entirely real. On the promenade deck, Rosie stood with her hands resting on the smooth rail. Beside her, Nathan stood between two security officers. His wrists were cuffed in front of him now, less theatrical than if they'd been behind his back, but no less binding. He hadn't asked to come up here. Someone had decided it might help him to see land, the way people let children see the prize they'd get if they behaved. They stood quietly for a time, watching gulls ride the air currents above the wake. The birds seemed too bright against the subdued movement of the ship, as if they belonged to a different story. "Why'd she do it?" Nathan asked finally, still looking straight ahead. Rosie turned her head slightly. "Eve?" "Aurelia," he said. "Eve. All of them. Why did any of them do what they did?" His voice frayed on the last word. Rosie thought of Eve's confession, all the verbs she'd tried to bury. Thought of Aurelia making choices with incomplete information, trying to set down a past that wouldn't stay put. Thought of Nathan himself on the deck, fists swinging at anything that looked like a container for his rage. "I don't know," she said honestly. "People hurt, and they reach for whatever's closest. Sometimes it's another person. Sometimes it's themselves. Sometimes it's the nearest edge." He shifted, the cuffs clinking softly. "Why did I have to lose everything as well?" he asked. There was no accusation in it now, just bewilderment. "Because hate doesn't stay where you put it," Rosie said. "It spreads. It eats the person who holds it and the person it's aimed at, and anyone standing too near. No one walks away clean." Nathan dropped his gaze to his bound hands. For a moment she thought he might cry, but he only swallowed, throat working. "I thought she loved me," he said. It sounded like a confession, not a claim. "She did," Rosie said. "I don't doubt that. But love isn't a shield. It doesn't cancel everything that came before." A wave slapped the hull below, sending up a scatter of spray that shivered in the air before dropping back out of sight. "I don't even know where to put the anger now," Nathan murmured. "If it's not all on Eve, if it's not on Aurelia, if some of it's mine." Rosie exhaled slowly. "Maybe you don't put it anywhere," she said. "Maybe you just stop feeding it and see what's left when it shrinks." He nodded, a small, hesitant movement, as if that idea hurt in a new way. One of the officers cleared his throat. It was time to go. Nathan looked out toward the thinning distance between them and the city. Will you tell her family something?" he asked. "If they ask you. Something good, anything. And tell them that I loved her." Rosie thought of Aurelia fussing with her camera strap, of the way she'd stood slightly off balance when she laughed, like someone surprised the world was making room for her joy. "I'll tell them she loved color," Rosie said, "and that she was trying to do the right thing at the end, even if the timing was cruel." He seemed to accept that. Maybe it was the only blessing left. The guards led him away. Rosie watched until the curve of the stairwell swallowed him, then turned back to the rail. Below, on the lower deck, a small procession was moving along the walkway. 2 federal officers in dark suits, Eve between them. Danner trailing half a step behind, as if to prove, to anyone watching, that the ship itself was cooperating. Even from this height, Rosie could see that Eve wasn't resisting. Her head was inclined, her hands joined in front of her like a woman heading into a church, not a holding cell. As they passed under the open section of the promenade, Eve tilted her face up. The late sun touched the planes of her features, softening them. Her lips moved. At first Rosie couldn't catch the words, then the breeze nudged them upward. "I'm sorry," Eve murmured. Rosie wondered if that was comfort or a verdict. The door closed behind them with a dull, final sound, the kind of noise that meant nothing in a ship full of doors, unless you'd watched who had gone through. For a long time, Rosie stayed where she was. "We've all lost something out here," she said under her breath. Aurelia, Eve, Nathan, Danner, even Mallory, with her deleted footage and the story she could have sold. The sea kept its own counsel. Rosie straightened her coat, turned away from the rail, and walked back inside toward the cues and the questions and whatever waited for her on the other side of the gangway. 26. Inside the bright glass box of the port terminal, the choreography ran itself. Luggage carousels clacked to life, custom lines uncoiled and kinked. Porters whistled to one another above the hiss of air conditioning. The PA offered neutral instructions in the warm tone of a friend who'd read the fine print on the back of every ticket. Rosie stood just inside the disembarkation area, near the lip of the gangway, her suitcase at her feet. Passengers gathered ahead of her, The first wave already shuffling toward the exit, with carry-ons bumping, duty-free bags crackling, conversations pitched just a little too high. Relief had found a frequency, and it moved from throat to throat like a song everyone vaguely remembered. Out beyond the sliding doors, cameras had already colonized the curb. Local crews, a passing national channel, a blogger holding his phone at arm's length. Rumor had made landfall before the ship had. Murder at sea, vanishing woman. People liked their headlines tidy. The main show, though, was over, the accused removed, and now only the echo of the scandal remained. "Keep it moving, folks. Passports open, please. Welcome to Miami," a dock official called, cheerful and rehearsed. A family in front of Rosie did battle with 3 suitcases and a stroller. The toddler did battle with gravity and rhythm. The line hiccuped, settled. The terminal smelled briefly of oranges from a duty-free display someone had already opened. Rosie joined the flow when it unknotted. The gangway flexed under the weight of bodies and bags, a thin metal bridge between contained crisis and the wider, indifferent mess on shore. As she walked, she caught her own reflection in the glass. She looked older around the eyes, perhaps, or just more honest. Behind her, the ship loomed, balconies stacked like cells, hull name painted in clean navy letters, as if nothing had ever gone wrong aboard her. The Caribbean dream. More of a nightmare. At the foot of the gangway, customs agents waited behind waist-high desks, scanning passports with the bored efficiency of people who knew that most stories were just paperwork with legs. A television on the wall looped silent footage of the ship docking, grainy aerial shots of blue water, a thumbnail promising breaking news in letters so large they barely had room for nuance. Rosie's passport slid across the counter, beeped, slid back. "Welcome home, Ms. Delgado," the agent said, not looking up for long enough to mean it. She stepped onto the concourse proper. The terminal was all glass and echo and retail optimism. Posters promised other cruises with other names: Sunset Voyager, Pacific Bliss, smiling families frozen in mid-wave above turquoise water. A pianist at a digital piano near the cafe played the sort of music chosen specifically not to lodge in anyone's head. Near one of the pillars, Danner stood in a suit that didn't quite know him yet. Without his uniform, he looked strangely unfinished, like a building with scaffolding taken down too early. A man with a clipboard and an ID lanyard was asking him questions, and Danner was answering with too many words for no comment. His hands moved a fraction too much when he spoke, as if he needed something to hold on to. Their eyes met across the flow of passengers. For a second, movement thinned between them. There was no greeting, just the smallest of nods, acknowledgement without greeting. Rosie kept walking. Danner looked away. Off to the left, past the duty-free and the restroom line, Mallory sat on one of the low benches, elbows on her knees, phone balanced, in both hands. Her camera rig, for once, was packed away in its case at her feet. On the phone's screen, the front-facing camera showed her face in miniature. She'd put on lipstick that morning out of habit. It had worn off unevenly. A faint red record dot pulsed at the top of the display. "This is Mallory Denton," she began, then stopped. The voice was too bright, too smoothed. She cleared her throat, tried again, quieter. "I was going to tell you a story about a cruise that turned into a crime scene, about a woman who vanished and the people who broke trying to explain why." She glanced up instinctively, over the heads of the crowd, toward the secure doors where Eve and Nathan had gone. There was nothing to see now but a blank gray wall and a posted sign about prohibited items. "Thing is," she said, "I think this one belongs to the people who lived it, not the people who click for it." Her thumb hovered, then moved. The red dot disappeared. Recording canceled. For a moment, she just sat there, looking at the inert phone in her hands as if it were some animal she'd decided not to kill. "Not every ending needs an audience," she murmured. She slipped the device into her bag and stood, shoulders rounding in a way they never did on camera. When she walked away, no one turned to follow. The story would go on without her voiceover. It already had enough. Rosie watched her, smiling to herself. At least one lesson had been learned. As Rosie left the terminal, she looked back at the ship one more time. The Caribbean Dream gleamed in the sun, ready for turnaround, ready to be refilled with new jokes, new arguments, new holiday friendships. That was the mercy and the cruelty of vessels. They were built to move on. They carried whatever you loaded onto them, then they left. Rosie slid into the back seat of a waiting taxi and closed the door. The driver pulled away from the curb, merging into the slow, shuffling queue that led out of the port and into the tangle of Miami streets. Through the rear window, the ship's name shrank, then blurred, then became another white shape against the sky. In her chest, something tight and complicated shifted, but didn't loosen. She recognized it now. This wasn't closure or satisfaction. It was the familiar, unsatisfying ache the world sometimes offered in place of justice. It would have to be enough. Epilogue. The morning light came in sideways through Rosie's apartment. It slid across the floorboards, climbed the legs of the desk, and pooled on the open laptop, like an invitation she'd already overstayed. From her window, the bay looked flat, almost painted, the water shifting from gray to pale blue as the sun dragged itself higher. Even up here, several floors above the street, she could smell the city's permanent undertone of salt and exhaust. 2 weeks since the Caribbean Dream docked. 2 weeks since Aurelia Hart was a missing person, then a crime victim, instead of a mystery. Since Eve Mercer became a face on news programs and thumbnail debates. On the screen in front of her, the document heading read, Post-Voyage Investigative Summary, Delgado, R. The paragraphs below marched in tidy lines of chronology, observations, collected evidence, points of contact with law enforcement. It looked like any other report she'd ever written, if you ignored the ocean threaded between the sentences. The cursor blinked at the end of the last line. Eve Mercer charged with second-degree murder pending trial in federal court. Audio recording submitted into evidence. Motive assessed as grief-fueled retaliatory violence following prior loss of spouse. Rosie read it through once more. Every word was technically true. None of it felt like the thing that had actually happened. She leaned back. The chair creaked, the small domestic sound weirdly loud after weeks of metal decks and public air systems. Her phone buzzed, face down on the desk. A news alert flashed briefly in the corner of the laptop screen before disappearing. Widow at sea. Full audio transcript. They'd all heard it now. Not just the agents and Danner and the people on that ship, but anyone with a phone and enough curiosity to click. Someone with access had leaked the file 3 days after docking. This time, the finger couldn't be pointed at Mallory. Within hours, it had been everywhere. Eve's voice, thin and shaking, confessing in a wind-harried murmur. You can hear the moment she breaks, commentators said. You can hear that she's evil. You can hear that she's broken. It depended which podcast you played, which comment thread you scrolled. The internet had named her before the court had, as the widow at sea. Hashtags, think pieces, even a half-hearted meme cycle. Grief, apparently, made good content. Nathan's name had surfaced alongside hers for a day or two, along with some grainy photo of him leaving the ship under escort, eyes down, hands cuffed. Then it had slid down the page as other scandals elbowed past. Rosie had to dig to find the last update in a brief local article, noting he'd been transferred to a psychiatric facility in North Carolina for assessment, treatment, and recuperation, and that Eve was not going to press charges for the attempted assault on her. The comments under that one were the usual mix of armchair diagnoses, cheap empathy, jokes. Rosie shut the notification bar with one tap. The laptop screen returned to its obedient lines of text. Obsession, she thought. That was the common thread. Not love itself, which was messier, kinder, more ordinary, but rather what happened when wanting was allowed to go stale and harden. Eve, building a life around a man who'd already left. Aurelia, trying to outrun an affair that had left marks on her body and her past. Nathan, clinging to the version of Aurelia that had chosen him and not the one who'd existed before. Even Danner, determined to protect the cruise line's image beyond any reasonable measure. Want something too long, and it stops being about the thing. It becomes about the wanting. She reached for a coffee mug. The liquid at the bottom was cold, but she drank it anyway. Beside it, near the corner of the desk, sat a small glass jar with a screw top. It was half full of sand she'd brushed from the soles of her shoes the night she got home. Deck grit and salt, ground fine by thousands of footsteps. The last physical piece of the ship she'd let herself keep. Outside, the bay glittered. From this distance, the water looked harmless, decorative. The sort of sea you put on postcards, the kind that didn't pull people over rails in the dark and close over them without a ripple. Rosie turned back to the report. The first line stared back at her, ready to anchor everything that followed. On 14th March, Subject Delgado embarked on Caribbean Dream. She exhaled and highlighted the whole document. For a moment she hesitated, aware of the hours she'd spent putting it together. Then she pressed delete. The words vanished in a block. Headings, findings, careful qualifiers. All gone. The cursor flicked back to the top of a clean white page, but instead of writing, she closed the laptop. By mid-morning, heat had started to press against the windows. Rosie took her keys and left the apartment, letting the door latch behind her with a small, decisive click. Miami at street level was the same as ever, all horns, voices, and the sticky weight of humidity. The sudden blast of over-conditioned air each time a shop door opened. If there were more glances at phone screens, more murmured mentions of the cruise ship case, it was hard to tell. The city had plenty of its own concerns. The beach was 3 blocks and 1 underpass away. The sand was already busy, families staking territory with umbrellas and towels, joggers tracing their own invisible lanes, a vendor arranging a neat army of plastic buckets and spades. From here, the ocean looked smaller than it had from the observation deck, closer, human-sized. The surf folded itself onto the shore in lazy repetitions, erasing and redrawing lines of wet sand. Rosie walked at the edge of the water where the waves reached up just far enough to darken her shoes. The horizon line was clean, a simple blue stroke. On another day, she might have believed in it. A little further along, a child was constructing a sandcastle with grim focus. The walls were higher than they needed to be, and the turrets were delicate things, smoothed and padded until they almost shone. A moat traced a narrow trench around the base. A wave ran higher than the last, curling over the moat and taking half the nearest wall with it. The child froze, mouth open in silent outrage, then narrowed their eyes and started again. No tears, no drama, just hands pressing wet sand back into form. Rosie watched for a moment. The sea would take it again, and the child would rebuild it again, until hunger or sunburn or a parent intervened. That's it, she thought. That's the whole thing. The sea takes, the living build it again anyway. Far out, cutting a white line across the blue, a cruise ship moved steadily away from the coast. Even at this distance, she could read the shape of it in the stacked decks, the gleam of glass, the neat navy lettering on the flank. The Caribbean Dream, heading back toward the same lanes of water with a fresh load of optimism. From here, with the sun on her, she looked pristine, no sign of storms or searches, or the night a woman had gone overboard. New passengers leaned on the rails, tiny colored dots against all that white, waving at the shore as if the city were waving back. Rosie watched until the name blurred, and the ship became just another white block on the horizon. Only then did the horn's echo fade into the everyday hiss and slap of waves on sand. "Rest now, Aurelia," Rosie said quietly. She wasn't sure if she believed anyone was listening, but it felt wrong not to say it. She turned back toward the line of buildings, their windows catching the sun, their air conditioners working hard against the day. At the edge of the beach, a dog shook itself furiously, sending sand into the air like confetti. Rosie didn't look back at the ocean again. She already knew how it would look. Endless, shifting, and ready to take whatever the next person held too close to the edge. Behind her, the tide worked at her footprints, smoothing them away one by one, neat, efficient, and indifferent. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Girl in Cabin 11 by Lucy Baxter, narrated by Shauna Pennington-Baird. Copyright 2025 by Black Swan Digital. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.